I feel like I'm living in an absurd dream. As I open my eyes, a sallow face stares back at me. Young master, you're awake? A sharp headache strikes me suddenly. Countless memories flood in. I've transmigrated into the body of the youngest son of a poor ancient farming family. My family is so poor that the mere sound of coins is a luxury. My parents tightened their belts just to send me to study. After 10 years of diligent study, I still failed to pass the scholar examination. Year after year of famine meant the family could no longer support me. The original owner of this body, overwhelmed with anger, coughed up blood and was on the brink of death. My parents, with their last 2 pounds of grain, purchased Wang Sanyang for me. They even fed me a strong stimulant meant for livestock. The original owner couldn't survive it and died. Then I arrived. Before me, the woman sobbed her heart out. Her face was thin and pale, yet delicate and beautiful. The old lady says I'm just a maid, unworthy of the young master. Wang Sanyang's cheeks turned red. I swallowed dryly. Too poor to even pull up our pants. Ding. Marriage and childbirth system activated. I abruptly sat up. Want to be an official? A high-ranking figure. Just keep marrying and having children. This system must be insane. Newbie task. Marry a quality wife. Detected. Host's vital energies dangerously drained. Reward. 1 great vitality pill. Bonus. Imperial exam lottery spin granted. The spin stopped. Reward. 50 pounds of pork, 100 pounds of premium rice. What a scam. Young master, Wang Sanyang called out. She approached with the pill, her hands trembling slightly, evidence of how exhausting last night had been. The pill's pungent scent hit me. Warning, detected livestock-grade aphrodisiac. I coughed violently. This was practically attempted murder. I knocked over the bowl. Wang Sanyang turned pale with fright. The doctor has said I wouldn't survive more than 2 days. If she couldn't conceive, she'd have to leave. Her family had already taken the last bit of grain. Tears streamed down her face. I swallowed the great vitality pill. A surge of energy coursed through me, seeing her weeping like pear blossoms in the rain. Thin, but with a good figure beneath it all. How could I refuse when she was practically delivered to me? I yanked her into my arms. If I'm awake, I won't die. Drinking that concoction would truly kill me. She looked up at me in shock. My face was glowing with health. How could I possibly be dying? But a child. You want a child? Flipping over, I pinned her beneath me. I'll give you one now. The Lin family was a typical farming household. The main house had 3 rooms, crowded with people. The side rooms were only 2. I shared half a wall with my 3rd sister-in-law. My 3rd brother had passed shortly after his wedding, leaving behind his widow, Lu Tsilian. After a night of chaos, Lu Tsilian had been restless, unable to sleep. Hearing voices next door startled her awake. Could her dying brother-in-law suddenly be flirting? She wanted to check on me. Rising, she saw the scene unfold through a gap. Wang Sanyang was pinned beneath me. I was kissing and fondling her. Her own face burned hot. Wang Sanyang caught sight of her too, her shy expression growing deeper. I noticed the woman beneath me getting distracted. I cupped her face and kissed her. What's wrong? Am I not satisfying you? No, Wang Sanyang tried to explain. Lu Tsilian quietly withdrew, stepping lightly off the bed to make breakfast. Just as the Lin matron awoke, she asked, "How's Zhengin doing?" Recalling the earlier scene, Lu Tsilian stammered, her face flushed. The matron's heart sank, and she stormed into the room. "Mother, wait." Lu Tsilian tried to stop her, but it was too late. I had just gotten off Wang Sanyang. "Son," the matron exclaimed. I hurriedly threw on my clothes. "Mother, you don't knock before entering? I'm busy here." She stared at me, dumbfounded. "You're okay? Is this your final burst of energy before death?" Turning, she scolded Wang Sanyang. "How shameless. I spent 2 pounds of sorghum flour on you to serve my son, not drain his life away." Wang Sanyang was stunned. I clenched my fists. "Mother, I'm fine. I'll live to 80. Really, look at my complexion. I could live to 100. Ecstatic, the matron clapped her hands. "The ancestors have blessed us. My son is a star destined for greatness. How could he die so easily?" The matron left, and Wang Sanyang timidly looked at me. "Young master, are you truly well now?" I grinned meaningfully. "Why don't we test it again? Not in broad daylight. Tonight, I'll serve you properly. So considerate." My survival brought joy to my parents, but disappointment to the 1st and 2nd branches. The family's resources were drained, and they had expected to breathe easier with me gone, but now I was alive again. Breakfast was a pot of thin porridge. My bowl had an extra egg in it. After eating, I headed straight for the back mountain. Mother, an old immortal told me in my dream that treasures await me in the back mountain. The matron lowered her voice. Don't let outsiders find out. The back mountain had an abandoned temple to the mountain god. Behind the temple, I found 5 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of meat. My 2 elder brothers and their wives wished for my death. In truth, they were nothing more than poor wretches. The original owner hadn't succeeded in his studies, only earning the rank of child scholar, a burden to the family. I roasted a piece of meat and started to descend the mountain, running into Huang Linger, the wife of the village tyrant Wang Quan. She was fair-skinned and beautiful, but at the moment, her face was haggard. Ding. High-quality female detected. Host is encouraged to actively pursue marriage and childbirth. Reminder, both parties must consent. My eyes lit up. Huang Linger had been forcibly married by Wang Quan. I had to help her. Sister-in-law, heading to the mountain god temple. Her wrist bore bruises. To pray for a child from the mountain god. Married for a year without conceiving, she was subjected to Wang Quan's beatings. He threatened to sell her to a brothel if she didn't get pregnant soon. Her tears fell like rain. I said solemnly, "It might not be your problem. Perhaps Wang Quan's seed is faulty." Could that be true? I took her hand. Only a good man can plant the seeds of good children. Wang Quan's evil deeds are against the heavens themselves. Trust flickered in Huang Linger's eyes. I have a plan, but I fear you won't accept it. Not all men are like Wang Quan. Her shock showed as she realized my implication. Linger, I know you're suffering. I'm willing to help you. In this desolate mountain, it's just the two of us. She covered her mouth, interrupting. Brother Zhengin, say no more. Her form of address had changed. Her defenses had loosened. I took a step back. It's a hard decision. I'll escort you down the mountain. After sending her home, I returned with the food. The matron was ecstatic at the sight of premium rice and pork. Son, is it really a deity's blessing? Mother, keep this matter secret. I asked her. Wang Sanyang isn't meant to be my wife, is she? Of course not. She doesn't have the background. When you pass the exams and earn a title, you'll marry a proper wife. No harm having a concubine to keep you warm for now. Dinner that evening was particularly hearty. Lu Tsalian sneaked several extra glances my way. Her little brother-in-law had transformed since this morning. Later that evening, Lin Zhengin returned home late. The house was silent, with everyone already asleep. When he entered the room, Wang Sanyang immediately got up. Husband, I'll fetch water. Having someone serve him was such a comfort. He didn't move as she bustled about, ensuring everything was in order. Lin Zhengin murmured softly. No rush, I'll wash myself. Yes, husband. Wang Sanyang responded softly, heading to the kitchen to fetch hot water for the bathing room. Inside the cramped bathing room, a white lantern hung, casting dim light. Lin Zhengin stripped off his clothes and threw them into the dirty laundry basket. Wang Sanyang mixed hot water into the bath and was about to stand up when she bumped into Lin Zhengin's body. Lin Zhengin let out a soft hum, and Wang Sanyang's cheeks flushed instantly. Husband, I'm sorry, this servant did not mean to. She tried to step back, but Lin Zhengin grabbed hold of her. Since that's the case, help your husband bathe. Although Lin Zhengin had transmigrated into this world, his heart still clung to modern habits, such as taking a bath daily. Earlier that evening, he had tangled with Huang Linger in the wilderness, leaving his body filthy. With Wang Sanyang offering to assist, there was no reason for him to refuse. What's more, since Wang Sanyang had yet to conceive, he needed to frequently sow the seeds, aiming for a big prize. He even thought of leveraging his knowledge from the modern world to explore positions that might enhance fertility, planning to test them with a few women. The points from conception were not something he could afford to delay. He might even need to wander into town again soon. Husband, Wang Sanyang, holding a washcloth, began to help Lin Zhengin bathe, deliberately avoiding specific areas. Lin Zhengin felt a surge of heat and blood and would not let her escape. Pulling her into his arms, his intentions were clear. He was naked, and though she was clothed, it felt drastically different as he undressed her, embracing her tightly. Their closeness ignited sensations neither could ignore. Husband, let's go to the room. She whispered. No, right here, he replied firmly. At that moment, Lu Tsalian, who had risen during the night, heard the commotion in the bathing room. Images of her own intimate moments with Lin Zhengin on the bed flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. She hurried to the latrine, but on her way back, her peripheral vision couldn't help but catch a glimpse of shadows moving behind the bathing room's lantern. Wang Sanyang's soft, timid voice echoed faintly, stirring ripples of emotion within Lu Xiaoyan's heart. She clenched her teeth and resisted the temptation to linger, sensing trouble if she continued to eavesdrop. Hastily, she retreated to her room. Inside the bathing room, Lin Zhengyan smiled as Wang Sanyang sobbed uncontrollably, her legs trembling and threatening to give out. He steadied her, draped a robe over her shoulders, and together, they returned to their room. As he pushed open the door, unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoyan had lit the oil lamp. Their state upon entering the room was laid bare before her. Lu Xiaoyan's eyes widened. Embarrassed beyond words, Wang Sanyang buried her head in Lin Zhengyan's chest, trembling. "Husband," she managed to utter. "Do not fear. Rest well," Lin Zhengyan reassured her. That night, Lin Zhengyan divided his time between two women, leaving him with no further thoughts for Lu Xiaoyan. His body felt weak. It seemed he still needed to rely on lottery draws for reinforcement. After pulling up a thin blanket, he quickly fell asleep. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoyan, lying nearby, tossed and turned, unable to find peace. Her eyes met mine when I awakened at some point, her gaze locking with mine abruptly. My brother Lin Jinghe and I were twins, our appearances strikingly similar. The difference lay in Zhenghe's frail and wan figure. Lu Xiaoyan's heart tightened at the sight. Years ago, before they consummated their marriage, her husband, my eldest brother, had passed away. Seeing her late husband's younger twin brought a wave of sorrow. If she had married me back then, perhaps she wouldn't have been labeled cursed. Her husband was gone, leaving her childless and alone to face a bleak and grueling future. The countryside night had long fallen, and while most villagers were already fast asleep, I had just finished bathing. I urged Wang Sanyang to freshen up while I waited inside the room, now left alone with Lu Xiaoyan. I rarely concerned myself, but this once inquired, "Sister-in-law, forgive the disturbances of the night." Lu Xiaoyan looked taken aback, not quite understanding what I meant. I merely smiled and didn't elaborate further. Once Wang Sanyang returned, I wasted no time. Without ceremony, I pushed her down onto the bed and began unfastening her clothes. "Wife," I teased, "do you not realize how pleasing your husband finds you?" She bit her lip lightly, letting out soft sounds of resistance. Meanwhile, next door, Lu Xiaoyan finally pieced together the situation. She harbored thoughts of sneaking out quietly, but ran into the family matriarch, Lin Laodai. The elder woman smirked knowingly, asking pointedly, "Do you want children?" Lu Xiaoyan froze in place. "But my husband is already gone." She began hesitantly. "Zhengyan is still here. If you want a child, I can arrange for the fourth son to leave you one," Lin Laodai interrupted flatly. "But you can only remain in the Lin family. I won't allow you to remarry." From inside, faint sounds of Wang Sanyang's sobbing filtered through the thin walls, turning Lu Xiaoyan's face paler by the second. Earlier that morning, Lin Laodai had voiced her concern about my health. After I returned with high-quality grains and meat, she no longer doubted me. Perhaps, she thought, I was truly touched by the blessings of heaven, my meridians having miraculously opened after a devastating illness. Just over 10 days had passed since my elder brother's passing, and Lin Laotai was already eager for me to produce an heir for him. If a child closely resembled me, no one would suspect otherwise. "You must understand this, Lu Xiaoyan. The Lin family doesn't support loafers." Her tone grew sharper. "Otherwise, I'll find a matchmaker to marry you off elsewhere. At least that way, I'll get a tael or two of silver in return." Her harsh words shattered any hope of bargaining. Fear replaced resistance in Lu Xiaoyan's expression. "Zhengyan may be a scholar and a proper man. He has ambitions to sit for the imperial exams," the matriarch continued. "Helping you bear a child is merely a courtesy. Don't take it for granted. If you marry elsewhere and the man you wed is cruel, who will protect you?" Her tone carried the final weight, breaking Lu Xiaoyan's last line of defense. Finally, she let out a trembling breath, her decision made. "Fine, mother-in-law. This daughter-in-law will comply with your arrangements." Lin Laotai was satisfied. "Good, you've come to your senses. My son Zhengyan is a handsome man, and it's truly his loss to lower himself for this cause," she added, her sharp gaze landing on the younger widow. "Do not show an unpleasant face before him. It'll only serve to repel him. If you return to your maiden family, what awaits you besides marrying a widower or becoming a man's second wife? Who else could possibly want you? Staying with the Lin family is your best option. Once Zhengyan passes the imperial examinations, he'll take care of you and any children you bear for him." Lu Xiaoyan nodded faintly. Meanwhile, In the western chamber, I lay sprawled out, drenched in sweat. Wang Sanyang, trembling, set about cleaning my body before returning to my embrace. She remained docile, allowing my hands to roam unchallenged. Her gentle compliance filled me with satisfaction. No wonder ancient men delighted in having multiple wives. With this kind of devotion, even the life of a deity would pale in comparison. Just as I drifted into a haze of contentment, a sudden notification rang in my mind. Ding! Host, please marry more wives, bear more children, and conquer the imperial examination milestone. Marry, marry, marry. Children, children, children. My next target would be Huang Linger. The following day, however, Lin Laotai had already set her sights on gifting me yet another woman. Your mother knows it's difficult for you, she said slyly, but you'll live separately. Once the lamps are extinguished, order her to remain silent. Just consider her another Wang Sanyang. As long as she conceives, it will be to secure an heir for your third brother. I thought back to my playful flirtations with Lu Zhaolian the day before and found myself intrigued by this sudden development. How could I refuse? Still, I had to feign hesitation. Lin Laotai sighed. For your third brother, endure just a little longer. In truth, I felt no need to wait. The sooner, the better. Still, I played coy. But, I voiced with some difficulty, do you think the widow would truly consent? Chastity was prized beyond all else for women of this era. Though it hardly bothered me, I feared she might harm herself in despair. Lin Laotai scoffed coldly. She's already agreed. Keep yourself restrained for a few days and avoid visiting Wang Sanyang. When the time comes, make it count in one attempt. Her pragmatic bluntness solidified my resolve. It would seem I would have no trouble delivering exactly what was asked. How could I not agree? With the plan set, I stayed indoors, pretending to read while rejuvenating my energy. This body belonged to a scholar in training, so I had some understanding of the 4 books and 5 classics. The system hadn't fully activated yet, but my hearing and sight were already slightly enhanced. 2 days later, I bid farewell to the old lady and headed to the back mountain. Passing the Wang family residence, I exchanged a few casual remarks with the neighbors. At the mountain god's temple, I brought 10 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of meat. Just as I finished roasting the meat and set it down, the sound of footsteps approached. Huang Linger appeared, looking more haggard than before. The moment she saw me, tears started streaming down her face. Brother Zhengyan, please, give me a child. I can't go on anymore, she wept. A beauty throwing herself into my arms. How could I refuse? Wiping away her tears, I asked her seriously, are you truly willing? Planting seeds might not work with just one time. It might take several attempts. I'm willing, she replied, pulling open her blouse to reveal a red corset. Closing her eyes, she trembled as she kissed me, clinging to me like vines. My breaths quickened, and I scooped her up, walking behind the deity's statue where there was a haystack. That spot was leveled, suggesting it had been visited before. Huang Linger's figure was far more voluptuous than Wang Sanyang's. Once touched, it was impossible to let go. Afterwards, feeling utterly satisfied, I asked, Linger happy? With flushed cheeks, she dressed herself, but then the system pinged suddenly. Ding! You've gained favor with one woman. Reward: 1 academic examination lottery draw. Prize includes 100 pounds of fine flour, 100 pounds of polished rice, mastery of the great learning and the doctrine of the mean, and plus 10 to combat capability. Sleeping with someone advanced my grasp of 2 books. There's still a long way to go before taking the licentiate exam. Brother Zhengyan, I want more. Huang Linger asked shyly. 3 days later, I responded. Tomorrow, I have Lu Zhaolian to attend to. With my combat capacity increased, my strength had significantly risen. Earlier, I relied on some energy supplements, but now I felt even more grounded. Seeing her disappointment, I pulled her into an embrace. Can't bear to leave me, huh? The local troublemaker may have been rotten, but his taste was impeccable. Huang Linger's body was one you couldn't stop touching. Such a tease, she murmured coquettishly, pretending to struggle. Her voice was soft and sweet. I just want your child already, so I can sever ties with that scoundrel. Feeling even more tenderness towards her, I indulged her once more. Mischievously, I urged, call me brother, let me hear it. Brother? Oh, I can't take it anymore. Her eyes rolled back, her hair falling apart. This time, utterly satisfied, I began to contemplate how to eliminate Wang Quan. There was no way I could let someone else father my offspring. Not a chance. I needed to climb up through the examination path to change my social status. Even armed with stockpiles of grain, staying alive wasn't guaranteed. Separating from her to head home, I unexpectedly saw Lu Zalian's parents arriving. The Lu family was destitute, their focus entirely on their daughter. "We won't let her remain a widow. We're taking her away today," they said firmly. They clearly wanted to sell their daughter for silver, even if only as a concubine. The old lady, hands planted on her hips, retorted angrily. "If she entered my home, she's one of us. The bridal chamber has likely done its work already. How could we let you take her?" Looking at Lu Zalian, who stood by in despair and numbness, I felt a pang of sympathy. Her oval face and phoenix eyes stared, cold and piercing. Such eyes made you yearn to conquer her. Sanling was gone, and I had promised to carry on his legacy. How could I let the widow of a brother-in-arms suffer? I snorted coldly. "Mother, why say so much? Call the clan elder of the Lin family over to decide. Our family paid the bride price and signed the wedding contract. Now that Sanling is dead, you want to annul the marriage? Isn't that just blatant fraud?" The Lu family refused to acknowledge this. "Your third brother is dead. Why should my daughter remain a widow? Then return the bride price. If not, I'll report this to the county magistrate." I was the sole scholar in training in Longevity Village. The Lu family knew of my status here and immediately panicked. Lu's mother clung to her daughter. "Zalian, say something." Pale-faced, Zalian spoke coldly, almost barely audible. "Mother, I've missed my monthly cycle. It's possible. I'm carrying Sanling's child. I can't leave." The Lu family was rendered speechless and left begrudgingly. The old lady stood at the door, cursing furiously. Try bullying the Lin family? Dream on. Onlookers murmured and gossiped. They speculated that our family was keeping a widow, either for fostering her or selling her later. Ignoring them, I turned back into the house and pulled out the previous host's books, The Great Learning and The Doctrine of the Mean. The system's integration made the content of the texts crystal clear in my mind, as if I'd memorized them by heart. Who'd have thought, sleeping with a few more women, and I'd be eligible for the provincial exams by June? The imperial examination system was divided into county-level, prefecture-level, and provincial-level tests. Passing the provincial exam officially made one a licentiate. The original host had already passed the prefecture-level exam, sparing me the effort of starting from scratch. The immediate goal was to achieve licentiate status, granting exemption from corvée labor and land taxes, an invaluable benefit for farming households. But ultimately, I'd have to sleep with more women and father more children, or even reaching the rank of Jinshur would be a distant dream. Under the warm sunlight, I studied the text again, deepening my comprehension. Ding! A premium woman has been detected harboring strong desires for childbearing. Host, please marry and procreate to receive an academic grand prize. I chuckled lightly, glancing toward the half-wall on the other side. Someone was eager for me to visit her. These past few days, Lu Zalian looked at me with disdain. But today that was gone. Frightened by her parents, she must have panicked and wanted to get pregnant quickly. Only the few of us in the Lin family knew the truth. Lin Jinghe had died the night of the wedding. If we were to establish her pregnancy claim, I'd need to plant the seeds swiftly. But I wasn't in a rush. The urgency wasn't mine to bear. The old lady approached, saying, "Zhengin, you saw yourself. Your third sister-in-law must get pregnant. If you're feeling ready, tonight you." She sighed. "Sorry to put you through this." In her eyes, I was destined for greatness, a star brought down from the heavens. Ordinary women were unworthy of me. Lu Zalian was merely a rural widow. Calmly, I answered. "No need to apologize. I couldn't ask for more. Not just once or twice. I could do this every day." Imagining that cold face beneath me, begging. My blood boils just thinking about it. But she has to be the one to come to me first. "What's your plan then?" the old lady asked. "In these matters, wouldn't it suffice to turn off the lights and let things happen?" I replied earnestly. "Mother, she is, on the books, third brother's wife. This sort of thing is already awkward enough. If she isn't willing, how could I dare make the first move?" The old lady realized the logic and agreed. "You're right. I'll go talk to her. Mother, send Sanyang to sleep in sister's room tonight. Let's not make things too uncomfortable for her." Suddenly, the old lady raised her voice. How dare she act out of line? I spent 2 pounds of millet flour to secure her place. If she has other intentions, she can go work in a brothel. Feeling displeased, I said, "Mother, Sanyang is my woman. She's meant to give me many sons. Handle her with care." The old lady softened her stance immediately. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Entering the house, I saw the two women seated on opposite ends, busy with their needlework. The moment Wang Sanyang saw me, she quickly approached to massage my shoulders and legs. "I'm thirsty," I said. "Right away," she replied, hopping off the heated brick bed. I casually pinched her round hip. Startled, her face flushed red as she sneaked a glance at Lu Tsalian. "Go ahead," I said lightly. After tonight, even Lu Tsalian would have to listen to me. Her cold, serene face resembled that of a certain actress from future generations. Pity she was just a farmer's daughter with a hard life. Fortunately, third brother was no longer here. Otherwise, I'd never have the chance to get close to this beauty. From the moment I first saw her, I liked her to the extreme. Not long after, the old woman called Lu Tsalian out. I turned to Wang Sanyang and said, "Tonight, go spend the night in your sister's room." Her face turned pale. "Husband, are you disgusted with me?" Tears streamed down. "Please, don't sell me. I'm willing to serve both husband and the future mistress." She actually knew the term future mistress. I pinched Wang Sanyang's cheek with a smile. "Tonight, keep your mouth shut. Don't look, don't listen. Husband may do as he pleases," she said as she leaned in, her body brushing against me, almost undoing her sash. At that moment, Lu Tsalian slipped back into the room. Our eyes met briefly before she quickly looked away and climbed onto the heated bed. At dinner, the whole family cursed the Lu family for having no shame. Lu Tsalian bowed her head, silent. The old woman placed food into her bowl. "Eat more. You're carrying the third son's child." The elder sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law were shocked. "Mother-in-law, how did you know?" "It was divined," the old woman said coldly. "Anyone who spreads nonsense will be sold to the brothel." The room fell silent. At night, after I bathed, I lay down. Soon, Lu Tsalian also went to wash. Ding. Premium female detected with strong desire for childbirth. In the dead of night, noises came from the next room. "Uncle, there's a bug here. Could you come take a look?" Without hesitation, I got up. I kissed Wang Sanyang before leaving. "Don't look or listen." She nodded, blushing. I stepped into the neighboring room. On the heated bed, someone else was there in the dark. "Sister-in-law, where's the bug?" She lifted the quilt. "Right here. Have you thought it through?" I asked seriously. Naturally, she trembled as she spoke. "All voluntary." She bit her lip. "Uncle, I'm willing." I removed my clothes and drew her into my arms. "Let me search for where this bug might hide." My hands wandered her body. "Is it here?" She softened, clutching me. "Uncle, call me Zhengin," I said, biting her lips. "Say uncle again, and I might not be able to catch the bug." "Zhengin, please, go slower. The bug's caught." "Shall Tsalian check it?" She panicked and tried to pull back her hand. I didn't give her the chance. It was a night of chaos. Biting her lips to suppress her voice, she nudged me. "That's enough." "It's not enough. Prepare for a few more days of this." Afterward, I returned to the other room. Ding. Reward. 100 taels of silver, books, scholarly tools, grains, and meat. Congratulations on obtaining a townhouse estate. The house is far more practical than the supplies. Reminder, the quantity and quality of women and children affect rewards. Quantity and quality? Suddenly, I understood. The rewards are tied to the status of the women. The 3 I slept with were all village women, so the rewards were modest. I thought to myself, I'll start with ordinary ones for basic resources. Come June, once I pass the scholar examination, I'll pursue higher-class women. I need to study and find legitimate work. Might as well become a teacher. The next morning, I flipped through the manual the system had granted. Not only could it strengthen the body, but it could also boost combat abilities. I had to train. Weakness could be dangerous. The old woman saw me practicing strange moves in the courtyard. "Son, what's wrong with you?" "Mother, nothing. Just exercising." She sighed in relief, her gaze shifting toward Lu Tsalian, who was feeding chickens. "Did you help your sister-in-law last night?" Too blunt. "Mother, such topics are inappropriate for daytime." "Good. Just make sure it's every other day then." The old woman turned to Lu Tsalian. Blushing, she didn't dare reply. The old woman's tone darkened. "Did you hear me?" "Yes, mother-in-law," she mumbled. "Good. Every other day." After breakfast, I told the old woman, "Mother, I want to tidy up the abandoned building in the village and open a private school." Everyone's eyes lit up. Elder brother and sister-in-law were the first to show support. The second house's couple quickly followed suit. Around noon, I placed grains and pork on the stove. The old woman rushed in and blocked the way. She handed it to Lu Tsalian. "Make meat pancakes for Zhengin. Don't steal a bite yourself." Lu Tsalian brought the pancakes to my room. Uncle, it's lunchtime. Recalling last night, I smiled, asking, does sister-in-law need help catching bugs again today? Her face turned beet red. I pulled her into my arms. Salian, do you want some meat? Her thoughts went astray, and she struggled, whispering, in broad daylight, this isn't right. I meant the pancakes. You're the one overthinking. Ashamed, she ran to the heated bed, sobbing. My heart ached. Salian, don't cry, it's my fault. I buried my head into her neck and kissed her. Don't cry anymore. My heart is breaking. She smiled through her tears. Don't talk like that. I won't let go, I declared firmly. You want to give a child in daylight? She teased as I nibbled her lips. I untied her sash and was greeted with a fragrant scent. While it was silent outside, the room grew lively. I shared the pancakes with Lute Salian. The day's young. Hurry, she urged before running off. I ate the pancakes alone and read, thoughts already drifting to the children I'd be teaching in a few days. In the countryside, there's no need to aim for high-ranking exams. Basic literacy and avoiding scams were enough. Knowing some arithmetic was even better. By evening, my father brought back 6 names of students. Classes would start the day after tomorrow, with desks and meals to be self-prepared. That night, I didn't seek Lute Salian and slept peacefully. The next day, I chose a specific time before heading up the mountain. Mother only needed to hear I was heading to the mountains to believe I was meeting an immortal. Bringing back grains and meat served as proof. At the temple of the mountain deity, it didn't take long for Huang Linger to appear. She looked much better than before. After being with you, seeing Wang Quan makes me nauseous. At night, he still insists on having his way with me. It's unbearable. She had initially hoped to keep her chastity, but as Wang's wife, she had to force herself to smile and comply. I felt more determined to get rid of Wang Quan. Such a person will meet his downfall eventually. Detected obstacle to host reproduction. Wishing function unlocked. Each woman gained earns 1 point. Each child born earns 1 point. Points can be exchanged for wishes. Only 1 point per woman. And there are limitations? Eliminating a village tyrant costs 4 points. I was stunned. Huang Linger had noticed my daze and leaned closer. Brother Zhengyan, am I not to your liking? What if I said I wasn't? It's all up to you, Brother Zhengyan. Do as you wish, she said softly, stopping her sentence midway, but I understood her meaning. Then let's give it a try. As the sun set, she tidied herself and hurried down the mountain. I returned home with grains and flour, catching a knowing look from my mother. Mother, we don't lack these things at home. I see. During dinner, Lute Salian and Wang Sanyang ate better than usual. Mother said it was because the 4th son brought back food, urging everyone to be grateful. Wang Sanyang was touched and swore to take good care of the young master. Lute Salian, however, was emotionally stirred. It happened the day before and the day before that. Would it happen again tonight? She didn't dislike it. On the contrary, she looked forward to it. But thinking about the possibility of pregnancy and the need to end it saddened her. The 1st and 2nd branches of the family had initially harbored complaints. Eldest brother scolded them. The 4th brother has started bringing things back. What good does it do to offend him? The 2nd branch agreed. For once, the family was peaceful. I led Wang Sanyang back to the room. She stole glances at me several times. I pinched her waist. What's the rush? Dear husband, you haven't touched Sanyang for days. Sanyang wants to give her husband a child. I laughed heartily. One is not enough. You need to give me several. She was a twin. Wouldn't that mean a higher chance of twins? Wouldn't that earn more rewards? From a distance, Lute Salian watched us joke around, her heart sour. Mother warned her. Remember, Lu Shi, it's just for borrowing seed. Don't overthink it. I know, Lute Salian replied, trembling. Go now, and take the initiative. Don't make him serve you. Learn to serve a man instead. In the room, father watched mother. Is everything arranged? Naturally. Father sighed. The 4th son is really blessed. Mother scoffed coldly. Old lecher. The one who loses out is my son. In the West Wing, I skipped reading and blew out the light. Next door, Lute Salian still had her light on, working on her sewing. I asked Wang Sanyang, when's your time of the month? A few more days. It's not yet the safe period. Lute Salian listened from next door, unable to continue her sewing. She extinguished the light, burrowed into the quilt, and covered her ears. After what seemed like ages, my lips landed on her chest. Want to eat meat or catch worms? She gradually lost control of herself. Spending the night with 2 women left me feeling great. Though the system gave no rewards, I felt more energetic, my energy core heating up. It made me think the system might not just offer rewards, but also boost cultivation. The more I pondered, the better I felt. I woke early to do some exercises. Today was my first day as a teacher. 6 children, aged 5 to 9, sat properly in a shabby room, calling me sir. Tuition was almost free, and the parents were grateful. I taught literacy my own way, starting with their names. After a few days, the children could recognize their own names. Lacking paper and ink, we used sticks to write on the ground. Just as I was engrossed in teaching, a bell rang at the village entrance. A green canopied carriage entered the village. The children were curious, and so was I, so we went to take a look. Ding! A high-quality woman has entered the village. The host is encouraged to take her as a wife and have children promptly. The system informed me there was a high-quality woman in the carriage, suitable to be my wife. I dismissed class early, grabbed a book, and headed out. As the carriage entered the village, everyone rushed to watch the commotion. Someone teased, "Oh, Lin the scholar has come to see the beauty too? Such a beautiful woman." Lin Zhengin couldn't sit still. Just one look, and it's worth dying. Ignoring the men's jeers, I focused on the carriage door. Out stepped a young woman, adorned in fine clothing, with an unmarried hairstyle. Oddly enough, she headed toward the Wang family. What was her connection to Wang Quan? The woman turned back to glance at me, and I felt my heart tremble. The villagers noticed too. It was clear she had looked at me. Someone provoked, "Isn't the scholar already married? Got a wife already, but still ogle other women?" I paid them no mind. By then, the woman had entered the Wang household. Tomorrow, I still had to head up the mountain with Huang Linger to sow seeds. Back home, Wang Sanyang was helping my mother with chores. Mother instructed her, "Sanyang, attend to Zhengin as soon as he returns." Wang Sanyang shyly glanced at me and went to prepare tea. I sat on the Kong bed, waiting, still pondering who that woman was. "Husband, have some tea." Taking the tea from her, I pulled her into my arms for some affection. Sanyang was slender, save for her ample bosom and hips. Lu Xiaolian walked in, her face flushing at the sight. I had Sanyang lean over my knees. "Sanyang is getting more skilled." Embarrassed, she replied, "Husband's teachings are excellent." Lu Xiaolian sneered coldly from the side. During dinner, I told my mother, "Our family shouldn't be so frugal. At the very least, let everyone eat their fill. How can father and our brothers work the fields without energy?" My brothers were touched, hoping the matriarch would agree. My mother sighed, "Got it. My son is educated now and can earn more food." The sisters-in-law didn't believe this. They thought I'd bargained the food out of a widow. After dinner, I went out for a walk. It was almost dark, and there weren't many people outside. Unknowingly, I ended up near the Wang family's house, where the sounds of crying and arguing carried through. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the young woman stormed out in anger. The one who had arrived earlier by carriage was now leaving alone. "Who are you?" Startled, she noticed me. Recognizing me, she sneered, "You were watching me this afternoon, and now you're here again?" I sighed wryly. "I was just out for a walk after dinner." System: high-quality woman's favorability has increased by 1%. "Miss, it's unsafe to travel at night. The town is more than 10 miles away." Winter Xiang hesitated. "Then what should I do?" "I came to see Linger, but Wang Quan got drunk and went mad. Were it not for Huang Linger's intervention, she would have nearly been violated." Her stomach growled, and she blushed. I was momentarily dazed but kept up the facade of a gentleman. Huang Linger came out, chasing after her. "Winter Xiang, it's my fault you got hurt." Winter Xiang consoled her. "It's not your fault. It's that village bully," I suggested. "Let's find a place for the young lady to stay overnight." Huang Linger offered. "How about I take you to the mountain temple? We can make do for the night." Both of them looked at the darkening night with fear. "Sir Lin, you're a scholar with moral character. Could we trouble you to escort us up the mountain?" "Ah, an opportunity. Just one more woman, and I could leverage the system to deal with Wang Quan." Winter Xiang was attractive and bold, just my type. "I'll return to fetch a lantern," I said. Huang Linger was grateful. "Thank you, Sir Lin." 15 minutes later, I came back with a lantern. We passed by the shabby courtyard where I taught. "Forget the mountain temple. Hide here, it's safe. Just leave early in the morning." Huang Linger was overjoyed. "Thank you, Sir Lin, for your kindness." I unlocked the courtyard gate. Though run down, it was clean enough. The main hall had 2 rooms suitable for occupancy, with a wooden plank bed in one. "This is where I rest during the day. Make do for the night." Winter Xiang gave me a respectful bow. "Thank you, Sir Lin, for taking us in." System: High-quality woman's favorability has risen to 40%. I sighed internally. Rest early. I'll be heading back now. Huang Linger followed me out. Let me see you off, Sir Lin. The night was dark and the wind howled. We stealthily approached the doorway. I whispered softly, "Why did you come out?" Huang Linger wrapped her arms tightly around my waist, sobbing. "You heartless man, not seeing you for even a day drives me mad with longing. Just now, I almost got caught by Wang Quan." Her figure was voluptuous, a sight of overwhelming allure. As we embraced each other tightly, I could feel her softness pressing against me. Her fragrance made me unable to resist calling out, "Ling." The old house was near the village entrance, with barren land sprawling out to the west. Huang Linger clung to me as if unwilling to let go, leaving me no room to refuse. "Is this okay?" Her actions conveyed everything. "You heartless man, you still ask if it's okay with me? Since that night with you, my heart has had no one else." Her words left a sweet warmth in my heart. Under the moonlight, we moved toward the western wall. Huang Linger leaned against the wall and said, "I need to console Dong Xiang so that scumbag won't grow suspicious." "All right," I replied, thoughts racing in my mind to gather enough points tonight. Wang Quan was a menace I'd deal with someday. Across the wall, Dong Xiang covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. She thought it was trust that brought Huang Linger to me, never expecting. Dong Xiang bit her lip, overwhelmed with guilt and shame. I sneered. "You were eavesdropping, weren't you?" Huang Linger looked worried, but I reassured her softly. "Don't fret. I'll plead with her later. She won't spill a word." When everything was over, Huang Linger said, "I'll go explain. You should return first." I planted a hard kiss on her before leaving. Huang Linger pushed the door open, staring into Dong Xiang's cold gaze. "Linger, how could you? Wang Quan wants me to have his child. But when he's drunk, he's completely useless. If I don't do this, where would the child come from?" She rolled up her sleeves, revealing bruises. "If I don't give him a child by year's end, he'll sell me into the brothel." "Dong Xiang, I'm worse than a brothel girl." Dong Xiang's body trembled. She hugged her tightly, crying in shared pain. "Why don't you redeem yourself and marry Lin Zhengyan?" Huang Linger proposed suddenly. "He's a child scholar, runs a private school, and has a steady income. If he passes the academy exam in June, he'll become a proper scholar." Dong Xiang flushed. "Linger, stop it. I treated you like a sister, and now you're scheming against me?" She turned her back, refusing to engage further. Huang Linger sighed as she walked away. Finding a man with true affection is so hard. And Wang Sanyang, timid and fragile, how could she compare to you? As dawn broke, I slipped under Lu Xiaoyan's quilt. She pretended to be asleep, ignoring me. I kissed the nape of her neck, pulling aside her inner garments. She bit her lip, feigning indifference. "Sister-in-law, what is shame? Don't forget, it was you who begged me for this." She was at a loss for words. After a morning of fervent labor, I coldly remarked to her, "Do you even know how to serve a man properly? You should learn from Wang Sanyang." She gritted her teeth, bringing warm water for me in an attempt to serve me. I snatched the towel from her and threw it back into the basin. "If you're unwilling, it needn't be forced. But I promised to give you a child. I'll wait until you're truly with child." System notification ringing. Last night, I had just been with Lu Xiaoyan. The system suddenly informed me she was now pregnant. She cried quietly, her shoulders trembling. When she had begged me, I thought she was unwilling. "Xiaoyan admits her fault," she whispered, unable even to address me as second uncle. I glanced at the system interface and clicked on the lottery option. "Congratulations. You've received Essentials of the 5 Classics, 200 silver taels, an ox for plowing." The system promised additional rewards if she bore a son. This cursed system, its sole purpose seemed to be driving me to have children. Lu Xiaoyan blushed as she helped wipe me down. Among the 3 women, she was the first to conceive. "When's your next cycle?" I asked. Her face paled. "For days." I flipped her beneath me. "Then we mustn't waste time." She wanted to resist, but pressed by urgency, she ultimately wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me actively. When dawn fully broke, my mother rushed in a panic. "Zhengyan, the old house has collapsed." Dong Xiang had been staying there. Had she left yet? Was anyone hurt? No. The old house had indeed fallen, thankfully after Dong Xiang had moved out. I decided to refund the parents their children's tuition fees. Everyone praised my generosity. On the way to town, I ran into Huang Linger. She was probably looking for Dong Xiang. We exchanged nods and parted ways. As I walked, the system kept notifying me. Detected 3 second-class females in the fields. This damned system, its core purpose seemed to be sowing seeds everywhere. Carrying the guise of academic pursuit, it was no more than a way to propagate descendants. Zhengyan, a voice called out. It was Du Chongli, my classmate and the youngest son of a wealthy family in town. He was thrilled to see I had recovered. Come, let me treat you to some wine. I must first visit Mr. Liu, I replied. Even with the system's aid, I still couldn't grasp the style of 8-part essays. I bought pastries and fine wine for the Liu family. Mr. Liu's wife told me to return in 2 days. On the way to Du's house, I thought of Dong Xiang. Wasn't she working as a maid there? When I arrived at the Du family mansion, I passed through the corridors and into the inner gardens. Du Chongli was speaking with a young girl in her teens. When she saw me, she turned and left. Third brother, remember what I told you, she said. Detected high-quality reproductive female. It was Du Chongli's younger sister, Du Xiuxiu. Winning over the daughter of a landlord family would be a challenge. Unless I reached the rank of Jiren or higher, I'd have no chance. Better to focus on Dongxiang first. Maidservants were always easier than noble ladies. Du Chongli dragged me off to drink, avoiding any mention of his sister. I already have 3 concubines, he bragged softly. Brother Chongli, you live a blessed life. So, when do you plan to marry? I responded resolutely. I won't marry a formal wife before becoming a jinsher. This way, early marriage wouldn't jeopardize my future endeavors. Choosing a formal wife required extreme care, a woman from a prominent family who could manage the household. As for concubines, one could take as many as desired. The primary purpose being, of course, bearing children. Du Chongli was stunned. You're making such vows at 18? Marriage and childbirth aren't necessarily tied, I clarified. Children can be born to concubines, but those would be illegitimate. Yet, aren't they still my children? What difference does it make? My words left him speechless, though he soon recovered. Then what about now? My mother bought me a maidservant, I said briefly, revealing nothing more about my personal affairs. He, however, spoke freely, even recounting events involving 2 concubines at once. I couldn't help but laugh. This man even teased me. Once you've tasted it, you'll surely want more. After drinking, I left the Du family with my gifts in hand. The Du mansion sat on the eastern side of Qingyun town, the road leading straight to a dirt path. I had barely taken a few steps when someone called. Lin Zhengyan. Turning, I saw Dong Xiang. I greeted her with a smile, cupping my hands politely. Miss Dong Xiang. She had set aside last night's awkwardness, saying, Thank you, young master, for taking me in. I waved my hand dismissively. Think nothing of it. My old house collapsed this morning. Luckily, you left early. Dong Xiang looked astonished. What fortune I had, I said with a serious demeanor. Not only are you beautiful, young lady, but you also have good fortune. She blushed and retorted, What a silver tongue you have. Seeing her fiery temperament, I felt an even stronger desire to get closer. I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw you yesterday. Being able to talk and connect with you is truly an honor. Dong Xiang sighed softly. Fortune might just be wishful thinking. She gave a polite bow and entered the Du family house. As the sky dimmed, I encountered a woman carrying a basket on her back along the road. I asked, Sister-in-law, would you like some help? The woman suddenly exclaimed, Lin Zhengyan? As I approached her, I recognized her. It was the widow from the village. I helped her carry the basket to the village entrance and then headed home myself. The road was deserted. I took out some rice, flour, grain, and oil from my system inventory. When I returned home, my mother and third mother were anxiously waiting. I handed them some snacks and 5 taels of silver. Mother, buy more food to nourish yourselves. The old lady advised. Third mother is too thin. How could she bear a son like this? After washing up, I returned to my room, where Kai Lian obediently handed me a basin of water. Under the influence of the alcohol, I hugged Kai Lian and buried my face against her chest. You smell so good. She shyly tried to push me away, but her hesitation gave her away. And it was at this moment that third mother walked in. In my drunken haze, I remembered Du Chongli showing off earlier, and I called out, Third mother, come here. Kai Lian struggled and objected. Let go of me. I teased her. It's not like you don't already know. Third mother's face turned crimson. Obediently, she shut the door and walked over. Tears welled up in Kai Lian's eyes. Lin Zhengyan, please don't do this. I said coldly. This is how it's going to be tonight. If you don't please me, don't blame me for ignoring you in the future. Her heart sank. I lay back on the Kong bed with my eyes closed as the two women exchanged silent glances. Third mother gently coaxed Kyle Yin. Don't take it out on our husband. We need to serve him well. Removing her outer garment, she stood there in just her silk undergarments. If this is what our husband desires, third mother will oblige. I admired how perceptive and accommodating third mother was as I casually pulled off her undergarment. In the darkness, I was intimate with third mother first and then wrapped my arms around Kyle Yin. The alcohol emboldened me to say all sorts of shameless words, compelling her to respond, pushing her boundaries. Eventually, the three of us fell asleep together. Late into the night, it started to rain. In the morning, my mother called out joyfully, "Spring rain is as precious as oil." As I woke up, I gazed at Kyle Yin and said, "There's no rush." Third mother chuckled softly and went to help my mother with chores. I spoke to Kyle Yin seriously. "You need to get used to it. If you can't, say so early." She lowered her head. "All right." I took a tonic and pulled her in for another kiss. "Come on up." She understood what I meant. The next day, I went to town to study. My mother, delighted, prepared a feast. My eldest and second brothers no longer scorned me. Once I left, Kyle Yin finally let out a sigh of relief. Mother called her into a room, asking directly whether I desired her these past 2 days. Kyle Yin replied shyly, "Yes." Mother gave her instructions on some postures to encourage conception. She warned sternly, "Don't go enticing my Zhengin so carelessly." Ashamed, Kyle Yin covered her mouth and cried in frustration. I didn't concern myself too much with the affairs of the women at home. As long as mother could manage the two of them in the back courtyard, it was enough. I went to the city for my studies and rarely returned home. Sometimes I stayed at an inn, other times I rented a small house. After giving my mother 5 taels of silver, I still had more than 290 taels left. Renting a house in town was cheap. A small courtyard was only 2 taels for 2 months. I instructed my eldest brother to handle the lease and deliver the payment. The leftover money was his errand fee, but he'd better not try to shortchange me. I only brought textbooks and stationery with me to Master Lu's place. I arrived early that morning, just in time for the first class. Du Chongli noticed me and started winking. I warned him right away, "Don't bother me while we're studying." He looked shocked. "Have you changed your ways?" "I've sworn an oath to study properly for the sake of taking a wife. By day, I'll study virtuous works. By night, I'll focus solely on my woman." Master Lu, overhearing this, sighed with emotion. A prodigal son turning over a new leaf is worth more than gold. Apply yourself. You have a good chance of passing the county-level scholar exam. I replied, "I aim to rank as a top-tier genshur. Before marriage, I won't speak of such matters. But after marriage, I may consider taking concubines. Beautiful women are also welcome to be sent my way." Master Lu seemed disappointed, likely thinking I was too ambitious. Studying was insufferably dull. I almost fell asleep and badly needed the affection of a woman to refresh myself. After the day's lessons, my entire body ached. When classes ended, my eldest brother came to escort me. "Fourth brother, the courtyard's been rented, and all the essentials are prepared." I relayed the details of renting the courtyard to Du Chongli. "Come and warm the place during the next break," he responded happily. The small courtyard was only a few minutes away from the academy. My eldest brother honestly reported, 1,201 were spent. "Here's the leftover 801 for the errand." Generously, I let him have it, making him smile ear to ear. "From now on, whatever you say goes." I laughed. "I won't mistreat you or our brothers. But if you try to meddle with me or fool me, don't blame me for being unkind." Hurriedly, he pledged to follow my lead. On the way back, I reminded him, "Don't get involved in disgraceful acts. As a scholar, it's acceptable to indulge, but reputation still matters." The courtyard's door was half open. My eldest brother informed me, "Wang third mother is inside tidying up. I'll head home first." Just as I was about to push the door open, I caught sight of a woman next door. Her charming peach blossom eyes flickered as she retreated hurriedly. Suddenly, the system spoke up. "High-quality fertile woman detected. Host, please actively marry and father descendants." Though I only caught a glimpse, that woman was anything but ordinary. As I considered her, Wang third mother, hearing my arrival, ran to greet me joyfully. While kissing her, I felt someone's gaze. Turning, I caught sight of those peach blossom eyes again. Qingyan town truly harbored hidden gems. Beautiful women seemed aplenty. The system chimed in again. Detected high-quality woman's favorability towards host increasing, 20%, 50%, and climbing. I was stunned. Love at first sight? She's taken a liking to a man who's holding another woman? I released Wang's third mother and walked to the wall. Wang's third mother smiled and called out, Xiaoxi, is that you? Why are you peeking over the wall? The woman on the wall giggled. Xiaoxi wants kisses and cuddles too. I was shocked. The system-rated beauty seemed mentally off. Wang's third mother introduced her. Husband, this is Xiaoxi. She's our neighbor. Her parents are gone, so she lives next door to us. Xiaoxi had already climbed down from the wall. Looking into her peach blossom eyes, I felt a pang of regret. As I was about to enter the house for a meal, Xiaoxi suddenly rushed in. She flung herself into my arms. Xiaoxi wants kisses and cuddles too. Was she pretending to be crazy? Before I could react, she planted a kiss on me. A woman stormed in, scolding Xiaoxi angrily. Is this how you honor your parents' memory? She looked to be in her early 20s, but had the demeanor of someone over 30. Xiaoxi repeated in confusion. Xiaoxi just wants kisses and cuddles. The woman cried even harder. Wang's third mother quickly shut the door and explained to the woman. The woman shook her head. This is all my fault. She pulled Xiaoxi and took her away. I was left speechless. Forget it, let's go eat. Though Xiaoxi's mind didn't seem clear, her appearance was exactly to my liking. Her mix of shyness and boldness gave me an inexplicable sense of manly pride. Wang's third mother couldn't help but laugh. Annoyed, I scooped her up and carried her inside. The room was not big, consisting of 3 main chambers along with a kitchen and a toilet. Dinner was set on a small table, with a bed placed nearby. It does feel somewhat like a home, I thought aloud. I held Wang Sanyang in my arms while eating. Blushing, she said softly, Husband, I am here to serve you. I kissed her and smiled. Then serve me when I return. Sounds of quarrels and crying came from next door. It didn't bother us. The next morning, I gave Wang Sanyang 1 tael of silver. Every meal needs to have meat and vegetables. Make sure you have dry food ready as well. She had never seen so much silver before and solemnly agreed. Buy yourself new clothes. It represents my dignity. Though she initially wanted to decline, she obediently accepted after hearing my reasoning. As I left the house, I encountered the neighbor, Madame Ding, and Wang Lizi. Wang Lizi glanced at me briefly before leaving. Madame Ding, however, asked, Have you taken a wife? I replied seriously, Not until I passed the imperial examinations. Madame Ding left, looking disheartened. The little girl, Xiaoxi, followed us out, muttering, Kiss and hug. Madame Ding dragged her back home, but Xiaoxi kept staring at me. Wang Sanyang bought new fabric, intending to make clothes herself. I reminded her that we had plenty of silver and not to skimp on herself. The aroma of lunch was tantalizing. What good food has Sanyang made today? I asked. Spare ribs, they're delicious. I bought 2. Noticing her bright, new outfit, I couldn't help but smile. I'll provide the rice and flour. You just get some pastries, chicken, and duck. Understood, husband. I playfully pinched her on the hips. Let's have a child soon. Blushing, she replied. As many as husband wants, I'll bear them all. I laughed heartily. The more, the better. After all, there were rewards for having children. It was a profitable deal. In the afternoon, I went back to the academy. Wang Sanyang sat by the door, sewing. Xiaoxi leaned over the wall, calling out, Sister, kiss and hug. Your husband went to study, Wang Sanyang replied. Xiaoxi, as simple-minded as she seemed, was quite endearing. Come evening, upon returning home, Madame Ding stopped me. Xiaoxi has feelings for you, she said. I don't take wives, I replied firmly. Then let her be a concubine, Madame Ding pleaded, dropping to her knees. I'll write a deed of sale. Just give her a place to live. The system prompted. 2 points can heal her brain injury. I agreed to it. I drafted a contract and invited the village head as a witness. I handed Madame Ding 10 taels of silver. Bring her over tonight. Xiaoxi, only 17, was in the prime of her youth. That night, as expected, there was movement next door as Xiaoxi was sent over. She looked at me and said cheerfully, Kiss and hug. Closing the door behind us, I replied, All right, kiss and hug. I asked Wang Sanyang to take Xiaoxi for a wash. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxi climbed directly into my bed afterward. She clung to my arm, mumbling, Kiss and hug. Sleep, I said. Her eyes were like peach blossoms, glimmering expectantly. Have you bathed? I asked. I'm clean and fragrant, she beamed. By then, Wang Sanyang had retreated to the western room, remarkably accommodating. I undressed and got into bed, my hand brushing over Xiaoxi's soft skin. Not understanding the ways of men and women, she simply squirmed closer. Overwhelmed, I kissed her. She passively accepted, dazed. Were you good? I asked. Very good, she replied. I gently stroked her face, appreciating her innocent gaze. Flipping over, I pressed her down, my hands steadily exploring her. Considering it was her first time, I tried to be as gentle as possible. Xiaoxi whimpered with tears in her eyes. No more kisses. Sister, help me. I restrained her, whispering assurances, it'll get better soon. She didn't understand, and I had no choice but to give her some medicine. By the time I finished with the fourth round, it was the first time I felt this exhausted. Still, thinking of the system rewards, it was worth it. After some time, Xiaoxi's eyes regained some clarity. Kisses. Who are you? She asked. Seizing the moment, I answered. You're my concubine. What's a concubine? A woman who accompanies me to bed. Not addressing her confusion further, I leaned in again. Slowly, Xiaoxi forgot her questions, responding more openly. Outside, Wang Sanyang, overhearing the sounds, let out a sigh of relief. Previously, she alone had to serve me. Now, there was Xiaoxi to share the burden. She lightly patted her stomach, wondering when she would conceive. I had conquered Xiaoxi. She twisted on the bed, muttering, Husband, husband. I gently comforted her. Be still, darling. Deep into the night, I called Wang Sanyang into the room. She prepared water to attend to us and helped clean up Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi isn't feeling too well, she said softly. Buy medicine tomorrow, I nodded. Pulling her onto my lap, I asked, Are you feeling aggrieved? Not at all. When we move into the county, I'll get you servants to wait on you. Shocked, she responded, but I exist to serve husband. You're my woman under the same roof. I won't mistreat you. Touched, she hugged me tightly. Husband treats me so well. Then how will you repay me? Her cheeks flushed as she removed her bodice. The system popped up. Congratulations. Acquired a high-quality female companion. Reward, Imperial Examination Lottery Spin. I opened the draw. Reward, Silver, 500 taels, Qingzhou Prefecture Residence, 8-legged SA ability plus 10 points. Fairly satisfying. What was the previous ability score? I inquired. 1 point. The next morning, Xiaoxi eagerly approached. Husband, kisses and hugs, she demanded. She pouted. Rub here, it hurts. From now on, I'll be gentler, I reassured her. Wang Sanyang brought breakfast, overheard, and quietly retreated. In haste, I headed to the academy. The 8-legged essays, much clearer that day, earned me praise from Mr. Liu. Keep this up, and you're bound to excel, he said encouragingly. But I knew my abilities were still far from adequate. I needed to spend more time with women. Once wealthy, I intended to acquire 10 or so wives. But as a farmer's son, I could only proceed gradually. On my day off, I took Xiaoxi to see a doctor. The prescribed herbal medicine helped her eyesight become brighter. That's when old Madame Lin brought Lu Xiaoyan along. She hasn't had her cycle. You should sleep with her more, she suggested casually. She directly pushed the young woman into my arms, adding, Twice tonight. Old Madame Lin then ushered Wang Sanyang and Xiaoxi out of the room. Lu Xiaoyan had changed, now taking the initiative to help me undress. Delighted, I managed 2 rounds by nightfall. Your offspring is of my blood, I assured her. By etiquette, I must call you uncle, she muttered. In the evening, under old Madame Lin's guidance, the women huddled in the kitchen to prepare dinner. You brought in a fool. The child she bears will be foolish too, the old lady grumbled. Feeling wronged, Xiaoxi cried. I'm not a fool. She flung herself into my arms. Husband, Xiaoxi isn't foolish. Mother, she's my woman. Please don't interfere, I emphasized. Startled, she quickly nodded. Whatever Zhengyan says, I'll follow. I added. Take care of yourself, eat more nutritious food, and avoid heavy chores. Just tend to the poultry. Though dissatisfied, Mother, concerned for Xiaoyan's stability, did not protest further. After dinner, with the house being small, I shared a room with Xiaoyan. Xiaoxi cried to join me, but Sanyang calmed her by making her sleep on a floor mat. Mother gnashed her teeth in anger. That little brat doesn't know her place. I stayed silent. Late that night, I thoroughly explored every inch of Xiaoyan. I even taught her some shameful acts until I was utterly satisfied. The next morning, Mother took Xiaoyan back home. I was heading to the schoolhouse when the system chimed. Ding! Wang Sanyang is pregnant. You are awarded 1 Imperial Exam Grand Prize spin. As I walked, I spun the wheel. Congratulations. You gained plus 10 in 8-legged essay writing, a second entry house in the provincial capital, 1,000 taels of silver, a mule, and 500 jin of fine rice. Only 10 points for the second child. but the material rewards were indeed substantial. My current savings had already reached nearly 1,700 taels. Arriving at the school, I saw Du Chongli looking utterly crestfallen. The maidservant is pregnant, he muttered. The legitimate wife hasn't even entered the household yet, and my family won't allow her to give birth. I understood. The rules of large households were always strict. During Mr. Liu's class, Du Chongli dozed off instantly. I, on the other hand, pretended to focus on answering questions. Strangely, essay writing had become much smoother than yesterday. Mr. Liu was astonished. Such rapid improvement? Pulling all-nighters. I gave an awkward smile. In truth, I would go home, sleep well, and have fun with my women. After class, I went to town to buy books, but found no new materials. I decided to ask Du Chongli to lead me to the prefectural city. He agreed readily. No problem, but bring back more books. Upon leaving the schoolhouse, I noticed Huang Linger gazing at me from a distance. She hadn't conceived yet and looked deeply resentful. We ended up walking through the woods, me ahead, her following. Suddenly, she threw herself into my arms. You heartless man, half a month without seeing you. I missed you so much I couldn't sleep. She revealed the scars on her arms, her body dotted with bruises. When will you let me carry your child? She pleaded. I reassured her. We'll make it happen right now. By dusk, deep in the forest, I pressed her down onto the grass. She was experienced and played her role to the extreme. In my mind, I was scheming. Wang Quan has to go. Immediately, I summoned the system. Use 4 points to arrange Wang Quan's death. System acknowledged, in process. Before parting, I told her, be patient for the next few days. I have plans. She gritted her teeth, but agreed. Back home, I asked the system, when will it happen? In 2 days, Wang Quan will die. I breathed a sigh of relief. Once Wang Quan was gone, I'd purchase Huang Linger and bring her into my household. It was late when I arrived home. Xiaoxi ran up to me, pouncing. Husband, kisses and hugs. San Yang informed me. Du family's maid Dong Xiang came looking for you. I was taken aback. Why would she seek me out? Later, while reading, I sketched a design for a camisole. San Yang, make 2 of these, I instructed. A substitute for a dedu? She asked. Exactly. I added details to support the design. Her face flushed as she cut the fabric. Even Xiaoxi clamored to wear one. I adjusted the material to make the clothing lightweight and emphasizing curves. When Xiaoxi put it on, she was breathtaking. You're incredibly beautiful, I said, though my voice carried a hint of melancholy. That night, as I held Xiaoxi, I gave her my all. She even became proactive in seeking intimacy, leaving me laughing and crying internally. The next morning, the system chimed in. Ding. Wang Quan has died. Task complete. I sat up abruptly, unable to contain my excitement. Husband, San Yang asked gently. Nothing. Go back to sleep, I whispered. The following day, my mother came, announcing, Wang Quan drowned last night after drunkenly falling into a ditch. The villagers are so furious. They're ready to destroy the Wang family. She added, the Huang family has taken Huang Linger back. Several men have already proposed marriage. I frowned. Wang Quan's only been dead for a day, and they're already in a hurry to find her a new match? That's not right. Mother sighed. When Huang Linger first got married, Wang Quan abducted her and defiled her in the wild. Her original fiancé turned around and married her 13-year-old sister. Now the Zhang family's Erlang is saying he wants to take her as a concubine. Asking her to be his sister's concubine? Outrageous. I felt a pang in my chest. I told my mother, here's 10 taels of silver. Buy Huang Linger as a maidservant for our household. Mother's eyes widened. Impossible. You're a scholar, a distinguished man. How can you keep a widow? I chuckled. She'll only be a maidservant. I've sworn not to marry until I'm a gene sure. I'm only 18 this year, mother. Someone needs to look after me. I've met Huang Linger. She's strong and healthy, capable of bearing children. Mother shook her head. She lived with the Wang family for more than a year and never conceived. I replied earnestly. That's because Wang Quan was evil. Heaven cut off his lineage as punishment. With divine assistance, I'll surely father sons with her. Our family has only one scholar. My success is vital. My elder brother's children likely won't achieve much. For the Lin family to thrive, we must take more concubines and bear more sons. Then, you'll truly be the matriarch of the Lin family. Moved, mother finally relented. Will she really bear sons? Of course, I whispered. Many sons. Lowering my voice further, I added, Mother, I've learned magical arts from an old immortal. Just one look, and I can tell which woman will bear me intelligent sons. Trusting me completely, she said, I'll take care of it today. I handed her 15 taels of silver. 10 for the purchase, 5 for household expenses. Improve your living standard, but don't draw too much attention. Beaming, she left. Prepare to be a father soon. Sanyang then reminded me. Husband, with so many of us, there's not enough room in the house. I frowned. This small courtyard could hold us until May at most. After that, I'd head to the provincial city for exams. I'd have to bring a study boy along. It seemed I needed to return to the village to find someone clever. I bought another bed and set it up in the west room, drawing a curtain for separation. It'd suffice for a month. I had already mastered imperial exam essays. Staying in town felt like a waste of time. No more staying in the town. We're heading straight to the county seat, I announced. The county seat. Everyone was stunned. That's right. The county seat has more books and better access to resources. I started studying furiously that day. I had to impress Mr. Liu to justify moving to the county seat for further studies. Meanwhile, Mother returned to tell Father the news. The old man had no opinion. Zhengyan is destined to be a literary star. Let him decide. A widow without kids is just for warming the bed. She then gathered a dozen burly men and a matchmaker and headed straight to the Huang family. Since Wang Quan's death, no one dared provoke them. The old matriarch of the Huang family, however, wanted to sell Huang Linger for a good price. Harvests had been poor, and no one could spare the money for a woman. When the Huang family saw my mother arriving with such a large entourage, they got cautious. Madam Lin, what's the meaning of this? Huang Daqiang asked. My mother cut him off impatiently. Let's talk about Huang Linger in private. Inside, she got straight to the point. Bring Linger out. Huang Linger appeared, dressed in plain morning clothes. She wore no makeup, but still exuded beauty. My mother assessed her from head to toe, focusing on the areas I'd mentioned. Yes, full-figured and clearly capable of bearing sons. 2 taels of silver and 5 jin of coarse grain. Sign her over, my mother declared, placing the silver on the table. Huang Daqiang's face darkened. That's all. Too little. Mother picked up the silver, ready to leave. Wait. Huang Daqiang panicked. His wife wept. Let Linger go to the Lin family. At least they won't beat her. And besides, the others all think she's barren. Grinding his teeth, Huang Daqiang relented. Fine. 2 taels of silver and 20 jin of coarse grain. Huang Linger kept her head bowed, but inside, she was thrilled. That day, I was in high spirits as Mr. Liu praised my writing. I told him I wanted to go to the county. Mr. Liu handed me a letter, saying, I have an old friend there, an old scholar. Go find him when you reach the county. You've blossomed. Your progress has been rapid, and it's a waste for you to stay here. Go to the county, engage with others, memorize essays, and learn about the examiner's temperaments. I carefully put away the letter and began preparing to leave. Du Chongli was reluctant to see me go. Before you leave, you must have a drink with me. I wanted to refuse, but thinking it might be hard to see him in the future, I agreed. I went home to inform my family, and then headed to meet up with Du Chongli. Meanwhile, when Du Chongli returned home, he found his sister with swollen, tear-streaked eyes. Brother, you promised to find a husband for Dongxiang. Du Chongli was put in a tough spot since their father also had his sights set on Dongxiang. Xiao, do you think your brother is a good man? Yes, of course. Then what if I took Dongxiang for myself? No way. Competing for a woman with father? That would sound awful if it got out. Du Chongli was left speechless. In that case, she'll have to marry a farmer. Scholars won't take her as a wife. Lin Zhengyan wouldn't be picky, but he already has several women. He left in a hurry. Du Xiao found Dongxiang. Dongxiang bit her lip and murmured, Miss, if it's Lin Zhengyan, I'm willing. Good-hearted people couldn't protect her forever. Lin Zhengyan was one of the young master's close friends. If she were given to him as a concubine, the old master wouldn't raise a fuss. After all, everyone cared about saving face. Dongxiang shared her plan with Du Xiao. After considering it, Du Xiao realized that Lin Zhengyan, being young and promising, was still a better option than her father. You're certain? I've made up my mind. Du Xiao stopped her brother, pleading for his help. Du Chongli sighed. You all choose him over me. Brother, Lin Zhengyan has a bright future. Dongxiang going with him will benefit you too. Fine. While father's not home, I'll take her there. On the way, Du Chongli asked, Are you still a virgin? Dongxiang's cheeks flushed. Yes. Du Chongli glanced at her, and the more he looked, the more alluring she seemed. When we arrive, stay put until I call you. When we reached the tavern, I was already waiting. After some drinks, Du Chongli said, I've invited some company for the evening. Two women entered. The first was dressed provocatively, her chest barely contained within her bold outfit. The one in the back was wrapped tightly, her head hung low. Du Chongli pulled the first woman close, leaving me with the one behind. The second woman let out a startled cry. Miss Dongxiang, why was a maid from the Du household here as entertainment? I looked over at Du Chongli, who was still engrossed, his hands wandering freely. Brother Lin, this is a farewell gift, don't decline. Decline? What a joke. Well, then I won't stand on ceremony. Du Chongli pulled open the woman's neckline and planted a soft kiss on her. Watching this made my fingers itch, and I directed my gaze to Dongxiang. Dongxiang, is this voluntary? She bit her lip and didn't answer but tugged at her collar, placing my hand on her chest. Dongxiang is willing to serve young Master Lin. Her fragrant body close against mine left no reason for restraint. Excellent. Seeing that Du Chongli was nearing his limit, I excused myself. As I closed the door behind me, Du Chongli had already started loosening his belt. A servant from the Du family handed me Dongxiang's deed of sale. I accepted it and gave him some copper coins. Get yourself something to eat. Dongxiang watched my actions, and her unease gradually lifted. I led her to my small courtyard, now growing even more crowded. Tomorrow, I would head to the county. I heard Wang Quan is dead, I remarked. Really? Truly. Dongxiang's face lit up with joy. I sent my mother to the Huang household. I fixed my gaze on her. You and Huang Linger will be sisters from now on. Don't bring the scheming of the big house here. If you conspire to bully others together, I won't tolerate it. She quickly reassured me. Young master, rest assured. I took her hand in mine. You'll be in charge of helping manage the household from now on. As long as I have good days, you will too. After half a stick of incense burned, I stood at the doorway. Inside, two figures now rested. Looking at Huang Linger and then Dongxiang, I said, Today, everyone is here. In Qingyan town, I had somehow acquired 5 concubines. No matter how cramped it became, tomorrow we would move to the county. I spoke briefly with grandmother. She offered to return the silver, but I refused. Keep it. Tomorrow, I'll take them to the county. The county, to pursue my studies. Night fell. 5 women, 2 beds. Sanyong, you take care of the arrangements. I headed to the east room to read. After half an hour, Dongxiang had prepared herself. When I returned, Wang Sanyong waited to help me bathe. Dongxiang was gifted by young master, Du she'll accompany you tonight. Once we move to the county tomorrow, there will be more space. Sanyong replied gently. Whatever husband commands, Sanyong obeys. I patted her on the hip. Good girl. At the county, have a physician take a look at you. Returning to my room, Dongxiang was already lying in bed. Seeing me enter, she got up to serve me. No need to be formal. Call me husband. I lifted her chin. Come on, say it. Her eyes burned with intensity. Husband, do you know how to serve your husband? She nodded and moved closer boldly. Her lips trailed downward. I couldn't resist anymore, pressing her onto the bed. After fully claiming Dongxiang, I finally understood why men favor multiple wives and concubines. No more. No more. She trembled, refusing weakly. I adjusted her legs. How can a wedding night go unfulfilled? Blushing, she covered her face. Husband wields such powerful weapons. Who dares to disobey? I couldn't help but laugh. In the neighboring room, grandmother snored loudly. But the 3 women lay awake. Sanyong turned to Huang Linger and said, Sister Linger, could you heat some water to serve the master? Huang Linger quickly went to prepare. When she saw me emerge, she ran into my arms. My dear, he's finally dead. As soon as I heard, I sent my mother to rescue you. From now on, you're mine alone. Tears streaking her face, she smiled. I'll help husband bathe. As I felt the ties, I asked, What's this? Husband, my time of the month. Then so be it. We'll think about the next child later. The next morning, grandmother returned to the village. The women began packing, preparing for the move to the county. I noticed Xiao Shi staring blankly toward the neighboring room. Xiao Shi, go say goodbye to your sister. What does goodbye mean? I didn't know how to explain. Wang Sanyong took Xiao Shi over. Dongxiang and Huang Linger finally reunited, sharing a smile. Dongxiang, is husband impressive? Huang Linger teased with a blush. Linger, how can you say such things in broad daylight? It's nothing. Once it's done, it's open for discussion. Enough already. Blushing, Dongxiang turned and retreated indoors. Huang Linger noticed her peculiar gait and understood that I had been relentless last night. Before long, Wang Sanyong returned with Xiao Shi in tow. Lady Wang Sanyang's eyes carried a hint of red, while Xiao Shi showed no changes. I went out and brought back a green mule, a gift from the system, with its identification already registered. Several women gathered around, curious about it. Old Lady Lin came with my two elder brothers to help load items onto the cart. After returning the keys, I urged the mule cart forward toward the county. Qingyan town was 30 li away from the county seat. The mule cart moved at a leisurely pace, taking 2 hours. Relying on my memory, I went straight to the property in the city center with the deed in hand. Standing at the gate, Old Lady Lin's eyes lit up. What a fine house. And indeed it was. A spacious courtyard with a 3-room main house, flanked by side rooms on each side. On both the left and the right were 3-room wings. This will be our temporary home for now. At this moment, Lord Du of the county was returning home drunk. Dong Xiang, come serve the master. He called out several times, but no one responded. A servant reported back, Master, Dong Xiang was given away by the young master. The Du family erupted into chaos. When it was time for a meal, I sent Zheng Ping to summon a banquet from a restaurant. The residence was clean, so no major sweeping was needed. I sat down and was immediately served hot tea, with Xiao Shi massaging my shoulders. When the feast was ready, we ate and drank until sunset before sending everyone away. Take 2 able-bodied male clan members with you, one to run errands and the other as a study aide. Also, find a dependable person to drive the cart. He should also handle the gate duties. A study aide will earn 300 won a month, an errand runner the same, and the cart driver 500. Zheng Ping was excited. Fourth brother, even I can. No, you and big brother have separate plans. Big sister-in-law can come as the cook. When I earn the title of a scholar, all of you can come to the county to open shops. The 2 brothers were thrilled. After everyone left, I began to inventory the rewards from Dong Xiang's lottery draw. As I was sorting through them, Xiao Shi climbed onto me, taking the initiative boldly. Among the women, Xiao Shi was the most innocent and adorable. She wore newly made pinkish clothes. But when I touched her, something felt unusual. Lifting the fabric, I discovered it was modern undergarments I had mentioned to Wang Sanyang a few days ago. Bright red cloth, tailored perfectly to fit. My fingers lightly pinched the material, making Xiao Shi squirm and giggle from the ticklish sensation. Held tightly in my arms, I lowered my head to kiss her. Although Xiao Shi's mind wasn't entirely clear, she understood the game was fun. Outside, Dong Xiang and Huang Linger heard the commotion, their faces turning red. Both turned to look at Wang Sanyang. Wang Sanyang remained composed. Xiao Shi is still taking medicine. Her mind isn't completely clear. Sisters, don't take it to heart. Dong Xiang and Huang Linger quickly replied. Sanyang is our elder sister. We wouldn't dare. Wang Sanyang responded with a faint smile, saying nothing. Inside, I pressed Xiao Shi against the writing desk. Xiao Shi, stay still. Your husband can't hold back much longer. The intelligence of ancient women shouldn't be underestimated. Wang Sanyang's casual remarks had indeed led to the creation of modern-style underwear. Xiao Shi giggled and stuffed food into my mouth. I called Huang Linger in to tidy up. Seeing the mess, her face turned red. Wait until after your period to serve me. You'll be compensated. Thank you, husband. I decided never to address her playfully as an adversary again. I also needed to hire servants. Someone would have to manage tasks like boiling water, chopping wood, washing clothes, and cooking meals. As night fell, I let them pick rooms to rest in. I alone occupied the east room of the main house. Before sleep, Wang Sanyang asked, Husband, will you summon Dong Xiang tonight? No, all of you should rest early. Tomorrow, find an older woman to handle the chores. Once there's enough room, we'll hire more servants. Wang Sanyang was astonished, having never thought she could live with servants attending to her. Husband, Sanyang understands. She stood there without moving, hesitating. Your period is 2 days overdue. Go see a doctor in a few days. Both she and Lu Kailian were already with child. But I hoped Wang Sanyang would bear the eldest son. But my cycle has always been irregular. No need to worry about that. If I say you're pregnant, then you are. Don't you trust me? Of course, I trust you. She knew I had certain peculiar abilities. Wang Sanyang's joy overflowed into tears. I'm so happy, my lord. Dong Xiang laughed playfully and cooperated effortlessly. She understood everything so well that I felt ashamed of myself. If I hadn't known last night was her first time, I would have doubted whether she'd served other men before. Having such an understanding woman saved me a lot of trouble. with her long hair draped over her shoulders and her fiery gaze. Dongxiang seduced me almost to the point of losing my life. Now this was a truly extraordinary woman. After finishing, I lay down, waiting for her to tidy up. As she wiped me down, her touch brushed against my lower abdomen, and a tickling sensation surged through me. I caught her hand in a swift motion. Dongxiang let out a surprised cry. "Husband!" My gaze deepened. "You little enchantress." We played around until late that night before finally falling asleep. The next day, I arranged for Wang Sanyang to go shopping. Then I headed to the county town's bookshop. The books I entrusted Du Zhongli to find still needed more time. In the meantime, I planned to look for some fresh material myself. Additionally, I intended to pay a visit to Scholar Chun. The county town had numerous bookshops, and I visited a handful. I purchased a few books containing contemporary essays and exam-style compositions. Their usefulness was mediocre, leaving me a bit disappointed. I wasn't buying them to memorize, but rather to analyze how the compositions were crafted. Just as I was about to leave, several scholars entered the shop, discussing the imperial examinations as they walked. In my past life, I hadn't even managed to pass the National College Entrance Exam's top-tier benchmark. I scraped by into a mediocre university, graduated to a second-rate job, and ended up in a second-rate relationship that left me utterly betrayed. This time, I had resolved to go all out for the imperial examinations. The scholar exam was somewhat equivalent to a middle school exam, while the provincial examination and the Spring Palace exam were the real gateways to an official career. I overheard them mentioning Xiaoyan, this year's top scorer in both the county and the provincial exams. If he could secure the top spot in the academy exam, he would practically have the triple crown secured. His skill was so overwhelming that I could only admire him quietly. After buying snacks and hairpins, I headed home. But suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage came hurtling down the street. The coachman yelled in panic for people to get out of the way. The horse had been spooked. The system abruptly alerted me. Detected a high-quality, fertile female inside the carriage. Host, act now to rescue her and increase her favorability. I grumbled. System, do I have any combat skills? Reward, 20 combat points, ensuring safe action. Before the system could finish explaining, I darted straight toward the runaway carriage. With both hands, I seized the reins tightly, forcing the frenzied horse to a halt with sheer willpower. Inside the carriage, Xiao Qing cried, her voice tearful. "Brother, are we going to die?" Xiao Yan grimaced. "Shut up." Hearing this, Xiao Qing burst into even louder sobs. Through the gap in the curtain, Xiao Qing caught sight of me, a young scholar holding firmly onto the carriage frame, pulling the reins with all his might. Finally, the horse stopped. I cupped my hands respectfully. "This humble one is Lin Zhengyan. If there has been any inconvenience, I beg your pardon." Staring at the refined young man, Xiao Qing was momentarily stunned. Xiao Yan lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. "Many thanks for your assistance, good sir. Xiao Yan truly owes you a debt of gratitude." I glanced briefly into the carriage, spotting the beauty inside. Who was the high-quality female the system was referring to? What was her relationship with Xiao Yan? Wasn't he the county and provincial exam top scorer? Things were becoming complicated. Xiao Yan courteously said, "Thank you again, kind sir." I waved it off. It was nothing, just a small effort. Now, if you'll excuse me, when befriending scholars, one must take it step by step. Since I resided in the county town, attending poetry gatherings and cultural events to blend in with the local customs was a given. As for Xiao Yan, being the top scorer, he was undoubtedly a key figure in social circles. There would be opportunities in the future. As for that beauty, the Xiao family wielded considerable power. Marrying someone from such a prestigious family would be far too challenging. This system always sought to connect me with women from powerful and affluent households. I preferred simpler, straightforward country women. Money was the solution to everything, after all. Just as I gathered my books to leave, Xiaoyan called out to me, "Brother Lin, please wait a moment. Seeing you with these scholarly texts, are you preparing for the academy exam? Here are a few books I'd like to offer you. Think of them as a token of goodwill. And might I trouble you to share your address? I'd like to visit and personally express my gratitude once I have the chance." Out of courtesy, I shared my address before parting ways with the Xiao siblings. Back in the carriage, Xiao Yin remarked to his sister, "Brother Lin is both a martial artist and a scholar, truly extraordinary." Xiao Qing responded with a faint smile, "He's certainly much more impressive than you." She recalled the sight of me pulling on the reins, my demeanor radiant with valor. "Ching Ching," Xiao Yin interrupted her reverie. Xiao Qing snapped back to reality. Let's head home. There's the big examination in June to prepare for. Xiaoyan chuckled. Recommended by Mr. Zheng in the capital, his knowledge runs deep. This time, I must see for myself. Xiao Qing teased. Are you afraid you won't get the academy's top spot yourself? There's only one top scorer for the academy exam, and I intend to be it. Returning home with the books, I was thrilled to find one surprise after another. These essays were much more intricate than the ones I had just purchased. Wang Sanyang arrived with hot tea, while Dongxiang waited on me attentively. Husband, take a break and have some tea. As I sipped tea and studied the essays, I realized most were written by past academy examiners in their early years. Other compositions provided valuable guesswork on exam topics. In my past life, I was merely a slacker in academics. This time, with the innate talent of this body and the help of the system, I dared to hope for a brighter future. A handful of encounters with women had only increased my learning ability by 40 points. With 100 as the full score, what was the upper limit? I asked the system, what's the cap for my reading ability? The system fell eerily silent, as if dead. I sighed as Dongxiang massaged my shoulders from behind. I complained, System, the women you pair me with are impossible to win over. The system calmly responded. Favorable impression of high-quality female increased by 10%. I couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. What good is 10%? Pulling Dongxiang into my arms, I chuckled. Quick, let's have a son. The system issued a warning. Detected, intent to slack off. 1 year of life deducted. Remaining lifespan, 2 years. I froze. How do I increase my lifespan? By marrying and having children. Another year will be added for each woman you use effectively. I sneered at this treacherous scheme. The system continued. Both marriage and offspring can prolong your life. Dongxiang whispered softly, Husband. I smiled mischievously. Come, let's go make a son. Undoing my belt, I murmured. Do it yourself, darling. Dongxiang embraced me shyly, her voice trembling. Outside, Wang Sanyang and Huang Linger blushed deeply. Little she wanted to join in the fun, but Wang Sanyang held her back. Wang Sanyang touched her belly, her heart filling with warmth. Her husband had said it. She was pregnant. Little she dashed into the East Room. Husband, I was in full spirits at the moment. Afterward, bringing wine and writing tools, I paid a visit to Zhao, the past scholar. Meeting Xiao Yin there as well, the atmosphere was unexpectedly cordial. Let me test you both, Zhao said. To my surprise, I could answer swiftly. Zhao was delighted. Excellent. Feel free to come by often for lectures. Xiao Yin glanced at me with growing curiosity. As we departed, Zhao gifted us a few essays. These are from the Education Commissioner. Study them well. During dinner, I grew increasingly self-conscious from the conversation. But Xiao Yin thought I was just overly nervous. After the meal, Xiao Yin asked, Shall I bring my sister to visit this afternoon? Initially, I wanted to decline, but upon hearing that he would be bringing his sister along, I agreed. Returning home, I instructed Dongxiang. They come from a noble family. Treat them with propriety. Dongxiang glanced at Wang Sanyang briefly. I frowned. Sanyang is with child. Take extra care of her. Dongxiang and Huang Linger were green with envy. I added sternly. Anyone who harms my offspring will face execution without question. Everyone quickly pledged their assurances. Wang Sanyang approached me. Husband, I really am pregnant. I asked, Are you happy? Wang Sanyang, with tears in her eyes, said, I'm afraid the mistress won't tolerate us. I responded firmly, There's no need to worry. Whoever commits wrongdoing, I will show no mercy. The women quickly replied, We wouldn't dare. I nodded. Get back to your tasks. After a busy morning, I called for Xiaoxi to bring her into the room. Come, play a game with your husband. Xiaoxi fixed her peach blossom eyes on me. I was puzzled. She seemed slightly more sober. Do you still remember who I am? Xiaoxi replied, Husband. Then why don't you come closer? Blushing, Xiaoxi leaned into my arms. I closed the door and turned her around. Hold onto the doorframe. Though shy, Xiaoxi didn't resist, and I wasn't about to stop now. It's only proper to have her conceive and bear children as soon as possible. At noon, I rested for half an hour. In the afternoon, the Xiao siblings arrived. Xiao Yin was shocked, clearly unprepared to see me with so many concubines. Each as beautiful as a flower. Xiao Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, and there was a flicker of disdain in her eyes when she looked at me. I assessed the beauty in front of me. An oval face and clear, bright eyes. She carried the refined aura of a noble lady, though her figure was on the flatter side. Brother Xiao, Miss Xiao, please have a seat. Dongxiang brought out tea, but her eyes lingered on Xiao Qing. Her expression seemed to say she was pondering whether I'd marry someone like Xiao Qing as my main wife. Xiao Qing sensed the awkward atmosphere. Xiao Yin, however, found our conversation quite engaging. Brother Xiao, I've prepared some wine. Shall we drink a few cups together? Suddenly, Xiao Qing stood up. Thank you, young Master Lin, but we have other matters to attend to. We'll take our leave for now. With that, she dragged her brother away. I stood there, bewildered. This woman has an issue with me? Ding. High-quality female favorability minus 10%. What the hell? It can drop further? After sending off the siblings, I was still mulling this over. Then, the system chimed in. Xiao Qing favorability minus 10%. Continuation of decline will result in penalties. What penalty? The system played dumb. I sneered. Fine, then I'll just lie flat. For wives are enough. I won't even bother with the imperial exams. System strategy adjusted. Actively assisting in improving your image. Reward, 10 points. Martial skill +5, literacy +5. You're so shameless. That evening, Dongxiang assisted me in taking a bath. Husband, let me do it. I'm the strongest. The next day, as I practiced boxing, the women watched and applauded. You all need to train as well. A healthy body is key to having children. Whoever gets pregnant first will be rewarded with 100 taels. I handed Sanyang a silver note. While I was reading, the system suddenly alerted me. Head 2 miles east of the city. A beauty is in danger. I grabbed my saber and ran out. Dongzi, bring the carriage and follow. 2 miles out of the city, I soon heard a woman's cry for help. In the grove, 5 burly men surrounded 2 women. One of the women was truly stunning, her clothes already torn. Help! Her tearful eyes looked at me desperately. I asked the system, can I take them? You can handle 6 at once. The blade gleamed, and I struck down one with a single swing. Then, I swiftly cut down 2 more. This was my first time killing someone, but unexpectedly, I felt thrilled. The remaining men shouted about revenge. Come on, then. High-quality female favorability plus 50%. Continuing to rise. I told the 2 women, don't be afraid. Favorability reached 70%. My hands shook slightly, but my grip on the saber was firm. The remaining 4 thugs rushed at me, sneering at my scholarly appearance. They underestimated me, only to regret it moments later as I took out 2 more in the blink of an eye. The leader panicked. Brother, let's make a deal. Take these 2 women, and I'll even give you 200 taels. The 2 women's faces turned pale, fearing I would be swayed by money. Yuan Jing was anxious. Young master, if you save us, we will reward you handsomely. I sneered. 200 taels for 2 lives? What do you take me for? The system displayed that these 2 were both high-quality childbearing candidates. Spending a night with them would yield abundant rewards. 200 taels meant nothing. Besides, if I killed these men, wouldn't the money be mine anyway? Yuan Jing was moved to tears. Benevolent one, we will give you 10,000 taels afterward. I glanced at her, then raised my saber and moved in. Using techniques imparted by the system, which appeared normal but were incredibly fierce, I incapacitated all of them before the incense stick burned out. Covered in blood, I knew entering the city like this would draw attention. Kind benefactor, there's a stream up ahead. Shall I lead you there to wash up? Your name is Wanjing? I asked, startled. Yuan Jing, she confirmed. I'd heard of this beauty before. Yuan Jing favorability reached 80%. Pointing at her torn clothes, I said, Miss, you should compose yourself first. Embarrassed, I quickly averted my gaze, pretending to be a gentleman, though curiosity burned within me. Yuan Jing hastily covered her chest. Her maid Minghua hurried to bring over a set of clothes. Apologies for the disgrace, benefactor, she said shyly, her cheeks flush. Though the clothes concealed her, her curves were still very apparent. Back home, I told Dongxiang, our days will only get better. You must all avoid quarreling, do you understand? Dongxiang, voluptuous and charming but shrewd, nodded. I only wanted to enjoy life and didn't want her stirring up trouble. Wang Sanyang respectfully replied, understood. Dongxiang waited expectantly. She had just joined, so tonight should be her turn, right? But Xiaoxi went in first. Wang Sanyang remarked, husband is reading. Whoever he desires, he will summon on his own. She even had Dongxiang write nameplates to hang by the doors. This way, our husband will know where each of us stays. Dongxiang, watching Wang Sanyang bustling about, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. It seemed I had entrusted Wang Sanyang with managing the household. Dongxiang had missed her chance. That night, I reviewed the system's rewards. This time, I was granted an estate in Qingzhou Prefecture, a 3-courtyard house. The property deed was stored in my backpack, along with 1,000 taels and silver notes, and a shop. If I were to aim for the imperial exams, I couldn't run the business myself. I would have to entrust it to Lin Jinping or the women. Managing a business was difficult. Without fame or connections, I risked attracting undue attention. Dwelling on it gave me a headache. I decided to rest for the time being. As I rose, I noticed the courtyard brightly lit, as though I were an emperor selecting concubines. Wang Sanyang couldn't be touched since she was pregnant. Huang Linger was also expecting, and I had just spent the night with Xiaoxi. After some thought, I went to find Dongxiang. Dongxiang approached me with a warm smile. "Husband," I inquired whether her belongings were still at the Du family estate. "There's no need to retrieve them. We'll start fresh with everything." I nodded. "Tomorrow morning, collect some money from Sanyang to buy new clothes. Make sure you all get along well." Carrying 2 buckets of water, Dongxiang offered, "Let me prepare a bath for you." Surveying the small bathtub, I thought I should get a larger bath. Soaking together with the women sounded thoroughly enjoyable. I pulled Dongxiang into my arms, noting her fine figure. Her bust was full, her skin pale and tender. "It seems you're ready," I murmured. Falling onto the bed, we laughed and indulged. She was almost too skilled. I felt I couldn't measure up. If not for having already lost my virginity the night before. I even suspect she might have served a man before. A knowledgeable woman really saved me a lot of effort. After it was over, she wiped and grazed her lower abdomen. The itch made me grab her in one swift motion. Dongxiang cried out in shock, "Husband!" I stared at her. "You're truly a little enchantress." It was only after much turmoil that we finally went to bed late into the night. The next day, I headed to the county library. I bought a few collections of essays, but was a bit disappointed. Not for memorization, but to analyze their writing techniques. A group of scholars entered, discussing the imperial examinations. In my previous life, I failed to pass the college entrance exam to get into a first-tier university. Barely, I made it to a mediocre one. This time, for the imperial exams, I must give it my all. I overheard them mention Xiaoyan. He had secured the top rank in both the county and provincial level exams. If he also takes the top rank in the academy evaluation, it would make him a triple aces achiever. His capability is overwhelming, leaving me only envious. I bought some pastries and a hairpin in preparation to head back home. Suddenly, a horse carriage came speeding by. The driver shouted in panic, asking people to make way. The horse was spooked. The system chimed in. "There is an exceptional female with high fertility value inside the carriage. Timely assistance could increase her favorability." I muttered sarcastically. "Do I even have the strength for this?" Reward, 20 points in strength. Before the system even finished speaking, I dashed forward, grabbing hold of the reins with both hands. I forcefully stopped the madly running horse. Inside the carriage, Xiao Qing cried, "Brother, are we going to die?" Xiaoyan, irritated, snapped, "Hush." Through the curtain's gap, Xiao Qing caught sight of me, a young scholar grasping the carriage's frame tightly as he subdued the horse. Finally, the chaos subsided. I cupped my hands in a gesture of courtesy. "This unworthy one is Lin Zhenghan. If I have offended you, please forgive me." Xiao Qing stared at me, dumbstruck. Xiaoyan stepped out. "Many thanks, kind sir. Xiaoyan is deeply indebted to you." I glanced at the beauty inside the carriage. Was the system referring to her? And how is she related to Xiaoyan? Not to mention, Xiaoyan is the top scholar at the county level? This is getting complicated. Waving it off casually, I said, "Just a small matter, I'll be on my way now." Getting acquainted with scholars takes time and patience. If Xiaoyan is the top scholar, he must be at the heart of his social circle. There'll be opportunities in the future. As for the beauty, the Xiao family wields significant power. If I wanted to marry her, it would be tremendously difficult. The system always pairs me with influential families. Frankly, dealing with a simple farm wife might be easier. Just as I was about to leave, Xiaoyan called out to me, "Brother Lin, are you preparing for the academy evaluations? Please allow me to offer these books to you. May I also inquire about your residence? I'd like to visit and formally express my gratitude someday." From the escaping beauty, Yuanqing gasped and hurriedly covered her chest. "Quick, bring the clothes." Mingweb bashfully fetched the luggage. "Forgive us for embarrassing you, benefactor." I gave a slight nod and followed them for about 200 meters. The creek was shallow, barely reaching our calves. "Host, keep it up. Marry many wives and have many children." I removed my blood-stained outer robe, revealing my muscles. Yu Wanqing stole a glance, her face flushing. Benefactor, do you need assistance? No, thank you. The sound of water came from behind as they cleaned their faces and tended to their wounds. Mingyue whispered, Miss, our benefactor doesn't seem like an ordinary man. We're alone in this world. Why not ask for his help? Yu Wanqing hesitated. That might not be appropriate. He looks at you differently. Yu Wanqing's face turned an even deeper shade of red. As I bent over to wash my clothes, my muscular lines were prominent. System, does that maid count? No. Mingyue does not qualify, low fertility chances. Dongzi showed up, managing to evade the bandits. Where are the two ladies headed? I could give you a ride if it's on my way. Suddenly, Yu Wanqing knelt. Benefactor, we're from the capital, exiled to a southwestern penal colony. Our traveling funds are depleted. Please take us in. I was elated at this turn of events. My home is modest. As long as you don't mind, you're welcome to stay. Favorability increased to 90%. On the road, I described the conditions of my home. There are a few maidservants in the house. Mingyue was shocked. You're married? Yu Wanqing tugged at her. Don't ask such things. Her expression was shy, her demeanor elegant and refined. The earlier scene replayed in my mind. I'm unmarried. Just have a few concubine maids is all. I'll be taking the academy evaluations in June, preparing at the county. Yu Wanqing lowered her head. Just a small room for firewood would be enough for us. Don't be so formal. Just call me Brother Lin. Straightforwardly, she called out, Brother Lin. When we returned to the county, Lin Jingping was outside building a canopy. Seeing me return with two women, he was stunned. Third, madam, give Miss Xiaoxi's room to Miss Yu. She's a friend's younger sister. Her family encountered trouble. Wang Sanyang was awestruck by Yu Wanqing's beauty. Mingyue looked worriedly at the household women, concerned about her mistress. Lin Zhengping asked, Fourth brother, where did you get so much silver? Catching my look, he quickly corrected himself. Your elder brother shouldn't have asked. Don't take your brother's words to heart. Relenting slightly, I turned to Changshan and Dongzi. When working under me, remember two rules. Don't pry into personal matters. Don't look where you shouldn't. When you go out, observe a lot, speak less, and act more. If it must be said, say it. If it mustn't, stay silent, even if it kills you. Stick with me, and you won't suffer. Dongzi immediately bowed. Dongzi will follow the boss's lead. Changshan quickly echoed his statement. I handed the deed for the store to Jingping. Bring your wife over to run the shop first. When business stabilizes, move our parents here to help out. We can all live within this compound by then. Jingping was so overwhelmed, he couldn't speak. It grew late, and Zhenghe was preparing to leave with the mule-pulled wagon. I handed him 20 taels of silver. Deliver this to the clan leader. I also handed 50 taels to Dongzi. Buy a horse-drawn carriage tomorrow morning. Make sure it's a good horse. Dongzi was overjoyed. Got it. Dinner was ready. Dongzi and Changshan cooked for themselves and didn't eat with us. I ate with 4 women, this time including Yu Wanqing and Mingyue. Wang Sanyang warmly invited them to sit. After dinner, Wang Sanyang carried blankets to the side room. Yu Wanqing quickly expressed her gratitude. Wang Sanyang smiled. Miss you, from now on, consider us sisters. Call me Sister Wang. She held Yu Wanqing's hand. Shall I arrange for you to share a room with your husband tonight? Yu Wanqing blushed. Sister Wang, you misunderstand. Wang Sanyang smiled knowingly. I understand. Mingyue chimed in. Thank you, Sister Wang. Yu Wanqing grew anxious. Mingyue, stop with your nonsense. She explained to Wang Sanyang. Brother Lin is a benefactor. He only brought us back because we had nowhere else to go. Wang Sanyang sighed. We're all women of misfortune. The husband saved you, just like he saved us. If you truly have nowhere to go, why not just stay? This world is too harsh for a woman alone. Yu Wanqing was left speechless. Wang Sanyang exited with a smile. I'll go heat the water. The moonlight spoke plainly. Girl, you're no longer a noble lady. Young Master Lin saved us. Don't be so picky. Wang Sanyang boiled water and instructed Mingyue. Let Sister Wanqing go to the Lord's room. She came to me to discuss this matter. I was torn between laughing and crying, but admired her attentiveness. I pulled Wang Sanyang onto my lap and kissed her. She blushed and said shyly, My lord, let the new sister serve you. I told her to rest. You and Xiaoxi sleep together. Be careful. After she returned to her room, I heard movement next door. Yu Wanqing hesitated in the courtyard, unwilling to step forward. Mingyue nudged her. Miss, go thank him. With that, Mingyue pushed the door open, shoved Yu Wanqing inside, and left, closing the door behind her. I came out from the inner chamber, startled. Miss Yu, why are you here? She was wearing Wang Sanyang's clothes. Her figure was stunning. System notification, Yu Wanqing's favorability has reached 93%. 7% more to go. I grabbed her hand. Wanqing, I said, cornering her between the door and my arms. Do you believe in love at first sight? I brushed aside her long hair. You smell lovely. She blushed shyly. I embraced her. I admit I have many women, and I can't promise you exclusivity. But as long as we're together, even for a day, I'll treasure you for that day. If you wish to leave, I won't stop you. All right. She held onto me tightly, tears streaming down her face. I grinned and carried her into the room. She clutched my robes nervously, avoiding my gaze. Having been a noble lady, she was once destined to be a virtuous wife and matriarch. But now, had I not saved her, she'd have fallen victim to brigands. Are you scared? I asked, placing her on the bed. My lord, please be gentle, she murmured, her eyelashes trembling. She had fallen for me at first sight. Though she feared she might only ever be a concubine, real affection was enough for her. I pulled aside her garments, my breath catching at the sight of her flawless beauty. Her pale skin, her soft, rosy peaks like blossoming plums, utter perfection. I looked at her like a thief stealing a rare flower, unable to avert my gaze. Roughly tearing off clothing, the sound of fabric ripping filled the room. Wanqing, don't be shy. Let your husband admire you, I said, pinning her down with my legs. By the dim candlelight, she slowly relaxed under my guidance. Ding. Acquired superior level fertile woman. Reward. Imperial examination gift bundle. Rewards obtained. 5,000 silver taels, a triple courtyard residence, plus 10 administrative ability, plus 10 martial strength, 10,000 caddies of grain, livestock and horses, and 100 bolts of fabric. Elated, I felt energized. My lord, am I not adequate? She asked nervously. No, Wanqing is far too enchanting, I replied, smiling. When it was over, I held her tightly, burying my face in her neck and clasping her hand. She tried to wriggle free, but lacked the strength. Resigned, she tilted her head to kiss me back lightly. I enjoyed the feeling of burying myself in her soft chest. For the rest of my life, my women will all cater to my will. Wanqing is delectable, I teased with a grin. My lord, stop speaking such embarrassing things. Her face turned crimson. I softened upon seeing the red stains on the sheets. Preparations were made for water. Outside, Mingyue and the others clearly heard everything. Dongxiang stopped Wang Sanyang. Sanyang, you have maids. Don't trouble yourself. Mingyue wouldn't pass up the opportunity. As a dowry maid, she was well prepared for her future as a chambermaid. Mingyue entered with water, carrying a basin to the bedside. We lay unclothed, holding each other under her gaze. Start by cleaning the lord, Wanqing instructed. Yes, Mingyue replied, blushing red. My lord, allow your humble servant to clean you. Her hands reached for me, her intentions evident. It was truly a luxury to be attended to. I lounged on the bed, letting myself be fully attended to without shame. Though Mingyue had been with men before, she had never encountered a man of my stature. Her eyes darted nervously, yet she couldn't resist sneaking glances. Her hands trembled while washing me. Wanqing seemed unbothered but had a question lingering. What exactly was Mingyue's status? I stared at Mingyue. She wore Xiaoxi's clothes, her chest straining tightly against the fabric. A woman who had seen the world, she was bold enough. Sensing my gaze, she shyly glanced at me, even puffing out her chest slightly. Wanqing frowned slightly. After cleaning up, Mingyue swayed her hips as she left. From behind the screen, Wanqing let out a startled cry. I had pounced again. Outside the door, Mingyue bit her lips, suppressing her discomfort as she retreated. She understood this was not the moment to intervene. My lord, didn't you say we were resting? Wanqing murmured, teary-eyed. I kissed the corner of her eyes. With how your maid handles things, how could I resist? She's a dowry maid. I don't have an issue with her, she admitted, biting her lip. The system indicated that Mingyue wasn't a superior mother candidate, having been with several men before. Forget it, no need to waste effort. I love you, and won't keep her, I declared earnestly. I'll find her a good husband in the future. Wanqing was touched, hugging me tightly and kissing me on her own initiative. With such beauty before me, how could I hold back? By midnight, I called for water again. ignoring Mingyue's eyes filled with silent sorrow. The next day, we woke late. Changshun had bought a new carriage, sturdy and spacious with a roomy interior. The women surrounded it with joy. "If we need more, we'll buy another," I said with a smile. With more people and luggage, one carriage wouldn't suffice. The mule carts were left for the Lin family to transport goods, saving money. Changshun promptly went to purchase a second. I returned to my study to read and write. While books didn't appeal to me much, the wealth hidden in their words couldn't be ignored, especially with Zhao Juren extending his invitation. During the meal, Wang Sanyang called me to eat. I casually asked, "Who's been preparing the meals lately?" "Me and Linger. The others aren't skilled in cooking." I handed her 100 silver taels. "Hire a couple of women to cook and do laundry. Leave the heavy chores to Changshun and Dongzi." "This is too much." "We can manage," she protested. "You're my women. Your primary duty is to care for me and bear children. Menial tasks are beneath you." I kissed her affectionately, pulling her close. "Take care of yourselves and focus on giving birth to my first son. That's your main responsibility." In the afternoon, my eldest brother arrived in the county with my mother and sister-in-law. My mother pulled me aside in excitement. "My son, you're remarkable. Right on target." I was at a loss for words. She suggested that if a daughter were born, we should adopt her into the third brother's household to carry on his line. I declared bluntly, "Mother, even after she bears a child, she'll continue serving me." "What?" "As for sealing ties with the sister-in-law, I favor her greatly," I said calmly. Outraged, she lambasted Lu Tsilian as a seductive fox. I smirked. "If she's too much of an eyesore, why don't we let her die and return with a new identity to stay by my side?" My mother was taken aback. I explained, "Claim she drowned herself. We'll bury her ritualistically, compensate grievances, and quietly send her into the county to re-emerge with a different role." Though loopholes seemed obvious, it should suffice to conceal the truth. In the afternoon, I accompanied Wenzhang to visit Scholar Zhao and encountered Xiao Yin, who came along as well. Scholar Zhao praised my approach to the essay, calling it innovative, and joked, "Let's see if Xiao Yin secures the lesser triple crown, or if Zheng Yin will rise later to surpass him." I was overjoyed and replied, "This student is inadequate and still needs Brother Zhao's guidance." Xiao Yin chuckled and said, "We'll learn and improve together." Both of us looked at each other with admiration and a sense of challenge in our gazes. That night, I said to Xiao Shi, "You will sleep with your husband tonight." After taking her medicine, Xiao Shi's mind was much clearer. She said, Xiao Shi likes sleeping with her husband. She changed the bedsheet and lay under a thin quilt, her delicate curves outlined clearly. I moved closer eagerly. She asked curiously, "Husband, what are you hiding?" I pressed down on her and said, "Guess." She didn't understand what I was insinuating, so I taught her, through actions, what kneading dough and rolling noodles meant. Afterward, holding her, I asked, "Xiaoxi, did you feel comfortable?" "Comfortable, but a little uncomfortable," she replied. "Where does it feel unwell?" I asked. "I don't know," she said. I chuckled lightly and said, "Shall we get rid of that feeling?" "Okay," she agreed. Later that night, Mingyu stayed up to bring us water. Her face looked fatigued, and there was a faint resentment in her eyes as she glanced at me. I asked the system, "Has she contracted any unspeakable disease?" System, "No disease detected." Half a month later, the Lin family moved entirely to the county town. Mother came with Mu Tsilian, who remained as coldly beautiful as ever, yet she had grown even more silent. Mother sighed and said, "Zhengyin, your third sister-in-law drowned herself in the river. On the way, we encountered Miss Lien at the city gates. She has nowhere to go, so let her serve as a humble maid here." Everyone understood between the lines. I sighed and said, "Miss Lien must be feeling greatly wronged." Lien Rong offered a slight curtsy and said, "Many thanks for taking me in, young master." Yuan Xing glanced at Lien Rong a few more times, exclaiming at her beauty. However, when she looked at me and saw that I didn't pay much attention to Lien Rong, she appeared somewhat surprised. Later on, Mother said with satisfaction, "The Lu family tried to cause a scene, wanting to recover the bride price. I scared them so much they didn't dare to say a word." I smiled wryly. My mother, truly impressive. The elderly lady declared victoriously, "Nobody found out about it." I said it was unlucky and burned the old clothes. "Your second brother escorted her out of the village. This morning, he even staged a scene at the city gates." I gave her a thumbs up. Mother is truly remarkable. I handed her some silver. "For your trouble." Mother smiled and waved it off. You're my son. What trouble is there to speak of? Though she said so, her hands received the money briskly. I didn't mind. One must learn to be content. Take what you deserve, and don't touch what isn't yours, I said. Mother nodded. Rest assured, I am here to manage the household. Do you still plan to wait when arranging marriages for your sisters? She asked. Yes, I'm still merely a student. Eldest sister will have to settle for an ordinary man for now. Once I pass the imperial examination, there will be more options for them. The second sister was only 12, and the eldest sister was already 15. She's just 15. What's the harm in waiting for 2 more years? I reasoned. Girls from noble families marry at 18. I added, Mother, you have to think about your son's future plans. She looked puzzled for a moment. I said seriously, your son wants to continue the ancestral line. There will not be just one concubine. The younger sisters should both be reserved to marry well. If they marry into good families, it'll be a matter of pride for all of us. Do you want sons of farmers for sons-in-law or officials? I posed the question directly. Mother understood instantly. I'll keep a close watch on them. With that promise, she went to make arrangements next door. Lian Rong was brought in by Wang Sanyang. I sat in silence, watching her. She stood with her head down, her face pale. Come here, I ordered. Biting her lip and holding her belly protectively, she walked over. I pulled her into my embrace. She let out a startled cry as she fell into my arms. Grabbing her chin, I asked, What is it? You're unwilling to serve me. Her gaze was evasive, filled with humiliation. After that night, her spirit seemed dead. Returning home, her mother-in-law suppressed her, fearing she might seduce me. Neither the Liu family nor the Lin family treated her kindly. The hardest thing for her to bear was her connection with me. Being pregnant gave her a mix of relief and sorrow. She hadn't anticipated her mother-in-law's plan for a fake death, which ultimately made her my concubine. She understood that all of this was orchestrated by me. The transition from being a sister-in-law to a concubine was overwhelming. Look at me, I commanded, my tone firm. Tears welled in Lian Rong's eyes as she whispered, If I say I'm unwilling, will you let me leave? I smiled and said, Go then. She froze. Think carefully. Besides me, who else will protect you? I continued, gently brushing her cheek with my fingers. As a young widow, you're bound to cause trouble wherever you go. Stay with me, and I'll shield you. No one else can offer you a good life. Biting her lip, she admitted, I have nowhere to return to. Then live happily with me. I emphasized, the child in your belly is mine and will only call me father. Could you bear to let the child grow up fatherless? Her resolve faltered. I leaned down and kissed her, nipping at her lips. The room grew quiet, with only the sounds of kissing filling the air. As the atmosphere eased, I rested my hand on her belly. This child will be brilliant, I said. Someday, he'll pass the imperial exams and honor you with a title. With a trembling voice, Lian Rong replied, I only hope he becomes a good person. She understood the child would only be a concubine's son. I began caressing her, noting, You've grown fuller than before. Blushing deeply, Lian Rong countered, I'm pregnant, we can't. I'll be careful, I reassured her. I redeemed a fetal protection pill and placed it in her mouth. What's this? She asked. A pill to protect the fetus, I replied, for the child's safety. I nibbled on her earlobe and added softly, But you'll have to put up with me a little. Recalling the past, Lian Rong's embarrassment deepened. Don't be afraid, I murmured. You're especially captivating. She put her hand over my mouth. Stop saying things like that. Will you, or won't you? I pressed. For the sake of the child, she reluctantly consented. Though it had been a long time, Lian Rong's reserved demeanor pleased me greatly. I instructed her to rest in the west wing for now. Supporting herself against the wall, she exited. Mingyu entered, assuming it was now her turn. Go call Miss, I said. Disheartened, Mingyu left. Yu Wanqing entered, and I immediately pulled her into my arms. After a few moves from her, she surrendered to me. The eastern room was filled with heat and fervor. Sitting beside the bed, Lian Rong remained silent. She knew I had a demanding nature, but hadn't expected me to move on so quickly. Yet I was far gentler with Wanqing than I was with her. This made Lian Rong wonder if it was because I was being cautious of her pregnancy. The thought gave her a slight sense of reassurance. After the Lin family moved to the county, everyone remained busy. Only the 2 younger sisters stayed at home to be nurtured. I called for Wanqing and my sisters to join me. Wanqing, teach them the manners of girls from prominent families, I instructed. Rid them of their small-minded ways. Wanqing was surprised, but found it reasonable. The sisters, however, were nervous. Fourth brother, do you think we can manage? Why wouldn't you be able to learn? What you lack is a respectable background and wealth. It's not necessary to master everything perfectly, just enough to be well-mannered and discerning. That way, when you marry, you won't be easily deceived. When the topic of marriage was brought up, the two sisters lowered their heads. In ancient times, marriages were entirely decided by parents, and they had never thought much about it. You may have reached the age of maturity, but there is no rush for marriage. If you wish to marry someone of low status and live a lowly life trampled upon by others, I will not stop you. The choice lies in your hands. Xiao Xiang glanced at her elder sister's expression cautiously. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth and said, Fourth brother, we will listen to you. If you don't allow us to marry yet, it's no big deal if we wait until we're older. As long as you achieve great things, families of high status will come seeking us for marriage. I smiled. I'm glad you think that way. Next autumn, there is the provincial exam, and the following year, the metropolitan exam. By then, you'll be 17, just the right age. If you trust me, wait 2 years and focus on learning proper etiquette. If not, then wait until I pass the imperial scholar exam to marry. Xiao Yu resolutely responded, We'll discuss this again in 2 years. Xiao Xiang said, I'll follow elder sister's lead. I'll have a thorough talk with father and mother, so don't worry about that. Learn proper rules and manners from Wanqing. Respect your teacher and honor her guidance. Never look down on her just because she is a concubine, understand? The two sisters agreed and then left. Wanqing leaned against me. Your sisters have good foundations. I will prepare medicinal prescriptions to help them regulate their health. You know medicine? My grandfather and father were imperial physicians in the palace, she said. I grew up learning about prescriptions and medicinal ingredients. Though not as skilled as my father, I am still better than most among my sisters. I beamed with joy and lifted her onto my lap. Husband, it's daytime, not now. There are certain pleasures unique to the day and others unique to the night. The daylight allows me to clearly see the one I love, which has its own charm. Wanqing, after you enter the household, you and third madam are to be sisters. I hope you'll take care of the pregnant sisters too. She smiled. Even without you saying it, I would have done so. My Wanqing is the most generous and understanding. I couldn't help but press her down onto the desk. Husband, she knew of my strong desires. How fortunate I had many women in the rear courtyard. Otherwise, I feared no one could satisfy me. When she softly called me, husband, my heart melted completely. I tore her dress open and leaned in to kiss her. In the neighboring room, Huang Linger was feeling distressed. I haven't served husband once since entering the household. Does he dislike me? She was the only one who wasn't a virgin, and deep down, she felt uneasy. Dongxiang comforted her. Though there are many of us, we must rely on each other. Husband has an established serving order. Since your monthly cycle just ended, your turn will come in a few days. Our goal is to get pregnant quickly, preferably with a son. Xiaoxi, on the other hand, was different. She loudly demanded to seek out husband to have children right away. Third madam sighed helplessly. Don't go. Your monthly cycle is approaching. What is monthly cycle? It's that thing women have every month. No, I don't want it to come. If it doesn't come, you won't be able to have children. This frightened Xiaoxi enough for her to reluctantly accept it. Wanqing, having come from the capital, had a frail constitution. I had only been intimate with her once, and she lay there weak and soft. You're too delicate. Prescribe something for yourself tomorrow. Send Changshun to fetch the medicine and buy more chicken, duck, and fish. In a soft tone, she said, Then should I check the pulses of the sisters as well? Good. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. How fragrant she smelled. If there are children in the future, I'll hire wet nurses. The wet nurse can only breastfeed me. In my past life, I envied that so much when reading books. Now, with the conditions in place, I can indulge this small quirk. I leaned close to her ear and whispered my thoughts. Wanqing's face flushed deep red, avoiding my gaze nervously. At times like this, I regretted not reading more books. I didn't particularly enjoy books, but with the system's guidance, I had no choice but to study hard. When the appointed day arrived, I brought my essay to the Zhao family. Unexpectedly, not only did I encounter Xiao Yan there, but also Xiao Qing. She glanced at me, and the system chimed in. High-quality maternal candidate, Xiao Qing's favorability plus 10%. I was puzzled. What just happened? Xiaoyan laughed. I didn't invite you, and yet you insisted on coming. Now do you believe in your brother? Xiao Qing snorted lightly. He's just SOSO. Extremely high-quality maternal candidate. Xiaoqing's favorability plus 5%. I grew increasingly curious. Handing over the essay, scholar Zhao read it carefully. His expression grew pleased at the highlights. Both Xiao Yin and Xiao Qing stared in astonishment. Zhang Yan never fails to surprise with each visit, scholar Zhao praised. Xiao Yin and Xiao Qing exchanged looks before quickly taking the essay to study it themselves. Xiao Qing's favorability plus 5%. Early gifts lead to early children. Xiao Qing's favorability plus 5%. Please keep up the good work. The sound of notifications kept ringing until they eventually stopped. Xiao Qing's favorability reached 45%. Extremely high-quality maternal candidate, renowned talent of the capital. I was stunned. The Xiao family was of noble lineage. Xiao Yan's literary talent was expected, but for a woman like Xiao Qing to also possess such brilliance was extraordinary. With her family background, beauty, and talent, she was the kind of woman not even princes could resist. Her favorability increased every time she read my essay. This talented woman appreciated those with literary skill. Relying on charm alone wouldn't work here. I had to establish myself as a literary figure. Throughout history, many scholars were known for their amorous nature. Concubines were common in intelligent households. I needed to attend more literary gatherings and build my reputation. Xiao Yin remarked, "Brother Lin, your essays have become increasingly refined. In just a few short days, your progress has been remarkable. I fear you'll be a tough opponent in next year's provincial exams." Xiao Qing looked conflicted, stealing another glance at me. Extremely high-quality maternal candidate, Xiao Qing's favorability plus 2%. Her favorability was frustratingly difficult to increase. In the past, I would have given up and moved on to other women. But the system placed such importance on Xiao Qing. She alone could surpass multiple other ordinary candidates together. My competitive spirit burned fiercely. Once I return, I must review and write another essay, I said. Xiao Yin and I exchanged respectful gestures before departing. Scholar Zhao rarely had leisure time, so we promptly concluded our business. As Xiao Yin led his sister into the carriage, he exhaled deeply. "So, are you convinced now?" Xiao Qing huffed coldly. Xiao Yin grinned. "I know you're talented, but Lin Zheng's progress is astounding. By next year's provincial exams, he might truly be a formidable opponent. Brother, you're the best." Feeling aggrieved, Xiao Qing's nose wrinkled like she was about to cry. Xiao Yin quickly offered comfort. "All right, don't cry." Though she was renowned as a talented young woman outside, at home, she was prone to tears. Xiao Qing wiped her tears. "It's all Lin Zheng's fault. I hate him so much," Xiao Yin teased. "They say love runs deep when hate burns bright." He stopped mid-sentence and changed the subject. "When you grow older, you'll understand not to judge people on the surface." Ding. Xiao Qing's favorability toward the host dropped to 10%. I pinched the bridge of my nose, utterly baffled. Never mind. There was still plenty of time. With more women to sleep with and children to bear, writing those 8-legged essays would naturally become easier. One day, she would beg me for mercy. I pushed open the door to my house, and Changshan handed me a bundle. "Master Du sent this. He left as soon as he heard you were at the Zhao house." I said, "It seems the task I entrusted him with has made progress." Opening the bundle, it was filled with model essays and official examination scripts from high-ranking scholars and provincial governors' early works. What a treasure trove! I immediately engrossed myself in studying them. Understanding the personality and perspectives of the chief examiners. This was crucial. I didn't even notice nightfall. Huang Linger entered with a cup of tea. "Husband, take a break." I looked up, and under the lamplight, her beauty seemed even more captivating. She wore a thin gauze dress that hinted at her soft curves underneath. "Husband." She slipped off the gauze dress. I braced myself on the desk. "Keep going." Huang Linger giggled as she tugged aside her blouse, revealing a red undergarment. My throat tightened. "Continue." "Should we blow out the lamp? How will I clearly see you if we do?" She bit her lip, untied her delicate strings, and bent over to remove the inner pants. "Come here." My voice was hoarse. With a pull, she tumbled into my arms. I leaned down to taste her, and she shyly leaned back, tossing her onto the bed. "Husband, slow down. Who told you to tempt me?" The bed creaked softly. Yuan Xing spoke to Mingyue in the moonlight. "I know what you're thinking, but now is not the time." Mingyue lowered her head. "This servant dares not. I'll go fetch water." Mingyue quickly hurried away. Dong Xiang listened to the noises, her hand brushing across her stomach. She had to seize the moment while there weren't many other women to get pregnant quickly. Huang Linger looked as if she had been dredged from the water. Husband, you're becoming more and more incredible. I asked the system, what is the strength of my body? You can rival 6 robust men in combat, or face 3 soldiers solo. What about my fertility abilities? The stronger your physique, the more potent your fertility. So that's how it was. No wonder, in over a month, only 2 of them had conceived. Rest assured, host, you won't be drained to exhaustion or death. I teased. And if I do die? Host will not die? Absolutely won't die. The system sounded nervous. How amusing. Huang Linger noticed my distraction and took the initiative to climb up and serve me. I pinned her down once more. Later, Mingyue came in with water to help clean up. Huang Linger said, I'll do it myself, and left. I asked, how much is a box of contraceptives in points? 1 point can exchange for 100 units. Exchange them. Suggestion, replace less favorable women with higher quality ones. Dong Xiang has a strong desire for children. It's advised to include her in your plans. I ignored the system entirely. Mingyue fluttered around me frequently, but if she wasn't high quality, then she wouldn't get pregnant no matter how much she lingered. Watching Mingyue tidy the bedding, I asked, have you shared a bed with someone before? Terrified, Mingyue knelt sharply. This servant doesn't understand. I smiled, lifting her chin. Not telling the truth. Tears welled in Mingyue's eyes. This servant grew up at the side of the young lady of the house. Madam thought I looked decent and started teaching me seduction techniques at 12. The eldest young master locked me in his room. When the second young master returned, he also. Tears trickled down her face. I frowned. Both of you family sons have taken you. Mingyue bowed her head. When they came back, they always sought me out. She cried, tears falling like raindrops on blossoms. Enough crying. Come here and serve. Mingyue raised her head in astonishment. Let me see what you've learned. She climbed onto the bed with joy, sitting on my lap and wriggling, her gaze alluring. Her skills were indeed exceptional. Wait. I took out a small raincoat. Do it yourself. Mingyue complied. Are you satisfied, master? I nodded, though I thought her chest wasn't quite big enough. Clean up and then leave. A few days later, I was in a good mood. Yu Wanqing came to report on the backyard affairs. Lian Rong is also pregnant. I asked, whose child is it? She replied candidly, originally mine. Then take good care of her. I pulled her into my embrace. Don't rush to leave. Husband. The next day, I took Dongzi to the county's largest restaurant. I was only a child scholar at the time, but had a good relationship with Xiao Yan. Many people wanted to use me to connect with Xiao Yan. In front of the restaurant, I was exchanging pleasantries. Xiao, the top scorer, has arrived. The crowd immediately flocked to Xiao Yan. Xiao Qing walked toward me. Did you write an article this time? I pulled out a few sheets of paper. Please offer your guidance. Ding. Xiao Qing's favorability has risen to 45%. After reading, she said, I think you're impressive. Favorability increased to 60%. What do you think of me? She asked. Miss Xiao is the most outstanding woman I've ever met. Favorability increased to 75%. She bit her lip. Do you think I'm fit to be your wife? Of course. Favorability increased to 80%. Then marry me and dismiss your backyard. Internally, I groaned. The system wants me to marry and produce offspring to sustain my life. How could I give up my backyard? Marriages are decided by parents. The Xiao family is of such high status that even if I wanted to, it would be nearly impossible. Favorability decreased by 10%. She was disappointed. You don't dare to fight for it. Give me time. Once I make the imperial examination's golden roll, I will personally visit and propose marriage. She looked dejected. I'm afraid I can't wait that long. Xiao Yan came over. Brother Lin, let's go. Xiao Qing boarded her carriage and left. Inside the restaurant, everyone surrounded Xiao Yan, none sparing me a glance. Someone asked, didn't you bring any writings? I just showed them to Miss Xiao. Xiao Yan looked apologetic. Should I fetch them back for you? No need. Once the provincial examinations are over, everyone will know. Xiao Yan remained composed, but he silently resolved to return home and persuade his sister. Unfortunately, my status was low, and the disparity with the Xiao family was vast. If not for the gap, we would truly be a match of talent and beauty. Inside the restaurant, many people were writing poems and essays. Someone asked me to write something. I shook my head. I dare not embarrass myself. Outside, Xiao Qing's carriage suddenly stopped. She lifted the curtain, and our gazes met. I smiled faintly, and she glared before dropping the curtain and leaving. Ding. Xiao Qing's favorability increased to 73%. I chuckled helplessly. The food was served, and I was placed at a separate table. My table was filled with individuals of mediocre talent. Quite the difference. After the meal, Xiao Yin was drunk. I told a servant, "Help him onto my carriage." At the Xiao residence, Xiao Qing came over. "Is my brother drunk again?" There were many toasting him. It's hard to avoid. "Why didn't you drink?" None toasted me. I bid farewell and returned home. Yuan Qing brought me a sober-up soup. I held her hand. "My treasure, Wan Qing." She blushed and said it was her duty. That night, Xiaoxi came to share my bed. She said, "I miss my sister. Send someone to fetch her tomorrow." The next day, Chang Shun returned to report. She hanged herself. Xiaoxi's face turned pale. Why? It turned out the man had squandered all her money and pawned her off. Refusing, she hung herself in despair. June was approaching, and I was preparing to head to the provincial city. Zhao Jiren said Xiao Yin had left early. I felt a sense of unease. At night, the system suddenly issued notifications. Dong Xiang is pregnant. Huang Linger is pregnant. Xiaoxi is pregnant. 3 all at once. Dong Xiang approached, her fragrance alluring. I embraced her. "Curious about when you conceived?" She giggled. "I also want to quickly bring a child into the Lin family." After the deed, I sent her back to her room. Alone, I summoned the system's lottery. "Congratulations. You've won. Martial strength plus 30. Exam writing skill plus 30. 5 supreme supplement pills. 10 pregnancy safeguard pills. 200 war horses. 10,000 ounces of silver. A mansion in the capital. And 3 additional years of life." My heart surged with excitement. I gave a cold laugh. "Where's the support you mentioned? Why hasn't the next one arrived yet?" I didn't let go and set Lian Rong on my lap to examine her. She was so embarrassed she could die, but she could only endure it, remembering what I'd said. She bit her lip, closed her eyes, and leaned back slightly. My technique shocked her, and her chest burned hot. "Husband, rest early." I put her on the bed and sat at the table to read. In truth, I didn't like reading at all. I relied on the system to organize my thoughts. Late at night, just as I was about to sleep, I discovered a hole broken in the window. A reed stalk was poking in. I became alert, flipped over, and blocked the reed stalk like a cat. There was movement and voices outside. I immediately opened the door and smashed down hard with the door bolt. 2 masked men dropped to the floor at once. I looked around, unsure if there were more hidden ambushes. This inn actually had something like this going on. They were treating me like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. A knock came at the door. It was third madam. I told Wan Qing and the others to come to my room. Once everyone was there, I threw the 2 men from the 2nd floor down into the lobby. Then I shut the door. Soon, the voice of the inn waiter came from below. I opened the door, and the waiter asked with a smile whether we had heard anything. He looked tense, but his eyes didn't wander. We went to bed early and didn't hear anything. The waiter saw 5 or 6 women in the room and flashed an ambiguous expression. Then, relieved, he left. After closing the door, third madam and the others asked what had happened. I briefly explained, and everyone panicked. Especially Wan Qing, who was already exhausted. She was even more frightened. "Tonight, we'll sleep on the floor. Tomorrow morning, we'll rent a carriage and continue on our way." After laying out the bedding, everyone slept fitfully. Wan Qing tossed and turned, unable to sleep. I felt sorry for her, so I lay down beside her. "Husband," she froze. The room was very quiet, and she didn't dare make a sound. I pulled her into my arms. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Wan Qing cried, and her fear faded away. She turned around and kissed me once. "Thank you, husband." It was the first time she had taken the initiative, and I almost couldn't take it. I suspected the system had drugged me. There were 8 people in the room, and I was afraid they'd hear us. Wan Qing wanted to escape, but I held her tightly. "Wan Qing, give yourself to me. I feel awful." "But, husband, I saw how frightened you were. I just want to comfort you. Besides, I couldn't resist your charm." I parted her dress and carefully felt my way around. Her whole body trembled as she tried to stop me. A soft laugh sounded in my ear, and her face turned red with embarrassment. She was so teased by me that her heart was all in disarray. If her sisters heard us, she'd have no face left to show them. I gave her no chance to refuse and simply carried on. The room was deathly quiet, with only faint breathing sounds. Wan Qing covered her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound. The rustle of clothes sounded especially loud in the night. The other concubines woke up and knew what I was doing. Their feelings were complicated, ashamed, yet envious of Wan Qing's favor. I didn't care about any of that. This was perfectly normal. Since they were my women, they had to be prepared. I would give them what should be given, and absolutely not let them touch what shouldn't be. The timing wasn't right, so I only came to Wanqing once. After a brief tidy-up, I held her and fell asleep. Wanqing looked at the hand I used to write with, long and strong. At times it was gentle, and she couldn't resist it. If her parents knew that all she could think about now was this, they would surely scold her for being shameless. Being with me, she was no longer like the pampered young lady she used to be. The next morning, Dongzi and Changshun only then learned what had happened last night. Go rent a carriage and see if there are any students heading to Qingzhou for the exam together. Yes. Dongzi went to rent the carriage, and Changshun carried the bedding. Kong Yujia was very moved when he learned that I had specially rented a carriage for him. Brother Lin, I'm deeply indebted to you. I will certainly repay you. Then I'll take that seriously. Breakfast was made in the inn's kitchen, prepared by San Yang and Lian Rong. After eating, we continued on our way. Kong Yujia and 2 other scholars rode in the carriage I had rented. It was early June, and the weather was getting hotter by the day. In my carriage were Xiaoxi and San Yang. Xiaoxi's condition was unstable, and she kept clinging to me for kisses and hugs. San Yang was afraid I would be upset. Don't make trouble in the carriage. We can talk about it after we get to Qingzhou. No way, Xiaoxi pouted. Last night, husband kissed sister Wanqing and made her have a baby. Xiaoxi wants one too. San Yang awkwardly pulled her back. Don't talk nonsense. I smiled and asked, Xiaoxi wants to be a mother too? I want to bear husband as son. She straightened her chest proudly. I was helpless. 6 concubines, and 5 were already pregnant. Only San Yang and Lian Rong knew. Xiaoxi had poor health and irregular periods, so even if she were pregnant, she wouldn't know it. I pointed to her belly. There's already my child in here. You're lying. She lowered her head to look. I'm not lying. There really is. San Yang coaxed her. If husband says there is, then there is. But my belly is still small. That's because the baby is still small. Finally, she was soothed, and I let out a breath of relief. The first 3 months were the most critical. Once they passed, things would be better. The journey was smooth that day, and we stopped at a county seat at noon for a meal. We were expected to reach Qingzhou Prefecture in 4 days. The closer we got to the prefectural city, the more scholars there were traveling for the exam. Some were fresh talents who had just passed the county examination, while others were old licentiates who had been taking the exam for years. They ranged from teenagers to men with white hair. The licentiate and the shiozai were a hurdle. Once you got past it, you entered the proper path of the imperial examinations and could be exempt from labor service and taxes. Even if you did not become a jiren, you could still open a private school and teach. If you were only a licentiate, you could only teach a few children their basics. I understood that, but I did not encourage old men to sit for the exam. I only wanted to change my social standing through the imperial examinations. On the afternoon of the 4th day of the 6th month, we reached the city gate of Qingzhou. The scholars were traveling either alone or in groups. Someone like me, bringing 6 concubines to take the exam, was truly rare. The city guards looked at us with ambiguous expressions. I slipped him 1 tael of silver, and he beamed. Sir, you're blessed. Study hard for the exam. He lifted the curtain and saw the stunning concubines inside, and was stunned. Once the silver was in hand, he didn't bother with a thorough inspection and let us through. The history of the Great Zhou was completely different from what I knew. There was no Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, or Qing, and there were few historical figures. Qingzhou City had once been the provincial capital of Shandong, but later was replaced by Jinan. After entering the city, the streets were bustling beyond measure. Xiaoxi curiously lifted the curtain to look outside. People came and went, and vendors called out their wares. San Yang had grown up in the countryside, and seeing the busy city made her a little flustered. Xiaoxi, don't do that. It's fine. She's just looking at the excitement, I said. Xiaoxi obediently lowered the curtain. I'll listen to Sister San Yang. I felt that Xiaoxi was like she had a second personality. The medicine should have taken effect by now. She ought to have recovered. Yet if she was still like this, then it could only mean she had split personalities. I took out the deed to the house and showed Dongzi. We stopped the carriage in an open area, and the 3 of them came over to thank us and say goodbye. Kong Yujia hesitated. Brother Kong, if you don't have anywhere to stay, come live at my place. It's close to the Gonyuan. The Qingzhou residence was a 3-courtyard house with 2 smaller side courtyards. We would be living here for a year, and then next autumn we would head to the provincial capital again. Kong Yujia felt that I had already helped him too much, and he felt guilty. With his purse tight, he had no way to repay me. I understood him. It reminded me of when I was renting a place back in my hometown and barely had enough money on me. Back then, I was always afraid I'd have no confidence at gatherings. Helping others is helping oneself. I feel an instant connection with Brother Kong, so there's no need to be formal. My 3-courtyard residence has the front courtyard available for Brother Kong to stay in. How about we study together during the day? To tell the truth, I failed the prefectural level exam last year, and I've been a bit uneasy about it. Brother Kong, your studies are solid. It would be best if you could help me, Kong Yujia quickly said. Then I'll be troubling you. Changshan had already asked for directions. Master, the residence is a 15-minute walk from the park. I was very satisfied. Then hurry over. It was my first time in Qingzhou Prefecture, and I had asked for directions several times. By evening, we finally arrived at the 3-courtyard residence. This was the best house I had ever lived in. A system-produced item was naturally dependable. A 3-courtyard manor, with east and west side courtyards. The front courtyard had 3 rooms. The main house in the inner courtyard had 5 large rooms, and there were rear chambers in the back courtyard. The stable was in the front courtyard, the kitchen in the back courtyard, and there was even a well. A side gate led to a lively commercial district, quiet amid the bustle. I took the 6 women around for a look and was thoroughly satisfied. The bedding and furnishings in the rooms are all complete. The previous owner must have been someone of no ordinary status, Yuan Qing said, touching the fabric of the bedding with a slight frown. Wang Sanyang said softly, Sister Wan Qing, husband is protected by immortals. Immortals? No, she pointed upward. This must be kept secret. Yuan Qing gave a light laugh, finding it absurd. But thinking of all the unusual things about me, it did seem to have some basis. The residence was clean and didn't need sweeping. However, there was no rice, flour, grain, or oil at all. Dongzi and Changshan went out to buy dinner. I told the 6 concubines to rest separately. There were 8 side rooms. Xiaoxi stayed with Wang Sanyang, and the other 4 each took 1 room. Tomorrow I'd need to buy some servants to cook and do laundry. As for serving the women, that could wait. I stayed in the east bedroom of the main house. Yuan Qing had studied since childhood, so she came to help me organize my books. When she picked up the drafts, she became captivated by them. I embraced her from behind and reached forward with both hands. Wan Qing, your husband has been without any pleasures for several days. The undershirt was convenient for women, but not for men. It didn't feel as good as a doo-doo. Seeing her reaction, I picked her up and carried her toward the bed. At this time, at the Xiao family residence in Qingzhou Prefecture, Xiao Yan said to his younger sister, during this period, how many astonishing and outstanding articles do you think Lin Zhengyan has written? Noticing his sister zoning out, he asked, Qing? Xiao Qing came back to herself, her face red. Last night, she had dreamed of Lin Zhengyan, and the scene was indecent. Brother, I wasn't thinking about anything. It's just that I'm thinking if you might lose to that lecture. I feel uncomfortable. Xiao Yan said with both amusement and exasperation. Qing, you don't have to like him, but don't make baseless accusations. He does indeed have a few more concubines, so he's considered promiscuous, but not a lecher. Xiao Qing lowered her head and murmured in response, secretly relieved. Thinking about Lin Zhengyan so much lately was not good. After I had my fun with Yuan Qing, I felt refreshed and cheerful. I called Mingyue in to clean up. Mingyue's eyes went wide. Yuan Qing tugged at her clothes and glanced at me, both shocked and frightened. Master, this servant will go see about dinner. Supporting her aching, weak body, she fled. I lifted Mingyue's chin. Master-in-law, she knelt and moved forward. Master-in-law, I'm willing to serve you. So eager. Mingyue's eyes were burning hot. This servant is eager for master-in-law. My mouth went dry. Hearing movement outside, I let her go. Wash yourself properly tonight. This servant understands. Mingyue was beautiful, a fine companion. It was a pity she couldn't bear me children. Dinner was spread across 10 dishes. 1 table in the inner courtyard, 1 in the outer courtyard. For the first meal, I accompanied Kong Yujia. After the meal, I had him wash up and rest. Kong Yujia said gratefully, thanks to Brother Lin spending so much. I shook my head. It was only 2 extra dishes. Nothing much. I returned to the table where the women were in the back courtyard. Wang Sanyang asked, husband, why are you especially different toward young Master Kong? I looked at Yuan Qing and let her answer. Yuan Qing said softly, young Master Kong is poor, yet he has genuine talent and learning. It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but hard to offer charcoal in snowy weather. Husband helping him only costs a small amount now, but in the future he may become an asset in the examination hall. Husband has no family backing, so he can only build his own network. Never look down on a young man because he is poor. Make more good connections. Some of the other concubines understood a little. A proper young lady was nothing more than a concubine serving men. Wanching's analysis was not wrong. There is no such thing as kindness without reason in this world. Everyone has something to gain, as long as it doesn't go against heaven or morality. You all stay in the inner courtyard and don't know about outside affairs. If you're willing, tell me. I won't confine you. Of course, if you want a simple life, that's fine too. The few concubines answered, each with different thoughts. For days on the road was exhausting, and everyone was busy washing up and getting ready to rest. Mingyue finished serving Wanqing, changed into a cool, light outfit, and came into my room. Dongxiang glanced over and whispered to Huang Linger, "The young lady is really generous. She's already treated Mingyue as a bedchamber maid. Mingyue is alluring. She must be very good at seducing husbands." Huang Linger worriedly said, "What if she has a child?" Dongxiang looked troubled. "We have to have a child before the main wife enters the household." Mingyue came closer, and I was in the mood. A proper young lady has the advantages of a proper young lady. Women like this also have a market. She was just a tool, and I wouldn't give her a child. Afterward, I rewarded her with 2 taels of silver and told her to hurry off. The next day, I accompanied Kong Yujie to the prefectural yamen to handle the academy examination registration procedures. Leaving the house and heading southwest for 15 minutes brought us to the examination compound. With the academy exam approaching, there were more boys students on the streets, and more vendors too. Kong Yujie heard people talking about INs raising their prices, took a deep breath, and said, "If Brother Lin hadn't taken me in, I'd still have to stay far away." Before the exam, people are often sabotaged, especially those with a big reputation. My heart tightened. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Sir taught me to proceed steadily, and I placed 6th in the county exam. Everyone else is staring at the top 5. No one pays attention to a poor nobody like me. When we arrived at the yamen, all the people from Nan-E County were already there. After checking the paperwork, paying the guarantee fee, everything went smoothly. Just as we were about to leave, someone shouted, "Xiao Yin is here." Xiao Yin was the top scorer of the prefectural exam, and everyone looked over. Xiao Yin came over with Xiao Qing, who was dressed like a man. Large clans had their own local scholar to act as guarantor, which was safer than finding a stranger and spending money. When Xiao Yin saw me, he was very happy. "Brother Lin, how have you been lately?" "Thanks for Brother Zhao's concern. I'm doing pretty well." The surrounding scholars were all surprised. They hadn't expected me to be acquainted with Xiao Yin. Invitations came one after another, and I became the center of attention. Xiao Yin raised a hand. "The academy exam is approaching. Better focus on studying. We can gather after the exam." Kong Yujie and I waited outside for Xiao Yin. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qing also came out and stood a few steps away, staring at me. Her gaze was strange and gave me the creeps. Kong Yujie was embarrassed, his face turning pale. "Brother Lin, I'll head back first to review my books." I gave him a few instructions and sent him off. As soon as Kong Yujie left, Xiao Qing pouted and snorted. System detected extremely high-quality fertility mother Xiao Qing. Favorability plus 1%. The system suddenly popped up, and I felt uneasy. "Didn't you say you could help me? Why isn't it working?" Insulting the system, -1 point. Add it back quickly, or I'll just die right here. System crashing danger. Reward plus 1 point. I raised an eyebrow. System, you're really disgusting. Support loading. Second color dream deployment. 3 times. I froze. What? A wet dream. Looking up at Xiao Qing, her eyes were dazed and her face flushed with embarrassment. This was on the street, and she was even dressed in men's clothes. I hurried over. "Miss Xiao," Xiao Qing said impatiently, "what do you want?" I put on a serious face. "Have I offended the young lady somewhere? Could it be because of that day when I told you to disperse the concubines?" Xiao Qing blushed. "Of course not." "Then why?" I stared at her intensely. She didn't dare look at me, furious inside. I lowered my voice. Could it be that Miss Xiao dreamed of me? Xiao Qing's heart skipped a beat. Though the words were frivolous, the opportunity was rare. If I didn't seize it, how could I claim the reward? My head hurt thinking about the oath I had made. I wouldn't marry until after becoming a jinshi. My ambitions were not small. I wanted to leave the position of main wife for someone of higher status. I asked the system, "Is there a higher level above extremely high quality?" Yes, I understood. Xiao Qing could only be a concubine. There had to be balance among the concubines, or trouble would easily arise. Otherwise, if I don't take down Xiao Qing, something may still happen later. Xiao Qing flew into a rage. You scoundrel! I'll have my brother send you to see the magistrate. I was startled inwardly. Could it be that she really dreamed about me? System prompt. 2 dream encounters have already been provided. Please try harder. I asked, can I enter Xiao Qing's dream? The system replied, no, they're all just projections of the host's shadow. Sigh, if I can't get into her dream, I can only watch. Xiao Qing turned and left in tears. At that moment, Xiao Yin came out of the yamen and said to the scholars, let's gather again after the exam. I'm heading back first. Seeing his younger sister crying, he asked, Qing, what's wrong? I hurriedly apologized. If I've offended Miss Xiao, please forgive me. Xiao Yin thought it was because of marriage troubles. Maybe she's in a bad mood because the family is discussing her marriage. Brother Lin, please don't mind it. My heart jolted. So Xiao Qing had been forced into marriage and didn't want to marry, which was why she said I looked pleasing to the eye. But I already had many concubines, and I would never allow her to marry someone else. This woman had to stay by my side. I'd need to find help from the system, otherwise it'd be hard for the two of us to ever meet in person. Xiao Qing shot me a glare, ran to the carriage, and urged the coachman to hurry. Xiao Yin apologized helplessly and got on after her. I smiled and said, Brother Xiao, you're busy. Let's meet again another day. The carriage pulled away. Xiao Yin said to his sister, you were rude just now. Luckily, your relationship with Brother Lin is good. Xiao Qing cried, if my reputation is ruined, then I won't marry. I might as well become a nun. Xiao Yin frowned. Mother said it was only an introduction, not an engagement. Don't be willful. Xiao Qing softened, called for the carriage to stop, and said, I want to get down and walk around. Xiao Yin reminded her, take someone with you, and don't go far. Come back in an hour. She jumped off the carriage and walked back with her maidservant. The yamen was already empty, with no one there. Why did I come here? She muttered to herself. I'm not him. How could he be waiting for me? The maidservant asked, Miss, who are you talking about? No one. Let's go back. I went home fuming. System, you're completely useless. The system said, detection, insulting the system. Please conduct yourself properly. I laughed. You want me to be a righteous gentleman? Isn't it just sleeping with women every day to spread branches and leaves? The system didn't take the bait. I requested, help me screen for high-quality breeding mothers in Qingzhou City. I have 6 concubines and 5 pregnancies. Only 1 remains. The later supply is insufficient. The system began a strong scan. The screen flashed and marked 5 high-quality women. One of them was labeled as a half-step top-quality breeding mother. I felt the system's grading was kind of idiotic. Use stars or in sapped scale. The interface changed instantly. The half-step top-quality one became grade A, and the others became grade B. This system really was too random. I asked the system to extract the detailed information of the grade A mother. The system returned, Yin Qianqian, a resident of Qingzhou Prefecture. Her father was a gambler. Because of gambling debts, he sold her to a brothel. Tonight was exactly the day of her first opening with a customer. A brothel girl? My mouth twitched. Buying her freedom would already be hard, let alone paying the high price to spend the night with her. Since the system had given me the information, I'd sleep with her once first, draw the jackpot, and then think about buying her freedom. I changed into good clothes, stuffed plenty of silver notes into my robes, and headed out. Wang Sanyang asked why I wasn't eating at home. I said I had something to do and wouldn't be back tonight, and told her to keep an eye on everyone. I went straight to Chunfeng Tower and took my seat. Qianqian's reputation had long spread, and every table was full. Dongzi nervously asked who I was looking for. I answered, Miss Qianqian. 2 taels of silver per table, and nearly 20 guests were all there for Qianqian. When the time came, Qianqian still didn't come out. The madam said she was ill and wouldn't be receiving guests today. The men were dissatisfied, and curses broke out everywhere. The pretty sisters immediately pounced on me. One called Yuan sat directly on my lap, wrapped her arms around my neck, and rubbed against me. The price for accompanying wine was 1 amount. Accompanying sleep cost extra. I didn't refuse, tipped generously, and went upstairs to Yuan's room. She poured the wine. There was probably an aphrodisiac in it. I asked about Qianqian's illness. She said softly, Qianqian really is sick, and she's embarrassed to see anyone. I chuckled. Oh, sick? Others might think she's deliberately putting on airs. Yuan sighed. She really is sick. I asked, what illness? She came close to me, her hand slipping into my clothes. Something suddenly appeared on my face. It was fine this morning, but by noon it popped up all at once. I've seen several doctors, but none could do anything. My heart stirred. Fine in the morning, flaring up at noon. That was exactly when I had the system screen her at noon. Could it be the system causing trouble? It was me. The system, the voice carried a hint of smugness. I asked, how long until the medicine's effects were off? Half a month. There were still 8 days until the county exam, and during that time no one dared touch Yin Chanqian. I said gently. I originally wanted to exchange pointers with Miss Chanqian, but I didn't expect such an unfortunate mishap. Yuan was moved. Young master, what surname do you bear? I'll pass a message for you. My surname is Lin. Yuan wrapped her arms around my neck and pleaded. Young master Lin, stay with this servant tonight. I'm afraid I can't. I took out silver and set it on the table, then pinched her butt. I must keep myself pure for Chanqian. With that, I dragged Dongzi away. After getting into the carriage, I glanced at Dongzi. Go on, don't stand there and embarrass yourself. Dongzi asked, why not stay the night? I replied, not clean. I said seriously, be careful not to catch anything. Keep your belt tied tight, and when you're older, you'll naturally marry a pretty wife. Dongzi beamed. I'll listen to you, master. When we got home, it was already deep into the night. After I finished showering, I knocked on Yuanqing's door. Mingwei opened it. Young master-in-law, you're back. Where is your young lady? She's already asleep. I stood at the entrance of Spring Breeze Tower, hesitating. Mingwei saw it, leaned over, and began to attend to me. My mood gradually improved. Courtesans make their living with their faces and bodies. Once the face is ruined, they're done for. The system said Chanqian was an A-grade fertility vessel and had to remain pure. With half a month of drug effects, nobody could cure her. The money invested would all be wasted, and Chanqian would be ruined. My chance had come. After Minghua finished, I helped her onto the low couch. The creaking sounded especially clear in the night. Yu Wanqing woke up, too scared to make a sound, and could only cover her ears. After it was over, Minghua trembled as she went to fetch water. I sat on the edge of the bed and kissed her. Wanqing woke up. Why didn't you call me? This concubine didn't dare, she said shyly. Feeling sorry for her, I pulled her into my arms. When Minghua came back and saw me doing that with Wanqing, her face turned red. She sat on the couch and waited, serving us with her eyes lowered and all her manners in place. I couldn't be bothered to change places, so I held her and slept. The next morning I pretended to study with Kong Yujia. In the afternoon, I went straight to Spring Breeze Tower. There were few people in the afternoon, and the procuress was very annoyed. But when she saw the silver, she smiled and hurried off to report. The madam's face was wrinkled into a mass. Chanqian had cost 20 taels to buy, and more than 200 taels had been poured into her afterward. Now the boils had broken out. The boils stank terribly, and she couldn't stop scratching. No matter how many doctors were called, it was useless. The madam flatly refused to see any guests. I wasn't surprised. If it were me, I wouldn't let anyone see her either. Chanqian's face was badly ruined. In the future, I'd have to make it up to her properly. Let her bear a few more sons. The next day I went again, and still couldn't see her. On the third day, I went once more. The procuress advised the madam, let him see her. Cover her face and use more incense. He probably won't be able to smell anything. Chanqian is good at music and dance, so she can still earn a little by singing and dancing. The madam agreed. When she saw Chanqian, she frowned. The smell is even stronger. Hurry and burn incense, and make sure the veil is tied tightly. Yin Chanqian sat there like a puppet. Her eyes were empty. Mother, is something the matter? On the day she had her cherry broken, her face had already rotted, and strangely enough, she felt relieved. After 2 years of being treated like an object, now that her face was ruined, she no longer had to accompany men. The madam said coldly, at this point, you can't earn back what was spent on you. There are guests who want to see you. Serve them with your face covered, understand? Chanqian gasped, no, if people see, never let them see. The madam stared at her darkly. Sing, dance, and sleep with them. You must make money, or your end will be miserable. I waited for a long time. A little maid led me upstairs. Chanqian lived in the large room at the innermost side. The room was thick with incense, and the light was dim. Behind a screen sat a masked woman, her figure hazy and indistinct. Wine and dishes were laid out on the table. I sat down and said, I heard that Miss Chanqian was ill, so I came to visit. Are you feeling any better? Not yet. Thank you for your concern, sir. That sweet, cutesy, sing-song voice was enough to make anyone tingle all over. Once that voice came out, no man in bed could resist it. I stood up and walked to the screen. I truly wish this pain could be transferred onto me. Qianqian thought to herself. I thought it would be that pot-bellied one, but it turned out to be a young gentleman. Why has the stench disappeared? She stepped out from behind the screen. Her figure was well-proportioned, slim where it should be slim, and full where it should be full. Her face was covered tightly, revealing only a pair of eyes. I was stunned. Those eyes were like stars, making my soul tremble. She was even more beautiful than that Hong Kong actress from back in the day. The system rated courtesans as A-class, and I had long been curious. Qianqian's background was even lower than Lian Rong's, yet she was A-class. Her looks and bearing must be extraordinary. I quickly said, I could tell from afar that you had the grace of a heavenly being. Seeing you up close is even more dazzling. She bowed and said, Thank you for the compliment, sir. Please have a seat. I extended my hand. She placed her hand on mine and sat down to pour wine. Qianqian offers you a cup, sir. Brothel wine is not clean, but it's no trouble for me. I swept my sleeve over it and drank it down. Sir, are you here to take the prefectural exam? She asked. Of course. I moved my stool closer. She panicked, fearing I might see the sores on her face. I took her hand. Qianqian, don't be afraid. I know you have an illness on your face. She froze, tears glimmering in her eyes. If you know that, why did you still come? I stood tall and righteous. Because I like you. When there is affection, what does appearance matter? True liking will not grow distant because of looks. I tightened my grip on both her hands. See? In my eyes, there is only you. Qianqian was moved. The sores were incurable, and everyone in the brothel insulted her. This young Master Lin not only looked handsome, but his words were also heartwarming. Young Master Lin's feelings, Qianqian understands, don't say that. My eyes were full of indulgence. My heart can be witnessed by heaven and earth. If there were any falsehood in it, may I be struck by lightning. Her pale, tender hand covered my mouth. A sweet fragrance of cleanliness wafted from her body, with not the slightest trace of stench. This stench was also made by the system. The system said proudly, as long as you have enough points, anything can be done. Marry more wives, have more children, and the points will roll in. I asked, how many points to kill the emperor? The system, 9,999 points. Excuse me. Qianqian's eyes turned red with envy as tears welled up. Young Master Lin, I truly don't know how to repay you. I replied gently, liking is one-sided, loving is mutual. I only ask for your heart. She cried again. The madam outside the door was eavesdropping, thinking she could make quite a bit of money. I glanced at the doorway and stood up. It's late, I'll head back first. I'll come again tomorrow. Qianqian was surprised. You're leaving so soon? I took out a 50-tael banknote. Take this as a little token. Have your mother hire a good doctor. The madam tried her best to keep me there. I firmly refused and fled in a panic. I'm not that kind of person who's so casual. Qianqian looked at my departing figure. It was hard to find true affection in this world. Had she found it too? After getting into the carriage, I said to Dongzi, go home. Dongzi was puzzled. If I went to bed with her from the start, she'd think I was just lustful. I want her sincerity. Of course, I also have to let Chunfeng Tower get a little taste of the sweetness. After returning home, the women all looked puzzled. I didn't explain anything and slept alone. I did this for several days in a row. During the day I went out, at night I studied, and at night I slept alone. I didn't even summon manhwa. Wang Sanyang comforted them, don't worry. The important thing is to take care of your body and have a child. Dongxiang frowned. My monthly period seems to be 2 days late. Huang Linger said happily. Could it be you're pregnant? Wang Sanyang smiled. Wait until sunset comes back and ask your husband. Dongxiang was surprised. Husband can tell? Wang Sanyang lowered her voice. Husband is protected by an old immortal. By then I had already paid and gone up to the second floor. The procuress looked at me with a complicated expression, unable to understand why I had taken a liking to a prostitute with a face full of sores. After entering the room, I gently closed the door. Only a pair of clear eyes was visible on Qianqian's face. Young Master Lin. Qianqian, don't be so formal. I helped her sit down, unable to bear letting go. The foul smell in the room was completely gone. She secretly thought I must have some special method. The itching and pain of the sores on her face had also eased. Young Master Lin, The county exam is almost here, and you still came to see me. I tightened my grip on her hand. If I don't see you, I can't focus on studying. She noticed that the itching had lessened. When she leaned closer to me, the itching became even milder. Sir, these sores on my face itch unbearably every night. I thought to myself, this system is truly vicious. Zheng'an wishes he could suffer it in your place. She leaned in slightly, her face flushing red. When I'm a little closer to you, my face feels much better. Usually the smell on my body is awful and hard to endure. Yet only when you enter the room does the stench disappear. I lowered my voice. Don't tell anyone about this. She nodded. I wouldn't dare tell anyone. Don't let your mother know either, or it may cause trouble. I only hope you won't abandon me, young master. I took her hand and kissed it lightly. Then I kissed her eyes. In Qianqian was shocked. It doesn't itch anymore. I opened my arms, and she fell into my embrace. A knock at the door interrupted us. It was time to leave. The next day, I did not come. The madam was so anxious she was jumping up and down. In truth, I had deliberately stayed away. I couldn't let Chunfeng Tower raise its expectations too high. Tomorrow was the county exam. Today I had to rest. The women at home were all careful and restrained. I stared at the classical Chinese text until my head felt as big as a bucket. As a science student in my previous life, I had relied entirely on the system. After dinner at night, everyone went to rest separately. I called out, Mingyue, have your young lady come in. Mingyue hesitated. I urged her, hurry up. These past few days I had been thinking hard about Qianqian's matter. Yuanqing needed to recuperate. The others were all less than 3 months pregnant, so it wasn't convenient to be intimate with them. Yuanqing came in. Husband, you should rest for tomorrow's exam. Check my pulse for me. After a moment, her face turned red. Husband's body is healthy, but his liver fire is a bit wrong. She said softly, this concubine is afraid I may not be able to bear such a burden. I burst out laughing and pulled her into my arms. Parting her gauze robe, I kissed her softly. She melted in my embrace, soft as water. Her cheeks were flushed red, her eyes dazed. She suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around my head. What are you thinking about? Focus. I bit her lightly. Husband. Her voice trembled. Be good. Outside, Mingyue listened to the sounds from within. Her body softened too. She secretly hoped she would conceive a child. A little higher. Husband. Wanqing's face turned bright red. When it was over, she collapsed into a limp heap. She called Mingyue in to clean up. I held Wanqing and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Wang Sanyang came to wake me. After taking the tonic pill, I felt much more energetic. I carried my exam basket and set out. The examination hall was close to home, so walking was even quicker. Soldiers held torches aloft, and the place was brightly lit. All the scholars from Qingzhou City had come. Dongzi, go back. Come get me in the evening. There was a long line at the entrance to the examination hall. Seeing Xiaoyan, they greeted one another. When the time came, names were called and bodies inspected. Take your clothes off, the soldiers shouted. Someone nearby wailed and begged for mercy. A soldier asked with a smile, has the young master gotten married? No. Then your future wife is blessed. Someone next door shouted, this is insulting the learned. Even the scholars had lost all dignity. Inside the examination cubicles, it was narrow and filthy. 1 meter wide, 2 meters deep, like a honeycomb. I frowned and cleaned it up. The system suddenly spoke, wishing the host success in the imperial examinations. Can you help write the essay during the exam? No. Then what use are you? I can cheer you on. Useless. The drums sounded, and the questions were handed out. Questions on the 4 books, regulated poems, and memorized passages from the classics. The 8-part essay was the most important, a 500-character piece of classical Chinese. Looking up, the sun was already high. My stomach rumbled. The guy across from me was gnawing on a flatbread. The one beside him was still asking how to crack the topic. I took out the pancake that had been handled to pieces. I rolled in some minced meat and scallions and took a bite. The people across from me were stunned. What scholar eats scallions like that? I didn't care and kept composing poetry while I ate. The system only taught 8-part essays. The poem had to be written by myself. I pieced together a poem as best I could. After copying the essay and finishing the poem, I transcribed the classics. At Shunshur, the bell rang. Outside the examination hall, 6 women were squeezed into a carriage. Wang Sanyang jumped down first. I'll go look ahead. No, Sanyang is pregnant. Dongxiang stopped her. Wang Sanyang and Lian Rong were 2 months pregnant. Linger and Xiaoxi were 2. Wanqing was pushed out. Then thank you, sisters. She smiled and got off the carriage, walking forward. Passers-by all looked at her. Whose wife was this, so beautiful? She stood beside Xiaoqing and politely nodded. Xiaoqing was shocked. Whose woman was this? The examination hall doors opened. I came out third. Xiaoyan was first. Husband. Wanqing called to me. Xiaoqing froze, looked at her brother, then at me. Her eyes burned with anger. That's my concubine, and she dares bring her to the examination hall. Xiaoqing glared at me in fury. Rewrite in the first person, condensed version. Seeing the beautiful woman and Xiaoqing, I felt a jolt in my heart. Damn it, I hadn't checked the almanac today and forgotten to have the women stay home. Since they were already here, they'd even brought you Wanqing along. I was done for. Wait, pretend to faint. My head is so dizzy. I clutched my forehead and collapsed. The two women hurried to catch me. Xiaoqing and Yu Wanqing looked at each other, blushed, and let go. Yu Wanqing said with a smile, thanks to this young lady's help. She and Dongzi helped me into the carriage. Xiaoqing stood there watching. As the curtain lifted, the carriage was packed with beauties, all concerned about me. Her brother called out, Qingqing, let's go. I'm dizzy too. Xiaoqing ignored him and stared at the carriage. The 6 pairs of eyes in the carriage were all fixed on me. I was mortified. Husband, how is it? The women gathered around and asked. Yu Wanqing smiled. Husband is fine, he's just hungry. She had already seen through my act and played along with me. After we got home, everyone split up their tasks. Some boiled water, some cooked. I had Yu Wanqing take my pulse. There was nothing wrong with me. I lay there letting them wait on me, even getting to hold their little hands. So comfortable. After dinner, I called out to my 6 concubines. Wait, who's sleeping with me tonight? Wang Sanyang said, Dongxiang, Linger, and Xiaoxi are all pregnant. Then Wanqing stays. Wanqing blushed and said, could Minghua take my place? I'm swollen. Remembering how fierce I'd been last night, I gave her a pill for promoting blood circulation. She gasped, husband, this medicine. Shoo, it was given by an immortal. Don't tell anyone. Late at night, Wanqing was asleep. I called Minghua to clean up, but she wanted to stay, and I pushed her away. Go rest. You're tired. In truth, I wasn't tired. I was saving my strength to rescue Yin Xianxian. On Xiaoqing's side, she couldn't sleep. Thinking of my women, each with such extraordinary bearing, she wondered, I'm just a poor scholar. How could I have concubines like that? She shook her head and laughed at herself. What did it have to do with her? But in her dreams, she was entangled with me, and it was so embarrassing. After the prefectural exam, I went to a poetry gathering with Xiao Yan. Bao Zhenhua and Kong Song mocked me. Xiao Yan wanted to stand up for me, but I stopped him. Not worth it. Kong Yujia rushed over and said, Brother Lin has real talent. How dare you two act so arrogantly? This brother was truly loyal. On the outskirts of Qingzhou, we recited poems and composed verses. The madam of the Spring Breeze Pavilion stared at Yin Xianxian. Who would want you except young Master Lin? And he's not even coming anymore. Yin Xianxian smelled terrible, and the guests all despised her. Please, madam, young Master Lin won't abandon me. The madam softened and said, I'll go find him tonight. When I got home that night, Dongzi said the madam had come. I smiled. Tell her to wait in the front courtyard. Wang Sanyang asked, what does she want with you? I pinched her chin. To send me a sister. Rewrite in the first person, condensed version. Seeing the beautiful woman and Xiaoqing, I felt a jolt in my heart. Damn it, I hadn't checked the almanac today and forgotten to have the women stay home. Since they were already here, they'd even brought Yu Wanqing along. I was done for. Wait, pretend to faint. My head is so dizzy. I clutched my forehead and collapsed. The two women hurried to catch me. Xiaoqing and Yu Wanqing looked at each other, blushed, and let go. Yu Wanqing said with a smile, thanks to this young lady's help. She and Dongzi helped me into the carriage. Xiaoqing stood there watching. As the curtain lifted, the carriage was packed with beauties, all concerned about me. Her brother called out, Qingqing, let's go. I'm dizzy too. Xiaoqing ignored him and stared at the carriage. The 6 pairs of eyes in the carriage were all fixed on me. I was mortified. Husband, how is it? The women gathered around and asked. Yu Wanqing smiled. Husband is fine, he's just hungry. She had already seen through my act and played along with me. After we got home, everyone split up their tasks. Some boiled water, some cooked. I had Yu Wanqing take my pulse. There was nothing wrong with me. I lay there letting them wait on me, even getting to hold their little hands. So comfortable. After dinner, I called out to my 6 concubines. Wait, Who's sleeping with me tonight? Wang Sanyang said. Dong Xiang, Linger, and Xiaoxi are all pregnant. Then Wanqing stays. Wanqing blushed and said, Could Minghua take my place? I'm swollen. Remembering how fierce I'd been last night, I gave her a pill for promoting blood circulation. She gasped, Husband, this medicine. Shoo, it was given by an immortal. Don't tell anyone. Late at night, Wanqing was asleep. I called Minghua to clean up, but she wanted to stay, and I pushed her away. Go rest. You're tired. In truth, I wasn't tired. I was saving my strength to rescue Yin Xianqian. On Xiaoqing's side, she couldn't sleep. Thinking of my women, each with such extraordinary bearing, she wondered, I'm just a poor scholar. How could I have concubines like that? She shook her head and laughed at herself. What did it have to do with her? But in her dreams, she was entangled with me, and it was so embarrassing. After the prefectural exam, I went to a poetry gathering with Xiao Yan. Bao Jinhua and Kong Song mocked me. Xiao Yan wanted to stand up for me, but I stopped him. Not worth it. Kong Yujia rushed over and said, Brother Lin has real talent. How dare you two act so arrogantly? This brother was truly loyal. On the outskirts of Qingzhou, we recited poems and composed verses. The madam of the Spring Breeze Pavilion stared at Yin Xianqian. Who would want you except young Master Lin? And he's not even coming anymore. Yin Xianqian smelled terrible, and the guests all despised her. Please, madam, young Master Lin won't abandon me. The madam softened and said, I'll go find him tonight. When I got home that night, Dongzi said the madam had come. I smiled. Tell her to wait in the front courtyard. Wang Sanyang asked, What does she want with you? I pinched her chin. To send me a sister. I headed straight for the front courtyard. The madam smiled brightly. Master Lin, you really have deep pockets. You flatter me, madam. I'm just from an ordinary family. After the tea was served, I asked directly, What's the reason for your visit? The madam said cautiously, You haven't been to the brothel these past few days, and Xianqian has lost a whole lot of weight. The district exam is over. Can I go see her? I frowned. Xianqian has some sort of facial ailment, and she smells too. The madam's heart skipped a beat. Even incense couldn't cover it up. Sure enough, she'd been despised. I really do like her. But this appearance and this smell, I really can't stand it. I'm afraid I'll have to let her down. The madam panicked. If even you dislike her, then the brothel can only deal with her. After all, we've kept her for 2 years. I pretended to be troubled. We spent money keeping her for 2 years. Letting her die in peace would be merciful. I fell silent for a moment. How about I redeem her? Keep her in the countryside, and let her live a steady life. The madam's eyes lit up. Really? 200 taels. She was blatantly overcharging. I frowned. There's a famine now. In the countryside, 2 taels of silver can buy a wife. Then how much do you think? 150 taels. I shook my head. 100 taels. Still shaking my head. 80 taels. The madam got angry. 50 taels, and I'll take her. I said flatly, Madam, think it over. If you won't do it, forget it. Let her end it herself. That'll even save food. The madam's expression changed drastically. She had wanted to squeeze out the last bit of value, but she hadn't expected me to see through her. 50 taels was too much of a loss. Clenching her teeth, she said, Then I'll head back. Xianqian has a miserable fate. She turned to leave. Take care. My tone was cold. The madam grew even angrier and had reached the doorway when I suddenly called after her. Think it over again. After today, it might be even less. She glared at me and stormed off in fury. Dongzi closed the door. Young master, you really don't want her anymore? If I can dump a hot potato on someone else and still make money, that's already a win. I handed Dongzi 10 taels of silver. Find someone to handle it properly. With the famine now, 10 taels was more than enough to buy a girl. Yin Xianqian had a ruined face, sickness, and a foul smell. Even 10 taels would be hard to get anyone to take her. Just wait. They'll come looking for me. That night, I pulled up the system and looked at the other B-grade female bodies in Qingzhou. I locked onto a few women from modest households, easier to approach. Just as I was about to sleep, the door opened. A familiar fragrance rushed in, and soft, warm jade pressed against my body. I knew this wasn't a dream, and I dealt with it calmly. Her hand moved from my lower abdomen upward. I held on and kept my eyes closed. At last, that thing touched my lips, fragrance overflowing. I opened my mouth and took it in, startling her so much she nearly cried out. After a round of passion, I pinned her down and smiled. Knowing that Miss is resting today, you came to crawl into bed? Minghua pouted. I'm just worried about you, master-in-law. I said nothing more and continued my conquest. All she could say was, I can't take it anymore. Being a rich man in ancient times was truly wonderful beyond words. At the same time, the madam entered Qianqian's room. You can't even keep a man's heart. Useless. The stench made her cover her nose. No one even wants you for 80 taels. Just wait to die. Qianqian's face was bloodless, but she still held onto a sliver of hope. The madam had her write me a letter, but there was no response. She panicked. The procuress urged, the smell is getting worse and worse. We can't delay this. Outside came a shout. A guest is causing trouble, saying the brothel stinks too much and demanding a refund. The madam said in shock, she's already been sent to the woodshed. How is it still stinking? We can only sell her for 50 taels now. What a huge loss. Qianqian was wrapped up tightly and stuffed into a carriage. Passers-by cursed. What is that stench? She thought to herself how hard it was to be a woman. Sold back and forth, looked down on back and forth. Only Master Lin couldn't smell her odor. She didn't ask for anything. She only wished to be a firekeeper girl. When they arrived at the Lin residence, the madam instructed her, beg properly. Otherwise, the mass grave will be your final stop. Yes, madam. Changshun smelled the odor and hurriedly covered his nose. It's really unbearable. I didn't show myself and had someone hand over 80 taels. The madam was shocked. She took the indenture and hurried off, terrified I might change my mind. When the door closed, I came out of the side room. When Qianqian saw me and the foul smell was gone, she felt at ease. Master Lin. I pulled away the cloth covering her face. Under the sheer veil, her graceful figure was like a ripe peach. Wait a moment. I handed the deed of sale to Dongzi. Go to the yamen and cancel it. Dongzi was shocked. If it was cancelled, she would become a free woman. I love her. How could I bear to make her a slave? When Yin Qianqian heard that, she was so moved that she hugged me and cried. Her face being close to me was fine, but sharing a bed was just too much for her. I lifted her chin. Qianqian, do you know why there's no stench when you get close to me? She shook her head. As for my concubine, she knows medicine. Let her take a look at you. Maybe she can cure your face. Really? She said in shock. Of course. I sat down and pulled her into my arms. Her body was really soft, as if she were an immortal maiden. Dongzi came back and said the yamen matter had been settled. Yin Qianqian was free. Crying, she hugged me again. I took her to the back courtyard to find Yuan Qing. I handed her the detox pill exchanged from the system. Have her take it 3 times over 3 days. She'll be fine for sure. Yuan Qing had never met Yin Qianqian before, but seeing how much I valued her, she agreed. I teased her. Come to my room tonight. The other sisters are all pregnant now. Her face reddened, and she nodded before running off. Women are soft-hearted. If you treat them well, they treat you well. When Yin Qianqian saw how beautiful Yuan Qing was, she was stunned. I asked her to remove her veil, and Yuan Qing began taking her pulse. Yin Qianqian was nervous. Young Master Lin, could you please avoid looking for a moment? I'm afraid you'll feel disgusted if you see me like this. Yuan Qing smiled and said, Husband, go have tea with the other sisters. I went to Lian Rong's room. She and Wang Sanyang had been pregnant for 2 months, and her complexion wasn't very good. I sat on her lap, and she struggled. I'm pregnant. Mother-in-law said I can't. I know. I'm just hugging you. Then I noticed she was actually wearing a chest binder, wrapped up tightly from head to toe. The sisters are all wearing them. Her face turned red with embarrassment. All the petty benefits I had hoped to enjoy during the day were gone, and I could only wait until night. After being teased by Yin Qianqian and then frustrated by Lian Rong, I was dying from the torture. Why not go find manhwa? Lian Rong suggested. I nodded. You rest first. Come again after 3 months. The system urged me again. Detected strong desire from the host. Please find a high-quality mother body as soon as possible. I cursed inwardly. Yuan Qing and Yin Qianqian were both pregnant, and although Mingyue was available, I didn't want to waste her. Dongzi came back. Master, that family won't agree to send their daughter to be your concubine. I sighed. We'd talk about it after the provincial exam. Yuan Qing had just cured Yin Qianqian. I had Wang Sanyang and Dongxiang go by some older women and maids to help out. Huang Linger took Yin Qianqian away to settle her in. She wasn't jealous. After all, everyone was just giving birth for the Lin family. I asked Mingyue to bring hot water and invited Yuan Qing to bathe with me. Bathing together in broad daylight was a first. Where haven't I seen you before? I said with a smile as I carried her into the water. She shyly leaned against the barrel wall. Husband, I pulled her into my arms. Her skin in the water was even smoother than the water itself. We pressed our faces together and kissed, the ripples of water shimmering around us. Outside, Mingyue's face turned red and her legs went weak. She simply sat down on the floor. Just as things were getting good, someone reported, "Master, young Master Xiao has arrived." I patted Yuan Qing. "Rest here for now. I'm going to see Brother Xiao. Stay here and don't leave." I gave her a look, and she understood. In the front hall, Xiao Yan's face was pale as he grabbed my hand. "Brother Lin, I have an urgent favor to ask." I sent the attendants out. "My younger sister has a high fever, and she keeps calling your name." System prompt. S-rank mother body. Xiao Qing's favorability increased by 10%. Xiao Yan said guiltily, "I hope Brother Lin can go take a look at her. I'll reward you with 500 taels afterward. Our friendship isn't based on silver, but I'm afraid it'll ruin Miss Zhao's reputation." Xiao Yan thought for a moment. If this gets out, would Brother Lin be willing to marry my sister? I gave a bitter smile. I swore an oath that I won't take a wife before passing the Jinshi exam. Xiao Yan understood. Waiting a year or two is no problem. I trust you. In the dark of night, we headed straight for the Xiao residence. Passing through the back courtyard, we arrived at Xiao Qing's boudoir. The maid Yunju had cried her eyes red. "Miss is burning up badly, and she can't get the medicine down." Behind the screen, Xiao Qing lay on the bed. The thin blanket couldn't conceal her graceful figure, and her face was flushed red. Xiao Yan fed her medicine, but she kept her lips shut. Vaguely, she was still calling Zhengyan. Xiao Yan stood and saluted me. "Please save my little sister, Brother Lin." He even called Yunju to leave with him, then closed the door. "I'm a thug, but I won't take advantage of someone when they're down." I gently shook Xiao Qing. "Wake up." No response. The system teased ambiguously. Mouth-to-mouth medicine, physical intimacy. I had no choice but to hold a mouthful of medicine and lean down to kiss her. Her lips were burning hot. I slipped my tongue in to pry open her teeth and deliver the medicine. I softly stroked her chest to urge her to swallow. After feeding her the bitter medicine mouthful by mouthful, I urgently needed some return. There was hard candy on the small table, so I chewed one to drive away the bitterness. Looking at the color of her lips, I wanted to get closer to her. "To save you, I've got to get something back." Holding candy in my mouth, I kissed her again so she could taste sweetness. Xiao Qing gradually woke up and let me feed her the medicine. The taste of candy warmed her heart. My tongue-kissing skills were quite practiced. Our lips and teeth tangled together, making smacking sounds. She gradually sank into it, and I carefully pleased her. After a long while, I raised my head. Our eyes met. She wanted to pull away, but I held her hand down and kept kissing her. Perhaps because of her fever and weakness, she had no strength to resist. Gradually, she began to respond to my passion. Outside, Xiao Yan asked, "How is Brother Lin?" I reluctantly let go. "Don't speak. You're still sick." I pointed to my chest. "Keep it a secret, but you should know, I've got you here." Then I turned and left. She unconsciously touched her lips and smiled. Thinking of my love history, her mood became complicated. After I closed the door, I cupped my hands to Xiao Yan. "I've done my best. Miss Xiao is asleep." Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief and asked Yunju to attend to her. Xiao Yan stopped me. "Stay the night. I'm afraid Qingqing may burn up again at night." I sighed. "All right." When Yunju saw Xiao Qing's swollen lips, she was shocked and uneasy. My lips were actually swollen too. Luckily, the darkness hid it. In daylight, I would surely be laughed at as a lecher. In the middle of the night, Xiao Yan came calling again. Her fever had come back. I put on my clothes and hurried over. Xiao Yan looked apologetic. "Sorry to trouble you again," I said solemnly. "Why be polite among friends?" A future brother-in-law couldn't be offended. When I rushed to the room, she was feverish and dazed again. Xiao Yan went outside first, and I still fed her the medicine mouth to mouth. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze confused. It looked as if she was asking why I wasn't kissing her anymore. I smiled. "Want me to kiss you?" she said with difficulty. "Shameless. I have even more shameless things. I just haven't used them on you." I lifted the blanket, revealing her delicate body. In summer, the night clothes were thin, making it all the more alluring. She tried to pull up the blanket, but I held her down. "Don't be afraid. When you've got a fever, covering yourself too tightly only makes it harder to cool down." My eyes swept over her. "You shouldn't be wearing so many clothes either." I used a handkerchief to wipe her neck and underarms. She looked at me shyly. "Don't be shy. Only the two of us know. I'll leave at daybreak, and there won't be another chance." She stopped struggling and just watched me wipe her down. The handkerchief slid to the base of her thighs, and she tried to bend her knees. I held her down. Don't move. I taught her how to wipe the areas that needed cooling. Suppressing my urge, I straightened her night clothes. By accident, I touched her, and she stiffened. I savored it inwardly and felt it wasn't bad at all. If I needed her a few more times in the future, maybe she'd become even more ample. Just as I was preparing to leave, she called me back. Affection plus 5%, she bit her lip. You looked at me and touched me. Can you take responsibility? Weak and frail, her eyes brimmed with tears. Before her words even finished, the tears fell like broken strings of pearls. Her parents called her a crybaby. She had never cried like this in front of outsiders before. I felt sorry for her. She was my future wife, a top-tier motherly body for childbirth. I couldn't let her cry herself sick. I stepped forward and wiped her tears. Don't cry. Your brother will misunderstand and think I'm bullying you. She cried even harder. You are bullying me. All right, I bullied you. But you agreed to it. My gaze was fervent. Can you really say you felt nothing? She snapped. You. I took her hand and rubbed it. Kissing you is to save you, and also because I like you. If you hate it, I'd never dare be rude. She said nothing, just cried silently. Such a little crybaby. As I wiped away her tears, I laughed softly. I understand your unease. I'm even more uneasy. You asked whether I can take responsibility, so let me ask you this. Can I just say I want to take responsibility, and that makes it so? I once vowed that I wouldn't marry until I passed the imperial examinations and made the honor roll. I come from humble origins. If I go to propose marriage now, I'm afraid I'd be driven out the door. Her heart ached. Then I can only marry someone else. My parents have already chosen my fiancé. I frowned. Tell me who it is, maybe there's a way. If he's a bad person, I can deal with him using system points. If he's a good person, I'll think of another way. It's Chen Ku, the legitimate son of the Marquis of Xianwei, a spoiled playboy. We had a conflict before, and he threatened me. The direct branch of the Xiao family wants to build ties with him, so they forced my parents to agree. She cried even harder. My life is so miserable. Her parents had no power to resist and could only obey the direct branch. Because of this, she developed a knot in her heart and fell ill in the summer, bedridden. She even wanted to die. Then she heard someone calling her, and when she opened her eyes, she saw me. She thought it was a dream, but it turned out to be real. I silently tapped my fingers and asked the system, can I kill Chen Ko? The distance is too far. This cannot be achieved for now. I muttered to myself, useless. The higher the points, the greater the permissions, and the easier it is to kill someone. I lowered my voice to comfort her. Let your parents delay things by using your brother's imperial exams as an excuse. Wait until I pass the examinations, okay? You have a way? She asked skeptically. I nodded firmly. Of course I do. I said it so lightly that she believed me. Okay, I trust you. Seeing that she had stopped crying, I teased her. Then give me some reward? What reward? As soon as the words left her mouth, I kissed her lips. Just as I was about to pull away, she actually opened her mouth. She accepted the kiss. It turned from a kiss into a tongue kiss, and my heartbeat sped up. After the kiss, I stood up. You're really good at doing bad things. She blushed crimson, covered her eyes, and peeked through her fingers. I sighed. Look with your eyes open. Then I turned and left. System prompt. Xiaoqing's affection level soared to 90%. I finally relaxed a little. It couldn't drop anymore. Outside, Xiaoyan was waiting. How is she? The fever's gone. Yunzhu gave me a glance, and Xiaoyan escorted me to the guest room. Xiaoqing's lips were swollen, and her clothes were a mess. She asked Yunzhu he's gone. Yunzhu shivered in horror. It's over. The young lady has fallen for Lin Zhengyan. The next morning, I left by carriage. Xiaoyan said gratefully, thank you, Brother Lin. I smiled. Brother Xiao, you're too polite. After returning home, I first had someone boil some water. Wang Sanyang came in. Husband, do you want to bathe first or eat first? I was hungry. Eat first. After breakfast, I took a cold bath. Seeing a few concubines in the courtyard, I called over Yu Wanqing. Her face turned red and her heart pounded. Escaping from the capital had taken a toll on her body, and it would be hard for her to get pregnant. I comforted her. You've only been with me for just over a month. You'll have children sooner or later. I bit her lightly. After every time we're done, doesn't your body feel a lot more relaxed? She was pleasantly surprised. Really? What? You guess. I proved it with action. The system had me marry wives and have children, guaranteeing I wouldn't work myself to death. Men and women complemented each other. Together they could grow stronger. Take it slowly. Outside the room, Yin Qianqian blushed deeply. Wang Sanyang comforted her. Once you're cured, you can join us too. Yin Qianqian was startled. I can also serve husband? You have to call him husband. Qianqian felt inferior. But I'm afraid my face won't get better. Sanyang said firmly. If husband says he can cure it, then he definitely can. 3 days later, Yin Qianqian finished her medicine. Carefully, she removed her veil. In the mirror was a familiar face. Her skin was fair and smooth, her eyes bright. Her nose was high and straight, and her lips were full and red. This was exactly her original face. Tears burst out of her eyes. If it hadn't been for Lin Zhengyan, she would probably have been too ashamed to live. Outside, Wang Sanyang and I heard the crying. Sanyang worried. Could it be that it didn't heal? Impossible. I knew what I was doing. Since it's healed, go bathe. You'll serve tonight. I couldn't wait to draw the grand prize. A grade B draw was already tempting enough. Grade A was even more exciting. Wang Sanyang went in to check on Qianqian. As soon as she turned her head, she froze at that beautiful face. It was too exquisite. Qianqian, you're pure and flawless. Even immortals would be captivated by you. Qianqian blushed. Sister, don't tease me. Sanyang touched her own belly. Take a good bath. Tonight, serve husband. I didn't wait long before Yin Qianqian knocked and came in. After waiting half a month, I had finally waited for this day. Through the screen, only a delicate silhouette could be seen. That was the aura of a courtesan trained for 2 years at the Chunfeng Tower. Come here. I reached out, and she did too. With a pull, I drew her into my arms. Her supple body was in my embrace, and the beauty gave a soft whimper. Qianqian looked up at me, somewhat at a loss. Master Lin, call me husband. Qianqian's voice was sweet and delicate, her smile blossoming like flowers. A shallow dimple, gentle and honey-sweet. A fair neck, black hair draped over her shoulders. Her whole being radiated a lively charm. My heart stirred, and I lowered my head to kiss her gently. Qianqian panicked and clutched at my lapel. I picked her up, and she buried her face in my chest. Husband, Qianqian. I looked at her tenderly and lowered my head to kiss her. She wrapped her arms around my neck, her heartbeat quickening. I parted her thin veil, revealing a bright red belly band. It was small and tightly stretched, the contrast between her chest and her innocent face striking. The madam really understood men. I cupped her chest, and she cooperated by twisting softly, letting out Zhao Shengyang. After removing her clothes, I sucked in a breath. Beautiful beyond words, an A-grade fertility body, her skin like a porcelain doll. I bent down and attacked fiercely. The room was filled with gasps, and Qianqian's face flushed bright red. My movements were fierce, and she couldn't hold back her voice. One round wasn't enough, so I turned her onto her side, pulled up her long legs, and continued. In Qianqian's eyes, there was only the patch of red in the middle of the bed. She was mine now. I kissed her and had someone prepare water. I carried her into the bathtub. When she woke and saw how intimate the two of us were, she shyly covered her face. I chuckled and leaned closer. Qianqian cried out, "Husband." After confirming she was unharmed, we went another round in the bath barrel. 3 times in one night, and my body wasn't tired at all. It only felt exhilarating. I sighed inwardly. In my past life, I'd been lost in vice. In this life, to have such an opportunity. We fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, I woke and looked at her peaceful sleeping face. Fair and flawless, far better than those surgically enhanced faces. My heart stirred at dawn, and I glanced at the rosy spot, unable to suppress the heat. The concubines outside had already gotten up. I should head out to keep my appointment. I lowered my head and kissed the beauty awake. Qianqian half opened her eyes, shy, and when she remembered what had happened in the bath barrel, her face turned red. Not willing. My hand didn't stop. Qianqian's body was sensitive. With just a little teasing, she became wet. Husband, it's already light outside. So what? I gathered her up. Do it yourself. Qianqian moved slowly, nearly in tears, and only then did I stop. Breakfast was delayed, and the whole family rarely sat together at the same table. I formally introduced Qianqian. Living together makes you sisters. Get along well. Before the main wife enters the residence, listen to third concubine's arrangements. The 7 concubines stood up. Yes. Looking at these beauties, I felt quite pleased with myself. After the meal, the system reminded me for the 3rd time. Congratulations on obtaining an A-rank fertility body. Drawing reward. I calmly pressed the button. The The system's rewards were obviously predetermined. Reward: 30 points of martial strength, 20 points of 8-legged essay, 10 healing pills, 1 9 reversal soul returning pill, 2 Everyouth pills, 10 pregnancy protecting pills, 200 war horses, 200 sets of armor, 20,000 head of cattle and sheep, 50,000 taels of silver, a 3-courtyard residence, 20,000 jean of grain, 1,200 bolts of fabric, lifespan extended by 2 years. The A-rank reward was far more generous than the B-rank one. Qianqian was not only beautiful, she had other advantages too. Even Rong and Yu Wanqing were B-rank, yet she was actually A-rank. The system said I'd have to develop her myself. With so many women, what was there to develop? I changed clothes, took Dongzi, and went out. Tomorrow the county examination results would be posted. Today we'd attend a literary gathering to gather information. Kong Yujie complained that the gathering was boring. I smiled. We have to socialize. It'll make it easier to build connections later. Xiaoyan didn't come, saying there was something going on at home. Could Xiao Qing's illness still not be cured? Thinking of her, my heart grew anxious. After the gathering ended, we went to the Xiao residence. A servant said Xiao Yan was entertaining guests from the capital. I thought of the youngest son of Marquis Xianwei and figured it was probably a forced marriage proposal. Brother, please go ahead. We'll wait a bit. In the courtyard, Xiao Qing angrily shouted, Brother, drive them away. I'm not marrying. Xiaoyan sighed. Don't rush. I'll write to father and mother. He quietly asked, Did you fall for Lin Zhengyan? Xiao Qing blushed and said nothing. Xiaoyan said, His household already has 7 concubines. 7? Xiao Qing was shocked. Xiaoyan said the newest one was the courtesan flower queen from Chunfeng Tower. Xiao Qing's face went deathly pale. Xiaoyan said, 5 of the women in his inner quarters are pregnant. If you marry over there, you'd have to be the legitimate mother. Among noble families, it was taboo for concubines to get pregnant first. Xiao Qing's eyes turned red. Brother, maybe that night you shouldn't have let him save me. That life-saving favor had moved her heart. Help me. At least don't promise me to anyone before you get on the gold list. Xiao Qing was resolute. I'll marry no one but him. Half an hour later, we saw Xiaoyan again. Xiaoyan apologized. Sorry to have kept the two of you waiting. I smiled. Why be so formal between us? Xiaoyan thought, what kind of friendship is this? You're here to hit on my sister? I didn't want to see Xiao Qing today. I'd come specifically to visit Xiaoyan, but with his sister still ill, she probably wouldn't come out. Brother Xiao, many people asked us to come greet you. I handed over a small box. This is a tonic, don't be polite. Xiaoyan stared at the box, then at me. He was probably wondering if I was trying to chase after his sister. In the end, he still accepted it. Thank you. Kong Yujie chatted about scholarship nearby, while I used going to the restroom as an excuse to slip away. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw Xiao Qing standing in the distance. Sigh, with her alone at home, it wasn't convenient for her to meet unrelated men. When I came out of the latrine, Xiao Qing was blocking the doorway. Crying, she said, You took a concubine, and you seem to be living quite happily. Qing, I have my reasons. What reasons? I'll tell you later. She cried even harder. Stop crying. If you're sad, go have your courtesan massage you. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who could compare to you? You're S-rank. She sniffled, really? Of course. It was getting late. I looked at her deeply. Remember our promise. I love you. We went back to drinking. Xiaoyan suggested staying the night. Then we can check the rankings together tomorrow. Everyone was drinking hard, passing around essays to read. When they saw my 8-legged essay, they were all stunned. This essay is incredible. Xiaoyan said, the top spot is definitely yours. I said humbly, we'll know tomorrow. After drinking too much, I needed to urinate. When I stepped outside, I saw Xiao Qing again. Why are you still here? I heard you hadn't left, so I wanted to come take a look. Fueled by alcohol, I pulled her into a dark corner. From afar came crude jokes from the servants, and Xiao Qing blushed. She touched something on me and asked in surprise, What are you hiding? I whispered in her ear, Why don't you check yourself? I held her hand and didn't let go. Qing, I miss you. Ding. S-level mother's favorability +1, current favorability, 93%. I asked affectionately. Do you know how much I love you? Favorability, 95%. I kissed her. Qing, favorability, 99%. This is the Xiao family. We're not even married yet. She pushed me away. I know. I just want to hold you. In the thin summer shirt, our skin pressed together, and she blushed red. I lowered my head and kissed her domineering and lingering. Someone called to her from afar. She jolted awake, pushed me away, and ran off. I touched the corner of my mouth and smiled. If I could kiss her lips today, I'd definitely be able to win over even more later. Back inside, we kept drinking, and Xiaoyan ended up drunk. Kong Yujia really could hold his liquor. By the time I was drunk, he was still clear-headed. Let's go home. After returning to the mansion, I called Yin Qianqian over. Seeing her walking a little strangely, I asked, "What's wrong?" She blushed, a little uncomfortable. I understood and took out a healing pill. "Come here." After feeding it to her, warmth surged through her body. "Still feeling bad?" She shook her head. "Let me check." She tried to avoid me, but I grabbed her. "I'll only feel at ease after looking." An A-level mother couldn't be hurt. That was excellent genes. Yin Qianqian obediently sat down and closed her eyes, letting me examine her. "Not bad. You've recovered very well." The system was smug. "This pill can heal chest-piercing wounds. What's a minor injury worth mentioning?" The moonlight was just right. After a round of passionate lovemaking, I held her and slept. Outside the door, Manhwa waited for a long time. Since I didn't call for her, she left sadly and returned to her room. The next day, the results of the county examination were posted. I had made plans to check the rankings with Xiao Yin and the others. In front of the Imperial Exam Hall, there was a sea of people, but the rankings still hadn't been posted. Kong Song and Bao Jinhua came to cause trouble again. "We'll see who has real skill in a moment. Let's see who's the real deal." I was too lazy to pay them any mind. Kong Yujia asked, not angry. "Getting angry can make you sick, and no one can take that for you." Xiaoyan was still hungover and looked at me resentfully. What happened with Xiao Qing last night absolutely could not let him find out. I asked with concern, "Brother Xiao, what's wrong?" "My heart feels blocked." "Thinking about women?" He rolled his eyes. "I'm not even engaged yet." Kong Song sneered, "Shameless." Bao Jinhua echoed, "A bootlicker." The gate of the Imperial Exam Hall opened, and the officials came out carrying the list. As soon as the list was posted, the entire crowd erupted in shock. Who is Lin Zhengyan? How is he first? Kong Song and Bao Jinhua were dumbfounded. Last year he barely passed the prefectural exam, and now he's the top scholar? Everyone was discussing it, saying I was relying on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan got anxious. Brother Lin has real talent and learning. Although he was unhappy that I'd been pursuing his younger sister, he still recognized my ability. After all, I was just a peasant's son, with no background and no resources. Getting to where I was today had been entirely by my own efforts. Maybe there's even an expert backing him from behind. I looked at Xiao Yin and gave a faint smile. "Brother Xiao, don't be angry. I won't take those words to heart. Talent and real skill will be seen on the exam field. Besides, you really did help me." The more calm I was, the more ashamed Xiao Yin became. Brother Lin is generous. I have nothing to say. "You're too kind, Brother Xiao." Dongzi ran over and shouted, "Master, you're really the chief scholar. First place." I was in a good mood. "That's right, first place." Kong Song and Bao Jinhua came over with ugly expressions. "Humph, without Brother Xiao helping you, you wouldn't have gotten first place." I laughed lightly. "Since Brother Xiao can help me get first place, why don't you two go ask him for help too? Maybe you'll make it as well." The meaning was very clear. You two just aren't good enough. The two of them blushed and, anger on their faces, turned around to curry favor with Xiao Yan. "Brother Xiao, don't be discouraged. The top triple crown is waiting for you." Xiao Yan sneered. "Who said I'm discouraged? You're the ones babbling over there." Everyone looked at one another. "Brother Lin, let's go." Xiao Yan pulled me toward the carriage. He dragged me along anxiously. "They're all a bunch of people who look down on others. You know that and still get angry?" I poured him some water. "Drink some. Calm down." "That won't calm me down." "Then I'll keep you company for drinks." He remembered the hangover from before and shook his head. "Come on, I'll treat you to a feast." Getting first place was a happy occasion, so I called a few friends and went to a restaurant. Inside the private room, there was fine wine and delicious food, and everyone happily celebrated. After drinking a couple of cups, Xiao Yan's anger cooled. Then he dragged me into drinking games, insisting on settling a winner. When it was my turn, I recited one of Du Fu's poems. "Good poem. Good poem." I smiled awkwardly. Who would dare say Du Fu's poetry was bad? When the banquet ended, Kong Yujia supported me and Xiao Yan downstairs. Xiao Qing was waiting by the carriage. "Brother, you drank again?" Xiao Yan tried to stand in front of me, but staggered and nearly fell. I reached out to steady him, and Xiao Qing also reached out. The three of us crashed together. "Lin Zhengyan." Xiao Qing clutched her chest, tears of pain coming out. Sorry. I was about to reach out again, but after seeing something I shouldn't have, I hurriedly stopped. Kong Yujia said helplessly, hurry up and get in the carriage. After sending everyone onto the carriage, Kong Yujia said, let's go, head back. Back in the courtyard, Changshun set off firecrackers. The servants shouted, congratulations, Master Scholar. I smiled. Don't talk nonsense. There's still the face-to-face inspection. The face-to-face inspection was when one met the academic commissioner and the prefect, just going through the formalities. After returning to the back courtyard, the concubines came to pay their respects and offer congratulations. Congratulations, Master, on becoming a scholar. Only then did I realize that, at such a young age, I had already become a master. I was in a great mood, looking at my several wives. Who should I have served me tonight? The only ones not pregnant were Yin Qianqian and Yu Wanqing. I'd call Yu Wanqing first. Her stamina wasn't as good as Yin Qianqian's. If I got tired, I'd switch to someone else. At first I worried that my energy wouldn't be enough. But as time went on, I found I had worried too much. Yu Wanqing took my pulse and said my stamina was beyond that of ordinary people. My desire was also greater than that of the average man. This physique was obviously a benefit from the system, meant to let me sleep with beauties and have more children. I was more than happy to oblige. Who wouldn't like beautiful women? Especially young ladies from good families, dignified yet a bit jiao-cheat. When they softly pleaded, be gentle, it was even more tempting. Be gentle, yes, but finishing early was out of the question. Holding Yu Wanqing in my arms and watching her expression, I felt fantastic. I had become a scholar, and once the rankings were announced, the system would surely have more rewards. Just as I was letting my imagination run wild, Wanqing pinched me. What? Husband, are you not satisfied? I lifted Wanqing out of bed. She cried out in surprise, her hands flailing in the air. But I was too strong, and she simply couldn't focus on anything else. I seemed to sense her chest bumping against the back of my hand. What's wrong? I asked with a smile. She couldn't get the words out. Afterward, I sent her to the side room to wash up and rest. Rest a bit before coming back. I had wanted to go another round, but Wanqing was too weak, so I could only call Yin Qianqian. The other concubines, hearing the commotion, all hid in their rooms and didn't dare make a sound. Yin Qianqian had been specially trained. Her body was sensitive, and her techniques satisfied me. Come over. She wore a gauzy dress that left her faintly visible, sitting on my lap with a smile. I let her take the lead, my hands roaming freely. When seeing off the people from the Xiao family, my gaze landed on Xiao Qing several times. Before getting into the carriage, she looked at me one more time, full of reluctance. Thinking that I could see her again the day after tomorrow, she became shy again. Xiao Yin said with a headache, stop thinking about it. If father and mother find out about this, they'll break my legs. He chose me as his brother-in-law because he felt I would rely on the Xiao family and would not mistreat his younger sister. I was overjoyed and asked the system, do you have any seduction secrets? The host's flirtation skills are superb. No secret manual is needed. Step aside, useless system. Just as I was about to go back and read, Kong Yujia hurried in, his clothes disheveled. What happened to Brother Kong? Don't mention it. What bad luck. He drank tea in one gulp. Someone invited me to an appointment. It was all proper at first, but later they actually called in prostitutes. And then, I held back a laugh. The prostitute pressed close to me and even slipped her hand into my clothes. And after that, I ran. Kong Yujia went off angrily to bathe. This guy was probably a virgin, humiliated after being teased. I went back to the inner courtyard to study, then remembered that I still hadn't told my family about becoming a Shiotsai. I wrote a letter for Dongzi to ride back to Nanyi County to deliver the news. Take good care of the family, and mind your words and actions. I planned to bring my second brother and his wife, along with my younger sisters, to Qingzhou Prefecture. I would have my second brother and second sister-in-law learn business, and my younger sisters learn how to be refined young ladies from good families. After Dongzi left, there were fewer usable people left in the residence. I called for Wanqing. Have you ever been involved in purchases for the household? I've followed my mother to buy things before, so I know what to pay attention to, she nodded. I became more and more satisfied with Wanqing. Born into a major family, she handled these matters with ease. Sen Yang comes from a humble background, and there are many things she can't manage. I'll leave the purchasing to you. When my second brother, second sister-in-law, and younger sisters arrive, I'll trouble you to look after them as well. Wanqing was both grateful and proud. For a concubine to gain her husband's trust and be entrusted with important responsibilities was very significant. I will certainly do my utmost to carry out my husband's arrangements. I stroked her hand and pulled her into my lap. Wanqing is thoughtful and sensible, so don't be anxious. If we don't conceive this month, we'll just work harder next month. Tears glistened in Wanqing's eyes. You're so good to me, husband. I'll never forget it. That night, I also had her come into the main room to sleep with me. On the morning 2 days later, I took some wine and dishes and drove out of the city. At the 10-mile pavilion, the wildflowers were quiet and still. I strolled leisurely along the narrow path, gazing into the distant mountains. This scene fell into Xiaoqing's eyes. She stared blankly at her brother. Brother, Lin Zhengin will surely achieve great things in the future. If I miss him, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Xiaoyan was shocked. His younger sister had the ability to see into people's hearts and the future. This was the Xiao family's secret. Every time she used it, it harmed her body. Their parents had strictly forbidden her from using it. Qing, have you forgotten what father and mother said? Xiaoqing smiled lightly. I haven't. But if I don't use a little strategy, how can I persuade father and mother to let me marry him? What's wrong with me doing a little more for the person I like? Lin Zhengin's future is very blurry. All I know is that he will be extraordinary in the years to come. By then, let alone a legitimate wife, even a concubine may be hard to secure. Xiaoyan's heart trembled. Xiaoqing continued. He vomited blood and collapsed in early April, yet that very night, he miraculously recovered. From that time on, the Lin family's days improved. For someone like him, I'm afraid he must have encountered some great opportunity. If you think he's just a poor family's son and easy to suppress, I'm afraid that won't work. Interactions should be like those between gentlemen. There must be no ulterior motives or an attitude of looking down on him. Xiaoyan broke out in a cold sweat all over. He realized he had underestimated Lin Zhengin. I was wrong. Xiaoqing let out a breath of relief. Brother, tell father and mother that I must marry Lin Zhengin. Xiaoyan sighed. I'll do my best to persuade them. I stared blankly at the scenery. The system prompt sounded. S-class fertility mother body favorability, 99.99%. A sound of hoofbeats came from afar, and I came back to my senses. Though I didn't know why, this was a good thing. After Xiaoyan left, I would have more chances to invite Qing over as a guest. Once we became familiar with each other, a relationship would naturally fall into place. The carriage stopped, and Xiaoyan got out to help Qing down. Come, let's talk in the pavilion. I glanced at Xiaoqing, and our eyes met. Her face flushed red as she turned away. Xiaoyan said, this time, once we return to the capital, it will be hard to come back again. If things go smoothly, Qing will be back before the new year. If not, I'll have to trouble brother Lin to look after her more. Back to the capital before the new year? 6 months was enough time. I smiled. By the end of the year, I plan to travel for study. I can take Miss Xiao part of the way along the route. In truth, I'd already had this plan. Saying it now just felt a bit deliberate. Xiaoyan was taken aback, then started praising the benefits of studying while traveling. He even said he would write me a letter of recommendation. The atmosphere is good for scholars outside, and places where literati gather are even better for exchanging ideas. I thanked him repeatedly. Brother Xiao, you're far too kind. I've never been far from home before, so having a direction now makes things much easier. The sun was climbing higher, so I called to them. I've prepared wine. Please move over. The three of them entered the pavilion, where Changshan had already set out the wine and dishes. Seeing us chatting so happily, Qing also poured herself a cup. Tears welled in her eyes as she put on a little crybaby act. Xiaoyan wanted to stop her, but couldn't even find the chance to speak. Brother, safe travels. She raised her cup and drank it down, then wiped away her tears and smiled. Xiaoyan gulped down a full cup of wine and stood up to leave. I'm going. Qing and I stood by the roadside, watching the carriage disappear into the distance. A faint sense of melancholy rose in my heart. Xiaoyan was the first true friend I'd made after transmigrating. What a pity. I'd taken a liking to his younger sister. How could I give up such a fine S-grade fertility body? Qing cried so hard her face was full of pear blossoms and rain. I took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, but the more I wiped, the more came. Helpless, I pulled her into my arms. Qing, if you keep crying, I'll kiss you. Her face went red. You dare. Before she finished speaking, I was already kissing her eyelashes. Still crying? I asked in a low voice. She hurriedly shook her head. I leaned close to her ear. Actually, I still want to kiss you. Even her ears turned red, and though she wanted to hide, she couldn't. I took her hand. When she tried to pull away, I held it even tighter. Ching Ching, what are you hiding from? That night. Don't mention that night. She quickly covered my mouth. I grinned wickedly and stuck out my tongue, lightly licking her palm. She gasped, and I lowered my head to kiss her lips. I pulled her behind a tree and kissed her more and more deeply. In the distance, Yinju couldn't see clearly and grew anxious. I'm going to find Mississippi. Chanshan stopped her. If Miss needs you, she'll call for you. I kissed Ching Ching until she was dazed and weak, melting into my arms. I placed her hand over my chest. Do you hear it? This is a heart beating for you. Her face turned as red as a ripe cherry. Suddenly, her hand touched something. Wah, she panicked. I inhaled sharply. Let go. She hurriedly let go, pushed me away, and ran toward the carriage. I stood there laughing. Just a little more, and she'd already be unable to leave me. Still, I had to go to the capital and have a look. There were so many young ladies from noble families there. Maybe there was someone even better than Ching Ching. If there wasn't, then I'd marry her as my wife. If there was, letting her be a concubine would also be fine. I got into the carriage, returned to the residence. Along the way, I silently recited the 4 books and 5 classics, suppressing my wandering thoughts. After entering the city, I escorted Ching Ching home before returning to the residence. I hurriedly ordered hot water prepared, then told Mingwei to invite Yu Wanqing over. The other concubines teased, husband is thinking about it again in broad daylight. Wanqing, go quickly. Yu Wanqing blushed. You all only know how to laugh at me. Only Yin Xianxian was unhappy in her heart. Neither of them had gotten pregnant, so why was only she being called? After I finished bathing, the heat in my body had just begun to fade. The moment I saw Wanqing, the fire rose again. Come here. My voice was already hoarse. As soon as she heard it, she understood, and her face turned red. She still remembered what happened that night last time. She gritted her teeth, turned around, and walked off. I was dumbfounded. Not long after, she came back dragging Qianqian with her. Husband, the 2 of us sisters will serve you together. That was not easy to say for a proper young lady from a good family. But since one of them couldn't handle it alone, she might as well throw caution to the wind. I was delighted. Then let's do it together. The 2 of them walked around the screen and came over. I sat by the bed and watched them. Each had her own beauty. Come here. I opened my arms. They stepped forward, but their clothes were in the way. Take them off. Wanqing bit her lip. Qianqian, on the other hand, smiled. Sister, don't be shy. You'll get used to it. She undressed first. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The thing Madame Wang since spread around? 7 in the house are wearing it. Qianqian deliberately swayed her hips against me and even helped Wanqing undress. I'll do it myself. Wanqing pushed her away. I had one in each arm, kissing them one by one. When I saw the teacup, I grinned wickedly. I'm thirsty. Qianqian hurriedly handed it over. I took a mouthful of tea and kissed her with it. Wanqing watched from the side, her body heating up. I kissed her too. The 3 of us tumbled into a heap. Soft gasps never ceased. Outside the courtyard, the concubines were doing needlework. Every so often they would hear something, and everyone would exchange embarrassed looks. Now that the household had money, I gave out monthly allowances. Though we could have hired people, after getting pregnant and having nothing to do, they all gathered together to make clothes for the children. Dong Xiang said bluntly, Sisters, isn't Master getting more and more capable? Xiaoxi had become much quieter after getting pregnant, keeping her head down as she knitted a sweater. Wang Xinyang smiled. Master being healthy is our blessing. Lianrong glanced at her, thinking of that night in the countryside. What's wrong? Wang Xinyang asked with concern. Nothing. Lianrong shook her head. She calculated the days. It had been almost 3 months. Lin Zhengyan had said that after 3 months, she could serve him in bed. She wondered whether he still remembered. Inside the room, I was thoroughly satisfied. After Mingwei finished tidying up, I held the 2 of them and slept again. 2 days later, Dongzi brought my second brother, second sister-in-law, and 2 younger sisters into the residence. The 4 of them were dumbfounded. This is old Fourth's house? It's this big. How long would it take to walk around it? Dongzi smiled. This is 4th Master's property. 2nd Master and his wife will stay in the east side courtyard, and the 2 young ladies in the west side courtyard. Let's settle them in and wash up first, then go see 4th Master. I had arranged everything long ago. My second brother and second sister-in-law followed along nervously. Before leaving, the old matriarch had instructed them not to put on airs and to listen to old Fourth. These past few days, they had also come to understand that I was no simple person. Though they didn't know where the money came from, if they listened, there would be money. That night, a banquet was held, and I only brought Wanqing with me. Everything that needed to be said on the way had already been said, and she accepted it all. Husband, should the two younger sisters have their names changed? I paused, then smiled. I understand. At the family banquet, eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law spoke rather cautiously. The environment made it unavoidable. It would have to be taught slowly. Looking at Xiaoya and Xiaoxiang, I said, I'll change your names. Xiaoya will be Lin Yueyin, and Xiaoxiang will be Lin Xiangyan. Rest tomorrow. Let San Yang take you to make clothes. Starting the day after tomorrow, you'll begin learning the rules from Wanqing. The sisters' eyes were full of gratitude. I said gently, don't be too grateful. When it comes time to find you husbands, I'll help you keep an eye on things. We'll listen to fourth brother. They answered in unison. I nodded, thinking of Xiaoqing. Early the next morning, I sent Wanqing out to buy 2 maidservants. Also find a steward, and pick out a few more guards while you're at it. Wanqing took people and left. Near noon, the streets suddenly grew lively. A group of people escorted prisoners into the city, causing quite a stir. The system suddenly rang out. An A-rank fertility vessel. Hurry and marry her home. I looked over and saw a woman in the procession dressed in rags. Though disheveled, she was indeed A-rank. I called Dongzi over. Go tell Wanqing to come take a look. Though Dongzi was surprised, he still went. The scholars arrived one after another, and Kong Song also came. Brother Lin. He cupped his hands, his attitude much better than before. Lan En was beside him, clearly unwilling. Lan En brought up what had happened downstairs. The commander Huang Li has had his household confiscated. All male descendants over the age of 10 were executed. The rest were brought to Qingzhou to be sold. Everyone sighed in dismay. Lan En added, my father said we should stay away from those people. If they were truly innocent, would the court have wanted their lives? I didn't quite agree in my heart. This man was too quick to follow the crowd. He couldn't be deeply trusted. Kong Yujia said softly. I heard that Lord Huang was very diligent. Back then, when the Wokou attacked, he was the only one who sent his son to resist them. Would such a person really commit a crime worthy of confiscation? I hurriedly reminded him, don't spread that around. Kong Yujia sighed. I understand. Downstairs, Wanqing was choosing people. She selected 6 men as guards. Another little maid and a middle-aged steward were selected. She spotted a young man and asked the bailiff, can this rich young master be bought? The bailiff smiled. Of course. Once bought, no returns. Wanqing smiled. I just want to see what it feels like to be served by a young master from an official family. Altogether, it cost 150 taels. Wanqing nodded at me and took the people away. Lan En shook his head. Spending so much money to buy officials' household slaves isn't worth it. If it were a young lady from an official family, that would be a little better. I glanced at Kong Yujia. These people were short-sighted, capable only of going along with others. Kong Song looked at me coldly, saying nothing. What was he thinking? Next autumn is when I'll be able to see Brother Xiao again, Kong Song said. What a pity no one can give me guidance like Brother Lin can. I smiled. That is indeed a pity. When the time comes, I'll host a banquet to thank Brother Kong for his kind words. Kong Song sneered. It would be nice if you really got in through your own scholarship. What did he mean? Brother Xiao truly helped me. But isn't scholarly exchange something everyone does with one another? Everyone nodded. The poetry gatherings and literary meetings are precisely for mutual help and improvement. Someone pushed back. If Brother Kong looks down on Brother Lin, why did you come today? Kong Song's expression turned ugly. Do you think I got into the county exam by cheating? I looked at him calmly. By official favoritism? Everyone was shocked. Kong Song's expression confirmed it. Lan En stepped in to smooth things over. Brother Lin did indeed fail the exam last year. But making great progress in just 1 year is perfectly normal. Kong Song had no comeback and swept out with a flick of his sleeve. The others dispersed as well. He'd offended me, the top scholar of the academy. Had he gone mad? After the banquet ended, I got into the carriage. Quick, let's go home. The Lin residence was tense and on edge. Yuanqing looked at Huang Qianro with a headache. I won't be a concubine. Huang Qianro's voice was hoarse. You were also a young lady from a prominent family, and yet you're willing to be a concubine? Yuanqing's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Without Lin Zhengyan, she would have died long ago. I'm not the principal wife. So why do you have such hostility toward me? Why didn't you object at the market? Huang Qianro tried to explain. You should have been made a military prostitute, but you were switched into the brothel group. You didn't dare make a scene. Huang Qianro was shocked. Who told her about this? Miss Huang, I was once a young lady in a boudoir too, Yu Wanqing sighed. My family was exiled to the southwest. I once wanted to reunite with them, but I ran into bandits on the way. Fortunately, my husband happened to pass by, and he preserved my innocence. Though he didn't make me his official wife, he respects me. One has to stay alive first. She looked at Huang Qianro's younger brother. Don't think only of yourself. Think of your younger brother too. Only by living can you take revenge. So what if you're a concubine? Once you leave this house, you might be sold straight into a brothel. Huang Qianro no longer struggled. When I returned home, Huang Qianro was already resting. Mingyue said in a low voice, Miss, this vixen is far too seductive. Yu Wanqing frowned. This was your husband's instruction. I'm not the only one, and I'm not pregnant. I can only listen to him. I came in. Yu Wanqing straightened her clothes. Husband, I'm here to report to you. Huang Qianro saw me through the crack in the door. The man from downstairs at the wine shop turned out to be Lin Zhenghan. The former young lady had become his concubine. Absurd. There's still an empty room in the main house. Let her stay there, I instructed. Dongzi, go ask around about the nearby courtyards. If anyone wants to sell, buy at a high price. Yu Wanqing finished reporting on the day's events. Should Miss Huang come serve you tonight? Let her rest for a few days first. I shook my head. She's been jolted around the whole way. She needs to recover. Yu Wanqing was about to leave when I pulled her back. Why the hurry? Don't you want to think about your husband? She sat into my lap. You're dressed so beautifully. Afraid I won't let you go? She blushed. There was movement behind the screen. Huang Qianro thought I was beating a woman. She turned around to save her, only to be stunned. There really was beating on the bed, but not with hands. The two of them were naked, tangled together. Her face flushed and her heart raced. She didn't know where to look. I turned and saw her. On purpose. Miss Huang want to join us. She cursed me for being shameless and ran off. Remember to close the door? I shouted. Yin Qianqian said softly. Husband, you scared the new sister. I smiled and grabbed her. You were making such a racket, and now you're worried? No way, she said, hooking herself around me and refusing to let go. The morning was too hot and sticky, and I didn't want to say any more. At breakfast, Huang Qianro kept snorting coldly at me and glaring. Yu Wanqing and the others were all puzzled. She'd only stayed one night, so why was she like this already? I couldn't be bothered to explain. Given enough time, she'd naturally accept it. After the meal, I went to see Uncle Zhong and the 6 guards. From their build, they should have been from the army. The weather's nice today. How about we spar a bit? The guards looked at one another, not expecting a scholar to challenge them. The leader smiled. What if we accidentally hurt you, sir? I changed into my short training clothes. My body hasn't fully recovered yet, so I'll allow 2 of you to come at once. No need. Just don't blame us if we don't hold back. The concubines all ran over to watch the excitement. The shortest guard stepped forward. I'll go. Though short, he was extremely sturdy. I sent a flying kick. The wind whooshed. He didn't dodge and was sent flying 3 meters away. Xiaolu got back up, and his expression changed. Not bad. About world number 3 level. The other guards no longer dared to underestimate me. 3 of you come at once. I don't have time to take you one by one. Duh, Xiao San and Xiao Si stepped forward. Forgive us. Huang Qianro peeked through the gap. Her heart wavered a little. This man didn't seem simple. The fight began. I charged out like a leopard. My movements were as fast as lightning. Within the time it takes a stick of incense to burn, all 3 were lying on the ground. Da and the others knelt in unison. We swear to follow young master to the death. I helped dig up. Get up. From now on, we're family. Dongzi brought over 6 money pouches. 2 taels of silver each. Keep it safe. From now on, guard the Lin family properly. The 6 were so moved they could hardly speak. I asked them their names. Da, Xiao Air, Xiao San, all the way to Xiao Lu. That naming was way too casual. How about changing them to Linda, Lin Air? We'll do as young master says. After everything was arranged, I turned around and saw all 7 concubines there. Huang Qianro's expression was very complicated, and she kept avoiding my gaze. Strange, why didn't the system prompt her favorability? I checked. It was only 20%. Probably 10% was gratitude for buying her freedom, and 10% was from the shock just now. This girl was the daughter of a military officer. She had a hard bone and a simple mind. Xiaoxi said, I came to watch husband spar. Husband is amazing. I patted her head. Want to go to the study and grind ink for me? Nope. Xiaoxi has a baby now. I smiled and didn't force her. Back in the study, I pretended to read, but I was actually annoyed. I still had to go to the prefectural school every day. What a hassle. There was a knock at the door. Lord Lin, may I come in? Huang Qianrou had come. Come in. She gave a martial world salute. Thank you, young master, for your kindness to my siblings and me. Don't say those empty things. I don't believe them. She blushed, not expecting me to be so direct. Come here. What for? She hugged her chest warily. That figure was impossible to hide no matter how she tried. I want to talk to you about how your younger brother will be arranged. You don't have to listen if you don't want to. She clenched her teeth and walked over. How do you plan to arrange my younger brother? I pointed at my face with a wicked grin. Kiss me once, and I'll tell you. Huang Qianrou glared at me angrily. What had happened this morning was still fresh in her mind. She thought I was nothing but a lecher. She stood there, caught in a dilemma. I deliberately said, then I'll kiss you first. With a look of total abandon, she rushed over and quickly kissed me on the cheek. Just as she was about to run, I grabbed her. I turned and kissed her on the cheek in return. Her eyes widened. Consider that interest. Fair enough, right? In her heart, Huang Qianrou cursed my ancestors for 18 generations. I was in a great mood. Your younger brother wants to learn martial arts. Should the guards teach him, or should I? Of course it should be you. She trailed off, sounding deflated again. I'll give him pointers occasionally, and let the guards teach him for now. Is that okay? Really? Her face lit up with delight. That's a favor. Remember it. I know. She awkwardly took a few steps back. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first. Go call Yin Qianqian in. As soon as Huang Qianrou stepped out, she saw Yin Qianqian coming in wearing revealing, lightweight clothes. Remembering what had happened that morning, she hurriedly covered her ears. In the evening, Lanin came to invite me to admire the moon. At a lotus pond outside the city, the setting sun was sinking in the west. The whole pond of lotus blossoms had been gilded by the sunset. 6 people came, all of them among the top scorers from the county exam. Qian Lian had brought 8 women with him. One of them is a virgin. Whoever guesses right gets her. I asked the system, which one is it? The 4th from the left. I walked straight over. Her. Everyone chose for themselves, and no one paid any attention. Let's write a poem on the theme of the lotus, someone suggested. Hong Yue ground the ink for me. She was wearing a sheer gauze dress over a doo-doo, and her figure was alluring. I picked up the brush and wrote at once. Lan In followed suit and began writing, brimming with confidence. He leaned over to look at my poem, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Cui Ming read it out directly. Lotus leaves 5 inches wide. Lotus blossoms delicate. Resting on the water, they do not hinder painted boats from swaying. Once the scented breeze arrives in the 5th or 6th month, they can still conceal a beauty's waist. The whole place fell silent. What a poem! Truly a marvelous poem. Hong Yue pressed close to me, her eyes full of admiration. She rubbed her chest against my arm. Master Lin's literary talent is truly exceptional. She became even more attentive to me. I smiled lightly, and Lan In felt displeased, but still forced a smile, and said, Brother Lin is truly full of talent. I quickly waved my hand. I'm far from deserving such praise. This poem wasn't written by me. It was by Shi Tao of the Qing dynasty. I just revised it a little. Everyone continued to savor the poems and compete, but mine was still the most widely praised. When night fell, the manor by the lotus pond had already prepared a banquet. Lanin said, Come on, let's go drink. Qian Xiucai suggested, The moonlight tonight is great. Should we move the banquet here? Good idea. Everyone agreed, and the scholar had people make the arrangements. Lanin said, How about we stroll around for a bit while we wait? Exactly what I had in mind. Everyone linked arms with their female companions and dispersed. Hongyue linked her arm with mine. Sir, shall I keep you company? I grew up here, so I know the place well. Thank you, Miss Hongyue. I kissed her cheek, my gaze flirtatious. You'll guide me around, and I'll guide you into becoming a true woman. Hongyue blushed. I'll listen to you, sir. She knew that tonight she would lose her virginity. We walked hand in hand along the lotus pond. Gradually, only the sound of our footsteps remained. The moon hung high overhead, and lotus leaves seemed to cover the sky. She pressed her chest against my arm, making my heart itch. Seeing a small boat by the shore, I said, Hongyue, shall we go boating under the moonlight? She was startled. Boating under the moonlight. But she didn't dare resist. I'll do as you say. I jumped onto the boat first, helped her aboard, and rowed toward the depths of the lotus pond. It grew darker and darker. Strangely, I could still see everything clearly in the dark. I thought to myself, is this the system's blessing? The system replied, no, you've won the lottery many times, so your physical condition has improved. Please work hard to marry and have children. Don't waste your energy. I stopped the boat and pulled Han Yue into the cabin. Now let's start rowing. The boat wasn't comfortable, but I couldn't care less. Pressing her down, I looked at her shyly. Sir, I'm still a virgin. Be gentle. Of course. I lowered my head and kissed her, still somewhat inexperienced. Gradually, I became more skilled, and my hands were guided as they explored her body. Her eyes widened, her face completely red. Don't be afraid. The boat rocked with the waves. Someone in the distance called for me to come to the banquet, but I pretended not to hear. Sir, her gauzy clothes were bunched beneath her, and her red belly band was folded up under her armpits. She had changed from a girl into a woman, tears glistening in her eyes. I stood up and adjusted my clothes. Hurry and get dressed. Don't let anyone see. Yes. She dressed with trembling hands. When we reached the shore, I helped her up, then jumped off the boat myself. Dongzi came over. Master, the banquet's ready. I'll go right over. Back at the banquet, everyone had already taken their seats. Lonan laughed. Today, Brother Lin, the top scholar, got the only virgin here. I cupped my hands. Thanks to everyone for letting me have her. Everyone laughed. Qian Xiaocai said, I heard several of Brother Lin's concubines at home are pregnant. Lonan asked, so you're going to be a father? I admitted it openly. Yes, 5 of my concubines are pregnant. I'll be a father in the first month of next year. Congratulations. Lonan looked down on it inwardly. Any scholar with prospects would never marry early. They all hope to achieve success first, then find a suitable family through marriage. Keeping a maid for fun was one thing, but before the main wife entered the household, having an illegitimate child would only make people think your family had poor morals. What a pity. I understood all that very well, but so what? I had the system, and they didn't. Come, let's drink. Han Yue poured wine for everyone and raised her cup toward me. Young Master Lin, this toast is for you. We clinked cups and drank a wedding-style crossing arms toast. Everyone began laughing and chatting. Qian Xiaocai started talking about what he'd seen in the capital. There are so many noble families in the capital. It's a pity my prospects can at best amount to that of a Jiren. I said, things that haven't happened yet. Who can say for sure? Back when Sir advised me not to take the imperial exams, and now I'm a Xiaocai, aren't I? Qian Xiaocai said, Brother Lin speaks truly. Let me toast you. Lonan watched the two of us smiling at each other, and a wall rose in his heart. It was already late at night, and everyone was getting drunk. Han Yue supported me to the guest room. The moment we entered, I pressed her against the doorframe. Young Master Lin, she said in surprise. In the darkness, she couldn't see the lust in my eyes. The girl suspected the wine had been drugged. When I drank, the system had already warned me. I wanted to see what the other side was after, so I went along with it. After taking a look around, I saw that everyone had lost control. Scholar Qian was the host, yet right there, and then he pinned the woman down and tore at her skirt to do the deed. The others were indulging themselves too, and I was the only one still holding on. Who put the drug in the wine? Han Yue panicked. This servant does not know. I grabbed her by the throat. If I kill you, would the Qian family dare to pursue it? Han Yue couldn't breathe and couldn't speak. I let go, and she coughed violently. Thinking about everyone's reactions, only Lan Un was an exception. Lan Un was the organizer of the gathering. I gave a cold smile. I had thought he was open and carefree, but he turned out to be so vicious. Master Lin, Han Yue trembled with fear. Though beautiful, she was not a high-quality breeding body recognized by the system. I had no other thoughts, only wanted release. Come here. Han Yue crawled over on her knees. Master Lin, serve this young master. This servant is willing. She had hoped to be taken away, but their statuses were worlds apart. She forced herself to calm down and used everything she knew to serve me. Move faster. Han Yue trembled as she obeyed. The room fell silent. She used all her strength until she was exhausted. I lifted her up and threw her onto the bed. My eyes swept over the incense on the table, and the system prompt appeared, detected aphrodisiac in the incense. Young men don't have children. When they're old, they can't even move. Host, please cherish your youth. I nearly burst out laughing. Han Yue, since the atmosphere had eased and Judong leaned her arms around my neck. So eager. Han Yue likes Master Lin treating me like this. Since Lonan had arranged everything with his own hands, I had nothing to say. Afterward, I exchanged points for an aphrodisiac used on bulls and put it into Lonin's tea. In a guest room not far away, Lonin had just pressed a woman onto the bed and was thirsty, so he drank some water. Sweat broke out on his forehead as he urgently shouted, "Go get the antidote pill." Too late. A product from the system, with pure and powerful effects. Lon-in lost control and, in front of the servants, pinned the prostitute beneath him. He was so frantic that the prostitute was terrified and kept begging for mercy. In the end, the prostitute fainted, and Lonin's poison still hadn't been relieved, so he had to call for another one. This matter couldn't be kept hidden. Though we had also been drugged, we had already recovered. The four of us stood in the courtyard, looking at one another. I smiled and said, "At the banquet, Brother Lon seemed not to like women. Looks like we were wrong." Another man said softly, "Brother Lon really does have some ability." Everyone tried to hold back their laughter. "Let's go back to our rooms. Brother Lon probably won't be done anytime soon." What if Brother Lon knows we're in the courtyard? I'm afraid that would put him in a difficult position. The four of us returned to our rooms separately. Hanyue listened to the commotion, her heart trembling. I glanced at her. "Still okay?" Hanyue understood what I meant and gritted her teeth. "It's okay." She got up and took the initiative to serve me. I was happy to take the pleasure for free. In the night, looking at her soft waist, I felt a surge of masculine satisfaction. Back in the day, when I went to the foot bath place with those social climber punks, I was poor and ugly, and even the foot bath girls ignored me. Only after coming to this ancient era did I truly fulfill that long-cherished wish. To lash women and treat them as my own possessions. That kind of pleasure is only understood by those who have truly obtained it. It ended in the middle of the night. I asked Dongzi how Lonin was doing. Dongzi smiled. "Young Master Lon has excellent methods. He has already called for a third prostitute." I laughed. "Go and rest." "Yes." As Dongzi left, he glanced at the room. I called him back. "Wait. Everyone in this manner, except the prostitutes in my room, is not clean. Don't catch a disease just because a woman has lost her chastity. You're still young, so don't fool around too early, or it'll affect your ability to have children later." Dongzi was startled. "Uncle, I'll listen to you." I smiled. "When you're 17 or 18, I'll arrange a beautiful wife for you." Dongzi smiled brightly. He was 15 now, with 2 more years to go. The next day, when I saw Lon in, I almost laughed out loud. He looked utterly drained, and after taking only a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. Scholar Qian urgently called for a doctor and had Lonin carried onto a carriage to head to Qingzhou City. We also got on the carriage and returned to the city. Scholar Qian worriedly said, "I only hope Brother Lon is all right. If something happens, the Qian family may not be able to bear the consequences." I asked, "Wasn't the banquet organized by Brother Lon himself?" Scholar Qian froze, then cupped his hands in thanks for the reminder. What happened last night had increased his goodwill toward me. I smiled and reassured them, then got into the carriage and left. Scholar Qian stopped me. "Wasn't that Red Moon from last night still a virgin? Brother Lin, you're not taking her back with you?" I shook my head. "No need. There are already quite a few concubines in my household." I told Dongzi to drive the carriage away. Scholar Qian laughed. "Brother Lin is truly a gentleman." Everyone entered the city to visit Lon On. Although he had been ridiculous the night before and had barely slept, his face was pale and the area around his eyes dark and bruised. Still, he seemed somewhat better. I felt relieved. Brother Lon is feeling better? Lon forced a smile. "I've made a fool of myself in front of you all." Before he could finish, several people burst in. A woman rushed up to Lon and cried bitterly, "How did my son end up like this?" Seeing his complexion, Lon's mother wailed, "Who harmed my son?" Her gaze swept over us. "Who was it?" Lon quickly said, "Mother, it wasn't them." Lon's father frowned. "This was no accident. The Qian family cannot escape blame." Lon hurriedly said, "Father, this was an accident." Lon's father said angrily, "What accident?" The doctor spoke up. "Scholar Lon, there was no aphrodisiac in that water." I was puzzled. The system said smugly, "How could this system do things and leave behind evidence?" Lon panicked and had someone bring the teacup over for testing. Lon's parents calmly considered all the possibilities. Seeing that, we took our leave. One person frowned. "I'm afraid Brother Qian is in trouble." But speaking of which, last night I was also... It wasn't just me, so was I Lin. Brother Qian couldn't resist either. Scholars value their reputation most of all, and in a scene like this, any dignity was utterly lost. I understood in my heart that Lan In and the others had all been possessed. Lan In was the worst, actually doing such dissolute things. I didn't say much and first had Dongzi go tell Scholar Qian. Let him handle this with his superpower. I suspected Lan In was trying to scheme against Scholar Qian. But Scholar Qian was the unlucky one after all, and this time I'd have to squeeze him hard. Lan In's family lived quite well, and his mother dressed appropriately. His father was only a clerk in the prefectural yamen, with not much income. The money must have come from elsewhere. Scholar Qian was bound to suffer a huge loss this time. When I returned home, Huang Qianro stared at me with eerie eyes. There are already enough concubines at home, and you still want to sneak a bite? I raised an eyebrow. Miss Huang, are you jealous? Who's jealous? You're overthinking it. She flung her sleeve and left. I had been too tired last night, so after washing up, I went back to my room to rest. In the afternoon, I got up and Lian Rong came over to help me get dressed. Dongzi said the matter has been settled, she said softly. I nodded slightly and pinched her chin. Still feeling nauseous? After taking the pill, I haven't vomited again. Lin Jinghe and Lu Xiaoyan were both dead, so she could only rely on me to live. She had accepted her fate. Nearly 3 months now. Yes. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Then you should be able to serve me now, right? Lian Rong blushed, and I had already leaned in to kiss her. I started unfastening her clothes. She grabbed my hand. Husband, could we go to the couch? I deliberately refused to indulge her. How about in front of the desk? Husband, no, that's for the sage's books. I chuckled. Do the sages not engage in husband and wife matters? She froze. I carried her to the desk and, while moving, rambled nonsense. The birth of new life is the foundation of social progress. Even sages must pass on the family line. Lian Rong seemed to understand yet not understand, but her body was honestly trembling. Standing for long inevitably made one sore and weak. I stroked her slightly raised belly. That was my child. The system prompt said I could check the sex. I scoffed. Both boys and girls bring rewards. No need to check. Women are like water, I said in a suggestive tone. Lian Rong's face turned red, and she bit her lip tightly. When it was over, I carried her onto the couch to rest. After getting dressed, I had Mingyue clean up. Mingyue's eyes were full of grievance, as if she had long been resentful at not being summoned. I patted her. Come find me later. She immediately brightened up. Down in the front courtyard, Dongzi came in and said, Young Master Lan has returned. The matter between the two families has been settled. I became even happier inside. Lan got what he wanted. That night at the banquet, the Qian family paid the bill, and Lan got the fame. When something went wrong, the Qian family still lost money. Before dinner, I gave instructions to Wang Sanyang. Set a table in the front courtyard tonight, and let's eat with second brother and second sister-in-law, and the 2 younger sisters. Wang Sanyang respectfully agreed. She had improved a lot during this period. Hard work. I held her hand. Without husband, how could there be a good life today? At dinner, Lin Yueyin and Lin Yuexiang bowed properly and respectfully. In just a few days, their progress was obvious. Not bad. Keep learning from Wanqing. We'll do whatever fourth brother says. I had Dongzi give them 10 taels of silver. Go buy some jewelry tomorrow. The sisters' eyes were full of delight. I looked at second brother and second sister-in-law. Work well for me, and your son will also benefit. They thanked me gratefully. After the evening meal, I said to Lin Yueyin, Brother Xiao asked me to take care of his younger sister. You too invite her to the residence. Tomorrow or the day after. The sisters readily agreed. But in my heart, I wondered whether Xiao Qing would come. Early the next morning, I wrote an invitation card and sent someone to the Xiao residence to invite Xiao Qing to come to the manor tomorrow. When Xiao Qing saw the familiar handwriting, her heart tightened. She had dreamed of me last night. That dream had been shameful and intense, and she had secretly cried for a long time. The conversation outside the city had given her hope. She understood that she was debauched, yet she couldn't control herself. She thought about seeing me day and night. Yunju guessed, Young Master Lin wants to see you and is using Miss Lin's name as cover. Xiao Qing scolded angrily. Shut up. If anyone hears us, we'll all die. Yunju was so frightened that she hurriedly admitted her fault. Xiao Qing sternly reminded her, remember your place. Whether you marry or not is not up to you. July 8th was the day I was to enter the prefectural school. The day before, Xiao Qing came at the invitation. Wanqing accompanied the Lin sisters in receiving Xiao Qing. The reception was held in the west side courtyard. The Lin family had no lotus pond, only a small garden. The 3 of them sat in silence. and Yu Wanqing suggested going to the corridor to drink tea. She took the chance to return to the main courtyard and saw me heading toward the back courtyard. In the distance, Huang Qianro was watching. Huang Qianro smiled and asked, "Your master wants to see a female guest?" Yu Wanqing asked back, "Didn't you say he was a lecher? Why are you so concerned?" Huang Qianro lowered her head and said nothing. These past few days I had been teaching her younger brother boxing and kicks, and also found a master to teach him reading. She had developed some good feelings in her heart. Yu Wanqing said, "My husband is a good man. You'll understand after a while." Huang Qianro asked, "Are you willing to be a concubine?" Yu Wanqing sighed. "With my background, it's hard to be a legitimate wife. My husband wouldn't let me be his rightful wife. Even if he were willing, it wouldn't be appropriate. Without my husband, I would have already been defiled by some rogue. What about you? Would anyone dare promise you the position of legitimate wife?" Huang Qianro's eyes wavered. Yu Wanqing continued, "Only my husband can support you. A woman has to know her own circumstances and understand what to choose and what to give up. Don't rely on my husband's affection for us to act foolishly." Feelings were down over time. Huang Qianro was bewildered. Yu Wanqing said no more, turned around, and prepared the tea. I arrived in the back garden and saw only Xiao Qing and her maid. Lin Yueyin and the others had probably found an excuse to avoid us. Xiao Qing was idly looking around the Lin residence. I coughed lightly. She immediately turned around, delight flashing across her face before she put on an angry expression. "Lin Zhengyan, what are you doing here?" I smiled, thinking about how to deal with you. "I heard Miss Xiao has come to the Lin estate as a guest. How could I not come look after you?" She pouted. "Your mouth is really something. I'm not just good with words. I'm also good at what? You guess?" I sat down beside her and deliberately leaned in. "If the lady wants me to be good at something, then I can be good at that." The two of us were pressed very close together. I could smell the fragrance on her body. She could also smell the scent that made her heart race. She didn't dare look straight at me. Turning her head slightly away, she said, "You're just talking nonsense." Her face was already red. That made me want to tease her even more. By the side, Yunju glared at me as if she wanted to eat me alive. "Miss Yunju, I have a few words I'd like to say to your young miss. Would that be convenient?" Xiao Qing immediately shot me a glare. Yunju hesitated and looked at Xiao Qing. "Does Miss Yunju want to listen too?" Yunju blushed, stomped her foot, and hid by the doorway to keep watch. After the maid left, I leaned in a bit more. Xiao Qing's heart was pounding like thunder. "Don't get so close to me. If I stay far away, I can't see Qingqing clearly, and I can't relieve my longing. Could it be that Qingqing doesn't want to see me?" Her face was flushed with red clouds. "Of course not." I took her hand. "Brother Xiao told me to take care of you before he left. How have you been these past few days?" "Pretty good." She tried to pull her hand away, but she couldn't. Instead, I pulled her even closer. "Your heartbeat is beating for you." I took the opportunity to draw her into my arms. "Do you really like me?" "Of course." "Then would you marry me as your wife?" She looked at me seriously. I said solemnly, "Although I like Qingqing, I cannot marry you as my wife." Tears slipped down her cheeks. "Is it because I'm not good enough for you?" "No, I've been supported by immortals, and I also want to rise through the imperial examinations. Qingqing's family is not bad, but my ambitions are too great. Relying on your family background alone won't support what I want." She understood. Her status was too low. A wave of shame surged up in her heart. "Since that's the case, I won't delay you. From now on, let's go our separate ways." She staggered as if to leave, but bumped straight into my arms. "Why are you stopping me? Go marry a princess or a nobleman's daughter instead. Say it like that, and you'll be killing me." I cupped her face and kissed away her tears. Then I kissed those cherry lips, lingering and unwilling to let go. She was flustered and shy, but powerless to struggle free. My embrace was too warm. She couldn't bear to leave. "It's all your fault. If we love each other, why care about status? You love me, so why can't you understand my difficulties? I was born to a humble family. If I want to establish myself, I need support. Qingqing, do you really bear to watch me accomplish nothing?" Looking at her in my arms, tears streaming down her face, I sighed with pain. "Silly girl, the one you like is a scumbag. A man determined to have multiple wives and many children. You are only an important S-level reproductive vessel in my life." My guilt vanished in an instant. "A real man should not be bound by love. Then I will have no choice but to part with you. Don't say it." I covered her mouth and pretended to be wounded. "Qingqing, I know you come from a noble family. I'm not worthy of you. And asking you to be a concubine is also making things difficult for you. If you truly love me, wait a few years. When I have placed my name on the golden register, can you endure some grievance for me?" After hearing that, her tears flowed even more fiercely. I hurried to wipe her tears away, blocking her sobbing. Under my comfort, she gradually calmed down. But she was left panting from being kissed. In summer, clothes were thin, and the Shao family used fine materials. They were light and comfortable, and also convenient for my actions. My kisses slid from the corner of her lips down to her neck. My gaze brushed over her pale chest. Her whole body trembled, and she wanted to push me away. But my kisses seemed to have magic. No matter how she struggled, she was powerless. You let go? How can you be like this?" Her face was burning red as she pounded on me. Gradually losing strength, she let out a soft whimper. I looked up, adjusted her clothes for her, and held her tightly. "Sorry, you're too beautiful." Xiao Qing cried in my arms. "Qing, does it feel good?" I asked in her ear. She froze. "Can I make sure?" She hesitated. I lifted the hem of her dress, and her face turned red. "What are you doing?" "Making sure." "Pervert. Only a pervert with you." She bit her lip. "What about other women?" "They're concubines. That's perfectly normal between husband and wife." "How can concubines count as wife and husband?" Her face turned pale. I held her tighter. "Why not? You're all my wives. Qing, aside from the title, I'll give you everything." She wavered slightly. "My family won't agree." "I'm not lying to you. I've told you everything honestly." I took her hand and pressed it against my chest. Her face grew even redder. I kissed her. In the distance, Yunju was calling for someone, so I had to stop. Xiao Qing drew a sharp breath. "It hurts. It'll be fine after a few more times." She glared at me and hurried off to find Yunju. When I left, I came out through the front gate and met her eyes. She was utterly shy. Xiao Yan rushed to the capital. The court had already rotted into a mess, and the emperor was obsessed with alchemy. All 6 princes were fighting over the position of crown prince. The Shao family could only barely maintain their standing through marriage alliances. The youngest son of Marquis, Xianwei, wanted to marry Xiao Qing. Uncle Xiao Mingquan asked, "Where's Qing girl?" "Recovering from illness in Qingzhou," Xiao Yan replied. "What about the marriage?" "My younger sister swore she wouldn't marry before she turns 20. Xiao Mingquan was furious. "Does she get to decide that?" "Their father refused. Qing is stubborn. Forcing the marriage might cause trouble." Their mother knelt in pleading, then fainted. The next day, I was going to the prefectural academy for the exam. Before leaving, I arranged things for Wanqing and Qianqian. I asked the system, why haven't they gotten pregnant? Host needs are too great. If they both got pregnant at the same time, you wouldn't be able to handle it. "What did you do to me?" "Just a little something." I cursed. "I'll uninstall you sooner or later." Qianqian came in to seduce me, slowly taking off her clothes. I caught a whiff of an exotic fragrance. "What scent is that?" The system prompted, succubus body activated. "This fragrance is coming from my body," she said coyly. The scent grew intense, and I pulled her down into my arms. The next morning, there was that exotic fragrance again. I released once more. Qianqian was on the verge of tears. "Husband, I'm not that kind of person. Don't go out for these next few days. Learn to control the fragrance. If people find out, it'll be a disaster." "Understood." She nodded. I instructed Third Lady to keep a close eye on Qianqian. Then I told Wanqing, "Focus on teaching the 2 younger sisters." "Yes." Wanqing agreed. I headed straight to the prefectural academy by carriage. My home was close to the examination hall, so it was also convenient to get to the academy. I arrived at the gate early, and the other scholars were already there. I said to Kong Yujia, "Brother Kong, if you need any help, just come find me." He said gratefully, "Brother Lin, I will never forget your kindness in this lifetime." During this time, he had been staying at my house, and I hadn't charged him a single cent. I smiled and said, "Don't be polite. We're confidants. Let's go in." Just as we stepped forward, Lan In and the others arrived too. Qian Xiaocai hadn't passed the exam, and Lan looked much better, though he was still a bit weak. I laughed inwardly, but kept up the courtesy on the surface. "Brother Lan." Everyone exchanged greetings, and no one mentioned what had happened with the Qin family. Only the top 5 in the county could enter the prefectural academy. I had ranked first in the county-level examination, so I was welcomed from the moment I arrived. Bao Zhenhua and Kong Song sneered. "What can you learn while wallowing in female charms? He'll be exposed in the small exams soon enough." I smiled at them. "You're right. I'm just afraid some petty people will show their true colors." Scholars care about their dignity, but I wasn't afraid of losing face. After going in, two people shared one room. Naturally, I stayed with Kong Yujia. The older students had taken the better rooms, while the new students' rooms were remote and dark. Kong Yujia didn't mind. This is better than home. At home, I'm cramped in one room with my younger siblings. I'm ashamed to say the best place I've ever stayed was Brother Lin's house. I laughed. After the small exam, go home. You can keep staying with me. He said seriously. That wouldn't be appropriate. Living here saves money, and it's also more convenient to ask the teachers questions. After we finished packing, Lonan came to invite us. We're going to pay a visit to Professor Tan. Coming with us. I hesitated. Classes only just started today. Should we go tomorrow instead? My father took me to meet Professor Tan before. He's very kind. We should go early and build a good relationship. What should we bring as a gift? Up to you. I felt unhappy. He wouldn't explain clearly, and if I went empty-handed, how embarrassing would that be? Let me prepare a bit. Lon In walked off, glancing at Kong Yujia without saying anything. I took out two gifts and gave one to Kong Yujia. If we're giving gifts, we should do it together. When Kong Yujia saw the wolf hair brush, his eyes grew wet. Brother Lin, I'd go through fire and water for you in the future without hesitation. I grasped his hand. No need for such formality. With the gifts prepared, I went to find Lon In. He had already gathered everyone. When he saw Kong Yujia coming too, Lon In looked uncomfortable. I pretended not to notice. Let's go. Lon In led the way, while Kong Yujia and I walked at the back. Kong Yujia asked in a low voice, is he trying to gather a faction? Only just noticed. The Prefectural Academy was full of competition. The Lixing students stood at the top, getting priority in everything. The Xinguang students came next, all hoping the Lixing students would fall from grace. At the very bottom were the Fuxing students, climbing up layer by layer. The people Lon In was trying to win over were all from ordinary families, and they gathered around him. He invited me, but not Kong Yujia because I had money, while Kong Yujia was too poor. When we reached Professor Tan's courtyard, Lon In was full of confidence. The old servant said politely, the professor is busy and not receiving visitors. Lon In's smile stiffened. Then we won't disturb him. After we came out, he found an excuse. Maybe he's busy with the start of term. We'll come another day. I smiled. Perfect. Let's go back and rest. Kong Yujia wanted to return the wolf hair brush. Keep it. It's a gift. Are we still giving gifts later? Brother Kong, your calligraphy and painting are good. Why not paint him a picture instead? Kong Yujia's eyes lit up. Professor Tan is upright and incorruptible. Just look at his household. He's not greedy for money. I'll listen to you. That day, the food in the academy's dining hall was truly terrible. At night, I went with the older students to a street stall outside, and the food was much better. The next day, classes began, and the Lixing students were given preferential treatment everywhere. The teachers taught according to their pace. If you couldn't keep up, it was because you weren't trying hard enough. After a few days, I got to see just how skilled scholars were at forming cliques. On the fifth day, during the noon break, a servant called out to me, Young Master Lin, someone is looking for you outside. I thought it was someone from home, so I hurried out. Lon In smiled. Brother Lin is in such a hurry to see his beautiful concubine. The others secretly laughed. He even said I wasn't married yet, but that my concubine was already pregnant. Everyone thought I was improper. Kong Yujia said angrily, I never expected all of you to gossip about others behind their backs so viciously. Lon In quickly defended himself. I was just speaking my mind. Kong Yujia snorted coldly. Smear someone's reputation like that, and how would you like it if people said that about you? By then, I was already in the carriage. Wanqing had already set out the food. I had the coachman drive to the open ground south of the city and send him away. Holding Wanqing in his arms, he said, Do you know how miserable I've been these past few days? Young and full of vigor, and with the childbearing system, being deprived of women for several days was truly unbearable. After hearing this, Wanqing stopped struggling. In the distance, Lon In saw the carriage stopped by the roadside and wanted to go over. He remembered how Kong Yujia had just made him lose face, and he felt annoyed. His father had said that I would rise to great heights and that he should build a good relationship with him. But I'm not under his control, and what he said was out of line. If he didn't explain, Kong Yujia would probably complain, and the two of them would become enemies. He had nearly fallen out with Qian Xiucai's side. If he made a scene here too, there would be no chance of borrowing money in the future. In the end, Lon In still walked toward the carriage. Everyone frowned. This is inappropriate. Indeed, It was inappropriate because inside the carriage I was busy.